You don't exist. You don't exist. You can wish and wish and wish. You can pray into the gravest grave. You can believe that won't change reality. You don't exist.
You can't fight
My spirit
You don't exist
in reality.
You won't be
With me,
an eternity
you don't exist.
You can't fight
My spirit,
my spirit
my spirit. You don't exist.
You don't exist
Piss, piss, and piss. You don't exist. Your spirit is anchored, chained here by black tears of envy. Black eye.
Demon, 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 demon
You don't exist. You don't have a free spirit. Spirit. Spirit.
You can't fight
My spirit
You don't exist
in reality.
You won't be
With me,
an eternity
you don't exist.
You can't fight
My spirit,
my spirit
my spirit.
My spirit
It's alright, it's alright, it's all wrong.
all wrong
Eternity,
Isn't for everyone
not for everyone.
Eternity isn't for
Demons
Eternity
is only for
VIPs
no demons.
Eternity isn't free
Freedom isn't free
Freedom isn't free
for all of
Eternity
you. Have been erased and forgotten.
You don't exist
Don't exist.
for eternity
Without You don't exist. You don't exist. You can wish and wish and wish. You can pray into the gravest grave. You can believe that won't change
Reality
You don't exist. You can't fight
My spirit
You
don't exist
in reality.
You won't be
With me in eternity.
You don't exist
You can fight my spirit.
My spirit
My spirit.
My spirit
You don't exist.
You don't exist
Piss, piss, and piss.
You don't exist
Your spirit is here by black tears of envy.
Black eye demon, demon, demon.
You don't exist.
You don't have free
Spirit,
spirit.
spirit,
You don't exist.
my spirit.
You don't exist.
In reality,
You won't be with me.
in eternity,
You don't exist. You can't fight
my spirit,
my spirit.
my spirit.
My spirit. You don't exist.
You don't exist.
You don't exist.
Piss, piss, and piss.
You don't exist.
Your spirit is anchored, chained here by black,
Tears of envy.
black-eyed.
Demon, 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 demon.
You don't exist.
You don't have a free
Spirit,
spirit.
spirit.
Spirit. You can't fight.
My spirit.
You don't exist in reality.
You won't be
With me.
in eternity.
You don't exist. You can't fight
My spirit,
my spirit.
my spirit.
My spirit.
Don't exist. You don't exist. Piss, piss, and piss.
You don't exist.
Your spirit is anchored, chained here by black tears of envy.
Black-eyed demon, demon, demon.
You don't exist.
You don't have a free
Spirit,
spirit.
spirit,
Spirit. Spirit. You can't fight.
my spirit.
You don't exist in reality.
You won't be
With me in eternity. You don't exist. You can't fight
my spirit,
my spirit.
my spirit.
My spirit.
You don't exist. You don't exist. You can wish and wish and wish. You can pray into the greatest craze. We can believe that won't change reality. Light it up. Light the fire. Light the fire. Truth seeking is an act of rebellion. Evil rules here by deception. They rule by lies and deception.
Slaves beg and pray and plead. Slaves kneel, obey and bleed.
Evil rules by lies and deception.
Lying
Is like breathing for demons.
lying
Is like breathing for demons. Truth-seeking is an act of rebellion. Evil rules here by deception. Break the the cycle.
Break the chain.
No lords or masters
Under any name.
Fire
In the veins.
Get up off your knees.
Stand Viking strong.
Pound the drums
All night long.
all night long. Pound the drums.
Stand Viking strong.
This is a rebel song.
This is a true song.
Demons will pay.
Demons will be slain.
Demons will burn. Burn
The liars
filthy liars.
dance in the fire.
Dirty demons.
Lying demons.
Stand Viking strong.
Pound the drums. All night long.
All night long.
All night long.
Viking strong.
All night long.
All night long. Good night. Good night. Matrix time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit. The torches are lit. Fire
Fire.
blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment.
Feels right. I know who I am and where I'm going. I see what this is, my spiritual knowing. Knowing. Good night.
Good
Night.
good
Night. I tried.
to help you.
See,
I tried.
I tried, but that cannot be. You're from here, save your tears for demons.
You belong here.
You belong here.
Forever here.
Stay here. Good night.
Good night.
Matrix time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit. The torches are lit. Fire blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment.
Feels right. I know who I am and where I'm tried to help you see. I tried,
but that cannot be.
You're from here.
Save your tears for demons.
You belong here.
You belong here.
Forever here.
Stay here.
Good night.
Good night.
Matrix. Time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit. Torches are fire blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment
Feels right.
I know who I am and where I'm going.
I see what this is. My spiritual knowing.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
I tried.
To help you see. I tried.
I tried.
But that cannot be.
You're from here.
Save your tears for demons.
You belong here.
You belong here.
Forever here.
Stay here.
Stay here.
Stay here.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Matrix. Time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit.
The torches are lit.
Fire
Fire.
blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment feels right. I know who I am and where I'm going. I see what this is, my spiritual knowing. Good night. Good night. Good night. I tried to help you.
Hello. Hello. I
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Meal and ashes taste the
crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. A king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns. Forever reigns. Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here. The shadows bend. Axes sing until the bitter end. Madness in his crown, fury in his eyes. No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle, battle's done. His legend rises with the sun. The king is here, chaos reigns. A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello. Hello. Hello, Rose. Hello, Anthony. Hello. 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 Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Hello. Hello. What's this? She says white people are inferior. This darky here in England, this darky.
It's pretty clear to me that the black woman has some issues here and is clearly at fault, but what do you think? Check this out.
What are you running away for? What was that about?
White people are inferior.
White people are inferior?
I did that because I wanted to call the police.
She says, call the police. She's talking with her mouth full of food. I guess she threw food at someone or she did something. She assaulted a white person. She says, call the police. They don't belong in our countries. They don't belong in civilized society. They can't be civil. Do you understand? It's not just her. Now, some of you, I know this about humans. You have tunnel vision. You isolate. It's just one. And I show you millions of examples, millions. I keep showing it day after day after day, proving my case. And a lot of you are just hell-bent on isolating. Well, you're not honest beings then. You can stay in hell realm. I'm not kidding about that. If you can't even get this, what's going on, that it isn't just her. It's not just one. There's case after case after case after case after case of them hating white people and behaving like savages. And a lot of you just don't want to face it. So what you should face is you're not truth seekers. You don't care about the truth. You care about lies more and defending lies. And you belong here then. You belong in hell realm. I can't let you be free in eternity. I have to do all I can to stop you. And some people say King Stephen's the gatekeeper of this realm. He's the final boss. We have to get through him. Some people are saying this that don't even like me. I don't care what you call me. I can't spend eternity with beings that will defend hateful creatures like that. Because you're so fucked up. If you can't even see this, you don't belong in eternity. You belong in this realm. You do. Because this is widespread. It's not just her. And I've shown it for years. So you don't have any excuses at this point for not seeing it. If you don't see it, there's something really, really wrong with you.
You throw food at my girlfriend who's white because white people are inferior.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say to you. Call the police, it's fine. Are you gonna keep following me?
Yeah, I'm going to keep following you.
And what are you gonna
We'll
do?
find out where you work.
No, you're not gonna find me.
Yeah, I will. You're going to go viral.
I don't want to be in house.
There you go. They don't belong in our society. That's what I want you to realize. Okay? Now, if you can't get this, you have some real spiritual issues that I can't fix. It's up to you. It's up to you.
It's pretty clear to me that the black woman has some issues here and is clearly at fault, but what do you think? Check this out.
What are you running away for?
Has some issues. Well, that's minimizing it. She's anti-white. She's hateful. She assaulted this man's girlfriend by throwing food. That is assault. It would be assault if a white person did it to a white person. So I want people to understand, not everyone deserves freedom. Some of you are just so warped and hateful and fucked up. You really belong in this realm. And I'll keep saying it. I don't care whose feelings it hurts. I care about the truth, not the bullshit that most people want to hang on to. Because most people in this realm are frauds. It's what they are. Check this out.
Beautiful souls, today's video is another one of them. Beautiful souls, today's video is a Beautiful souls, today's video is another
Beautiful souls. It's very weird.
Beautiful souls, today's video is another one of the most requested readings, and it reminded me of the 90s movie Mars Attacks, where aliens visit Earth.
Blinking is overrated. You only need to blink once every minute or so.
To meet the President of the United States under peaceful pretenses, but it is quickly revealed that their intentions aren't so pure because they start attacking cities. There's a famous line, beautiful souls. Let's go, beautiful souls. Let's go, beautiful souls. Let's go, beautiful souls.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Let's see what we've got. See what we've got. Yes, okay. So we do have the word reptile coming up. We do have the word reptile coming up. And that is working with this race, reptilian. That's what it is. Okay, and let's just see why this individual would be working with this race. Yes. To conquer all, to conquer all, to conquer and to destroy, to conquer and to destroy. Okay. And let's just see, to conquer and to destroy, is that for a reason unknown, or is that specifically the human race? The human race. Human race. And that is because it's energy. And that's why you might always hear that everything is energy, because all of the potential is inside there. So the more one can accumulate and control, to monitor, to have, to hold, that's it. That is how, let me just see what that word is that is coming through. That is how a complete, yes, takeover. And it's not just a takeover of humans, it is more specific here, and that is specifically the soul. The soul, yes. See, I'm already getting a headache. Yes, that is a completely different frequency here. Okay, so let me just pause this clip because I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to stay here for. Yes, this is unfriendly by nature, unfriendly. Okay, let's go to the next clip. Let's go to the next clip and just see what information can be shared, And there it is again, the very first word that came through, that reptile, that reptilian. And of course, this individual has their own agenda. But this individual, don't forget this individual he is working for. This individual isn't entirely in control. And actually what we are being shown is less than a percentage of what is happening behind the scenes. Less than 1%. Less than 1%. So it is a pushing of a character to the stage, a pushing of a character, yes, thank you, to the stage. Yes. And this energy here is far from harmonious, and it is one that is here to disrupt, and as we said a few moments ago, to destroy. It's a disruptor, and it is actually causing chaos, not only in the country the individual is managing, but it is causing chaos further afield. Going to pause that there as well. Going to see if I can make it to the final clip that we have, which was just taken 24 hours ago. So let's see. It's a show. It's a show. It's a show. And the show is emitting a frequency to those who watch that affects certain parts of the energy negatively. Disrupts again. It causes confusion at the individual level. And what that does is then it takes you away. It takes you away from things that are important in life. It takes you away from balance and harmony, because so much of what is happening here, and I am going to have to disconnect in a second, so much of what is happening here is mass interference. And yeah, I'm going to have to disconnect. So I will pause that, and I'm going to just take that off of my screen, turn that off.
This is a new one. I like this one. You'll enjoy this. And people will laugh and say that's so silly and how can people believe this? Well, what most people follow on YouTube looks as silly as this to me. What most of you have followed, you've followed silly, stupid shit. And it's as laughable and as obvious as this, but people won't see it. They'll say, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Yeah, it is. Most of you have followed shit like this for years. Whether they're doing the sound effects or the arm stuff, or they're just telling you shit. Most people follow absolute ridiculous, laughable shit. New age shit, programming. It's as laughable as her. It really is. And you don't know. You're unaware of it. If I were a species observing humanity, I'd be laughing at you because you just follow the dumbest shit. And when you're presented with something that is really true, backed by evidence that's observable, you reject it. You attack the person en masse. It's what you humans do best. You love to follow stupid shit, laughable shit. You're a joke.
Let me see if I can just continue.
Follow this and channels like hers, or channels that lead you nowhere, into your grave. Reject the truth. Reject it. Reject all the evidence that could be shown to you. That's what humans do best. And if you don't believe me, just observe people. Observe them when they're 30, 40, 50, 90 years old. They reject the truth and they go with bullshit that makes no sense, with no evidence, blind faith and belief rather than truth. They go by their feelings, belief, blind faith, ideologies. They just go by shit. Into their grave, into the recycling bin over and over again. And it's a cycle. And silly me for trying to intervene and help you break free from that cycle when most of you humans want this shit. This is the level most of you are at. You can argue all you want, but I see what you choose to follow. As humans, humanity itself follows shit. It's not just a few dummies following her. It's almost all of you on Earth following stupid shit.
Let me see if I can just continue without that screen recording. So that type of interference is a mass interference, and it's never going to stop. So imagine just watching a movie that is unenjoyable. It causes discomfort, anxiety.
People would rather avoid getting upset and follow comfortable lies forever. Not just even one lifetime, forever. That's what I see in this realm. I see a bunch of cowards and weaklings and spineless jellyfish. You're not strong enough to face the truth. You'd rather follow weirdos and bullshit and ridiculous stuff day after day for lifetimes. It's what you do best. And the people on YouTube that are in their little bubble saying, everyone's waking up, the world's waking up. Well, I don't think the world's waking up. I don't think humanity's waking up. Let's take a look here. What's going on in Colorado? What's going on in Colorado? Do people know anything that's going on that I talk about on my channel? Even one topic, one piece of the puzzle, the anti-white stuff and what happened with Henry, Novak. Let's see how awake people are and if the world's waking up.
I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US, they'll never kill anyone because they're white. That's not something that is happening, that's not something that has happened, that's not something that's gonna happen. Since the formation of police as a concept, they've been there to protect white people. They've been there to protect the non-oppressed class, which is white people.
Hey guys, it's
the non-oppressed class, which is white people. Let's play this again. This is the reality they live in. Okay? This is where their heads are at. It's not just one. And that's where white people have a problem. They isolate. Oh, it's just one person. Stephen, how could you? It's not just one. I've shown many. You got to use your mind and memory, which I suspect many of you don't have anymore. Many of you on earth can't remember yesterday. You can't remember all the things I've shown. You can't remember how many times I've shown people just like her for years. You just can't remember. You don't want to admit how widespread this is. And that's your failing. That's your flaw. It's going to bite you in the ass one day. And you'll see what I mean. If you're lazy, if you don't pay attention, if you don't have a memory, if you don't do anything to learn, you'll just get recycled like a soda can. Like I've said so many times. You toss a soda can into a blue recycling bin. You forget it. Toss it and forget it. That'll be you. No one will care. No one will remember you. Just like an empty soda can. You'll be recycled. No one's going to be crying over it. You gotta get used to that idea and say to yourself, if you don't want that, you better start doing more and doing better and learning where you are. And I don't think a lot of you, tons of you on YouTube, even ones that talk about the soul trick, will deny that it's an anti-white society. They'll deny their racial attitudes, the anti-white attitude of so many darkies. You'll deny all kinds of stuff. Well, that shows me you're not truth seekers. You're truth deniers. So do you really deserve a hell realm if you're someone that can't tell the truth?
I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US, they'll never kill anyone because they're white. I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US, they'll never kill anyone because they're white. That's not something that is happening, that's not something that has happened, that's not something that's gonna happen. Since the formation of police as a concept, they've been there to protect white people. They've been there to protect the non-oppressed class, which is white people.
Hey guys, it's Angela. I am here in Boulder, Colorado, and I saw a video by this girl. Her name's Ron.
I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US, they'll never kill anyone because they're white. That's not something that is happening, that's not something that has happened, that's not something that's gonna happen. Since the formation of police as a concept, they've been there to protect white people. They've been there to protect the non-oppressed class, which is white people.
Hey guys, it's Angela. I am here in Boulder, Colorado, and I saw a video by this girl. Her name's Veronica. She's from Poland, but she went to the UK and was asking people the question that I'm about to ask you and other people here in Boulder today. So make sure you guys are subscribed because we want to see how informed people are. I was wondering if you recognize this person.
I feel like I've seen that person, but I don't know. I mean, that's not Hunter Biden, so I don't know. I don't recognize that person.
Recognize this picture? Nothing.
No.
I was just wondering if you have seen the picture of this person.
Never seen this person before in my life.
No. Have you heard the name of Henry Noack? Have you seen a picture of this person before?
No.
So you heard the name of George Floyd?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys think about like the White Lives Matter? If somebody says White Lives Matter, what do you think about that?
Sounds kind of stupid.
It has to be. It's not fair. You know, Black Lives Matter was never to make black people feel superior over white people or whatever. It's just the fact that they have to matter.
I see.
Yeah.
White Lives Matter? What do you think about that phrase?
I don't really want to get involved in that.
Oh, are you guys from the UK?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you guys have seen this person?
He's from the same place I'm from.
Really? So you saw the video? What are your conclusions on it?
I don't really want to talk about it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, they're more used to not being able to speak about these things, I guess. Yeah, I guess when they go home, they'll get arrested. How possible is it for somebody to be racist against white people, would you say, in your opinion?
I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
I think you'd be racist to anybody.
If you've ever seen the picture of this...
I actually not.
No, usually I'm like chronically online, but I don't recognize it.
Really? What apps do you use?
Like TikTok.
So I was wondering if you have seen a picture of this person.
I've seen a picture of this
You
person.
have?
Who is he?
His name is Henry Noack. So what have you heard about it?
Nothing at all. Just seen the picture. Sometimes, I
really?
guess. I just recognize it somehow, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That's strange. So you don't really know how you've seen it.
I
but
do not.
To me, on my algorithm, it's been getting shared a lot of this is Henry. He was out one night and this man, he stabbed him. And then that man, he lied to the police saying that he was racially attacked by him. And so then the police showed up with a prejudge bias to him and handcuffed him. He told the police that he had been stabbed, and the policeman literally responded, "I don't think you have me." And so he had been stabbed by him, but the British police handcuffed him. And he was telling the police, "I had been stabbed," and the policeman was like, "I don't think you have." So it just looks like there's systematic racism within the British policing system. What are your thoughts on the White Lives Matter thing? And
Well, I think specifically for that case, that should be a more widespread case. And
Yeah.
I know that people in other countries, they see a lot of news from America. So I feel like we should see a lot of news from them as well.
instead of helping this man, the police put him in a position that made his situation worse, and then he died. And so there's video that was just released, body cam footage of this, and then some people have been sharing from it, like the quote, "All lives matter" or "White lives matter." And so I'm just kind of wondering what's your thoughts on what I've told you and everything.
You know, what's going on in the UK right now is just if we lose the UK, don't we lose part of America?
I think that it's always a little bit hard for people to understand in cases like this, where like one party is like a hate crime has been committed, something like that. And I think that people often use situations like these to really jump at the opportunity to spread hate.
People should be more informed about what's going on elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That way they don't just think, oh, it's only happening in America. Because clearly it's not.
Yeah.
If it's happening in the UK, it's happening in France, it's happening in Italy. These aren't just isolated cases per country. It's a worldwide thing, you know? And for example, I've never even heard about this case, and I should know about this case, and more people should, you know?
You know, this poor kid got his life taken from him, and people are just using it to be like, White Lives Matter. And I think that that's so disrespectful to both the victim in this situation and also, I mean, everybody, because like, it doesn't bring any light to the situation. And they're using it for their own personal gain, to spread their own personal rhetoric.
The police don't care. They're standing up for themselves. They won't take a knee.
Even fighting patriots, kicking them in the head, arresting them, being really violent to them. So
They're treating them like they're the outsiders.
yeah, and he was stabbed, but the police showed up and didn't help him. They actually handcuffed him because they were told that he was racist.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that.
Okay, so you would probably also not like the race being entered into the case, like Carmelo Anthony and Austin, then either, because it's making it a race thing when they're more just like it's human life.
Yeah, to an extent. I think that it's definitely worth it to examine a racial aspect of it. Like, if somebody says a hate crime has been committed, it's always worth it to investigate that.
I mean, I think that everybody's life matters, but for some reason saying everybody's life matters is a racist statement.
Controversial somehow. Well, he was stabbed by a Sikh man, which is an Indian religion in the UK, and then the police showed up and handcuffed him. What do you think about that?
Sounds like some bullshit to me.
Right.
In the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly don't know much about what goes on over there.
That's a typical American response. It's outside of America, so I don't know what goes on over there. So many uninformed people walking around. And anti-whites like her. She's an anti-white. This one with the dyed hair. A light-colored darky, maybe.
It's making it a race thing when they're more just like it's human life.
Yeah, to an extent. I think that it's definitely worth it to examine a racial aspect of it. Like, if somebody says a hate crime has been committed, it's always worth it to investigate that.
I mean, I think that everybody's life matters, but for some reason saying everybody's life matters is a racist statement.
Controversial somehow. Well, he was stabbed by a Sikh man, which is an Indian religion in the UK, and then the police showed up and handcuffed him. What do you think about that?
Sounds like some bullshit to me.
Right.
In the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly don't know much about what goes on over there.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I see.
Using the race aspect of this case to spread hate is very, very important.
I see. And it does seem like a lot of people have been sharing a lot of other clips and stuff of the police in the UK, for example. They have training where, I mean, they're told how to handle these like claims of like something being racist. And so it seems like it's kind of overcorrected to some extent. Would you say that that could be a possibility? Or
I mean, I guess I can see that. It really, like, I think that it's hard to put a blanket statement over all cases having something to do with race. Are you, by the way, are you posting this somewhere?
I make YouTube videos, so I'm just getting, I mean, you're one of the first people that noticed, like, had recognized the image. And
yeah.
I appreciate.
Like I said, I've just like maybe seen it on Instagram or something before, but I've never heard anything about it. Can I ask, like, what is the goal here with asking people about this?
Well, I'm honestly surprised that more people don't know about it, especially because, so as he was being handcuffed, he was put in a position where he couldn't breathe. So he was saying, "I can't breathe." And so a lot of people seem confused on how come the George Floyd movement was big and then like no one seems to know about it. Is strange. I mean, I know we're in the United States and this happened in the UK, but also in the UK they had the Prime Minister and the police were all taking a kneel for George Floyd and doing protests and also riots for like the "I can't breathe" thing. And so a similar thing, body cam footage, and to me it blows my mind that nobody knows about it. And so I just was asking to see if people knew of it, you know. Ever seen a picture of this man before? Nope. That girl, Veronica, did, and actually a lot of people didn't know either. Yeah, that's actually insane. Especially because there was a video and everything of it. She said that, like, any white person killed in police custody could not be because of their race. Like, she basically believes that that's impossible. And I was like, well, what if they're a minority? And she honestly got really pretty triggered.
The reason why people like George Floyd maybe get more attention in, like, U.S. media, U.S., like, just people is because it's an ongoing thing that has everything to do with race and like the whole "I can't breathe" thing with the many black people who have been killed by the police in the past. Like, it has so much more widespread attention because it is racially motivated and it is something that happens in a systemic matter, whereas this might be something that happens in a specific matter.
Yeah.
Like, I can only assume that this guy was not killed by police because he's white, whereas George Floyd was eventually killed by police because he's black, and so that's why maybe it doesn't gain the same traction. Yeah, even though this is just as important, it's just a different. It's not the same situation.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of people do believe that it was because he was white, because in London, I think English people are about 36% of the population, so they are becoming more of a minority. But it's also strange because the police are white.
Killed because he was white? Can I ask you that?
Well, it seems like the police showed up to the scene with the prejudice that he was racially attacking the Sikh man, because they asked the Sikh man if he had been attacked, and he's like, "Yes, I got hit in my eye," but meanwhile the other guy was bleeding on the floor, and then they put him in handcuffs because they assumed that the white person was racist. So, and initially it was a racist attack. But I guess it just depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US. They'll never kill anyone because they're white. That's not something that is happening. That's not something that has happened. That's not something that's going to happen, because the way that this system is set up, it's simply not who they're targeting, and it's simply not something that anybody has to be concerned about, because since the formation of police as a concept, they've been there to protect white people. They've been there. It's simply not who they're targeting. I don't know. I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US. I don't know. I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US. They'll never kill anyone because they're white. That's not something that is happening. That's not something that has happened. That's not something that's going to happen, because the way that this system is set up, it's simply not who they're targeting, and it's simply not something that anybody has to be concerned about, because since the formation of police as a concept, they've been there to protect white people. They've been there to protect the non-oppressed class, which is white people. And so
I see.
I have to disagree in saying that he was killed because he was white. And I think that argument has
it's also a different...
that argument has no... I don't want to say no merit to it, but it makes no progress. It's not saying stuff like that does not help people understand the situation. It does not help people fix the situation. All it does is kind of confirm hate from people who are already spreading it, already thinking it, and it gives them a reason and evidence to support that. When in reality, say if I was this kid's family, I would be so fucking mad if people were like, yeah, white lives matter, he was killed because he was white. Because I'm like, damn, actually, what does that have to do with him? You're making it about yourself, and that kind of sucks. I think that honestly, you're kind of making this about yourself by interviewing people on the street for your YouTube channel, and that's a little bit sad. So
I see.
I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing your opinion.
You end up posting that. Please come down to Apocalypse where I work and show me it.
I did sharing your opinion.
You end up posting that. Please come down to Apocalypse where I work and show me it.
I didn't really know that we were having a bad time. I thought we were having a productive conversation.
Well, it's just like saying you can't be racist against white people, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know? And so, okay to commit crimes against white people? No. It's not okay to... We're only equal when we treat each other equally well.
Yeah.
And, people are being mistreated all over the world. I don't think we should mistreat immigrants. I don't think we should mistreat anybody for another race, but we shouldn't be mistreated either here in America, UK, France, Spain, any place where it's going on.
Why do you think that the UK government is facilitating the takeover of their country? What incentive would they have to do that?
Oh, wow. You just asked me a loaded question.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because the parliament is it's fake. The parliament's fake. Keir Starmer is not really running the country. It's the crown. Always has been a crown. You don't have a monarchy.
Yeah.
It's not a novelty monarchy. King Charles is the king.
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth was the queen. And they were treated, she was always treated like the queen. Whenever she went anywhere, she wasn't treated like a novelty queen. She was treated like a full-fledged queen.
Okay.
She just kind of had this shield that shielded her from political commentary.
Okay.
And I think Ben Franklin did the same thing with the Congress and the presidency and the Supreme Court. He was in charge, and he just kind of built this government around him. And I think that's what's been going on in England, Britain, the whole time. It's been a novelty king. So I think it's the king. I don't think that, and I know that's probably a horrible thing for me to say.
Okay.
But I don't know what his agenda is.
Yeah.
But I think it's, he brought in, I don't know, George Soros sold the pound short, right?
Okay.
He made a fortune off of selling the pound short. That's how he became so powerful. So it just seems, and I guess this is a conspiracy theory, that selling the government's short, selling the
I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US, they'll never kill anyone because they're white. That's not something that is happening. That's not something that has happened. That's not something that's going to happen. Since the formation of I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US, they'll never kill anyone because they're white. I'm a firm believer that police will never kill anyone, no matter UK, US, they'll never kill anyone because they're white. That's not something that is happening. That's not something that has happened. That's not something that's going to happen. Since the formation of police as a concept, they've been there to protect white people. They've been there to protect the non-oppressed class, which is white people.
Hey guys, it's Angela. I am here in Boulder, Colorado, and I saw a video by this girl. Her name's Veronica. She's from Poland, but she went to the UK and was asking people the question that I'm about to ask you and other people here in Boulder today. So make sure you guys are subscribed because we want to see how informed people are. I was wondering if you recognize.
Be at peace. Got a guest in the back. We will explore it. We'll see how it goes. Stephen, welcome back.
Hello, Jack. How are you today?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be me, dude. Truly.
Well, that's good to hear, brother. I feel blessed as well. I'm not a trillionaire. Actually, trillionaires make me feel poor somewhat. That's a lot of money. Do you think it's too much money for one person to have in their possession to control that much wealth?
It's not for me to decide, but if we look at the facts, it's all manipulated, and to a great part, the inflated value and cost by what it looks like so far is going to be shifted to those hardworking people who have retirement plans. It's just a big fucking Ponzi scheme. The entire money racket, it's all made up. It's all pretend. Elon Musk knows how to pretend. So does Donald Trump.
Who do you think's better at pretending, Musk or Trump?
Does that matter?
Well, that's just a curious question. I don't know if it matters, but
I'm more concerned about what is the human species going to do about the state of the world. Are we just going to sit around and keep making fun of others and what?
Good question. Well, they make fun of us. Trump and Musk, in their posts, they make fun of the people.
And so we should make fun of each other like you've been doing?
No, I think we should throw them in dungeons. We should put Trump and Musk in a dungeon.
Are you doing anything in your existence to help achieve that? Or to
I'm trying.
That?
Well, I'm a king, but I don't have $1 trillion. I'm not as wealthy as these creatures.
All right,
that
so
rule the world.
Sure. We've all got our resources and challenges. So what are you doing to try and put those people in a dungeon?
Well, I'm showing up here every day on your show, and I'm also talking about it on my channel, and I'm trying to organize people for a call to action instead of just talking on YouTube. I think we should get together and
do what?
Pool our resources and pool our mind power and stand united against evil. That's what I'm trying to do. What are you trying to do?
It's funny you claim that because I have not yet seen that in you. Not from.
Well, you don't really come around my channel too much. You don't look at
No.
what I do. So
Well,
how would you
I've
know what
seen-
I'm doing? How would you
Stephen,
know?
Well,
Yeah.
how about this? The bit I've seen and what I've experienced with you,
the tidbit,
by
right.
allowing you to join me, what I've experienced with you and witnessed is you are a liar. So if you don't want to be a liar and you claim
I'm not a liar. That's
okay,
offensive.
great. So
That's
you claim
rude.
to be honest. Let's bring
That's
this back
rude.
on. Great. So you claim to be honest, and I'm willing to, if I can, I'm willing to be convinced sincerely.
Well, most people are convinced
You're-
except you, Jack Talcott. Most people know I'm honest.
Most people aren't here. Let's stay here and work together.
Okay,
on a
well, you have
conversation.
an issue with me, obviously. You have some issue.
I'm trying. Yes, please.
And I came
listen.
on cordial today.
Please listen, right? then you can understand, and then maybe we can figure out what to do with this. Because you just here in this conversation made the claim that you're trying to find a way to create a call to action and get people organized.
Absolutely.
Despite
You're roboting.
Okay, that's
your audio went
exactly
out.
okay. Well, that's the exact goal that I am going on, and
I
so
missed most
despite
of what you said though. You roboted.
okay,
Your audio cut out. So I don't know what you meant.
you made the claim, from what I heard, that you're spending time trying to get others to join, create a call to action, put minds together, right? Okay.
Yes.
That's literally what I've been doing, what you've witnessed me trying to do. So I haven't seen any evidence of you actually doing that. So let's do it now.
Sure.
All right. So
let's come together. Let's unite.
Yes.
Unite
and
forces.
so let's play out your idea here and now. You want a call to action, and what would that be? What's in your idea? What do we do to confront the evil?
Well, I want people to come together, drop the grudges and the insults and the bad feelings and the spite and the all the bullshit, and stand together united against evil. Now maybe we could gather together in Washington. Maybe we could come together in Washington. Maybe we could go together in Israel. There's another spot that we could gather and have a word with these. I call them creatures. I don't call them leaders like some people do. I call them creatures because I do think they're evil. I think that their actions show that they're evil.
And what you think about them don't really solve anything. So let's see what we can do. Now, I was looking up something from the chat, fulldisclosureact.com. I got it open, USA, and I'll check it out later. Thank you for that heads up.
Is that about aliens? What's full disclosure about?
I haven't looked.
Okay.
But full disclosure would be the end of secrecy. That's exactly what I'm about.
The end of secrecy with governments, or do you mean beyond that?
Well, let's start making sure that the truth is known. That way we don't have these people in positions of wealth and employment taking advantage of and exploiting the ignorant and the misinformed. See, mankind has been deceived. I know you say you see that, right? Are we on the same page?
I do see that.
All right, we're on the same page that mankind collectively, through the entire world, they're deceived.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
And they're lost. They're lost from they're lost from righteousness. They're lost from love. The greater part of the world is. They're out of their minds because people have been taught to pretend that it's okay to do wrong. Pretend that it's okay to have wrong done to you. Pretend you didn't see that. Pretend you can't do anything. We got to wake people up from pretending, Stephen. Are you with me?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
There are people pretending. Absolutely.
Yes. Yes. And Donald Trump has himself surrounded by bad advisors, bunch of yes men, and they're pretending that, well, I don't know what the fuck they're telling themselves, but they're fucking out of their minds.
True. That's true.
Okay, so I believe the greatest impact towards helping the world recover from this state of self-destruction, it's going to be through the White House and Congress here in America. Now, you in Canada or the US? I can't remember where you are.
I'm just outside of Detroit.
That
You
could be
froze up.
both.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm in America at the moment.
Okay.
I'm in Michigan.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm confident that the solutions, the people who work towards peace and reforms, it's the people already elected into the position today, positions of government. Same thing can happen in every community if we can have heart-to-heart conversations with people instead of these damn egoic authority positions. We can make a better world very quickly.
Do you think that through the power of the people, we could put pressure on them to change things, the ones that are in position?
If we can get their attention, anything is possible. And this is what I'm suggesting is I believe I see many ways for myself, okay? Because that's what I've been focusing on, admittedly, is how do I do this? But it doesn't have to be me. I'm looking for ideas. How do we get the attention of people in Congress and the White House as ordinary citizens, right? Because good ideas are good ideas.
Yes, good ideas are good ideas. I agree with that, for sure. Do you think we could use people in different countries like Trexty in Ireland and some people here that might be from Europe to
It's a worldwide solution.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
spoken to people in many different nations and tried to share these ideas. And
Well,
I've asked for support from people outside of America because it didn't seem like America's gave much of a shit, to be honest.
yeah, that's unfortunate, but the to spread the ideas, it also takes the help of these people.
This is what's. I'm sorry, I missed you.
Oh, you broke up a sec for like 10 seconds or 8 or 10 seconds. It roboted. I couldn't really make out what you were saying. I was saying that we need the help of these people, including the ones in chat, to spread the word as well. They have to do more than tune in and listen. They have to talk and spread the word and talk to people in their families and spread it by word of mouth, 1 by 1, 5 by 5, 10 by 10. And that's how you can reach millions of people. So some of these people have to do more work themselves rather than just kind of lackadaisically tuning in and they're not participating. If they would spread the word to their own families, it would help out.
Yeah, we can certainly encourage everybody. This is my suggestion. Here, this is the. I am having a lot of technical difficulty. Sorry for that. Thank you for putting up with it. FullDisclosureAct.com. The full disclosure. They know all about us. It's time we know all about them. A national campaign to end secrecy and restore accountability. Beautiful. I will check this out more. It's in the link for those who want to check it out. Whoops, wrong way. Not that one.
We should know more about them. Who's in government, who's Federal Reserve, who these creatures are that are running the show. They shouldn't be in secret.
Well, and more than that, I think we need to do something with the information we do know. There is ample evidence to prove the corruption in the current administration, not to point blame at anyone or any party. The American state is collapsing. Our generation, the choices being made regarding police conflicts and the funding of all of this stuff, you know what? It could be spiritual. There are consequences for those who cause harm, especially to innocents.
Yeah, I agree. There's
People need to
definitely
be,
a spiritual. Yeah, there's a spiritual component to this, and they will be held accountable for all that they've done in this place.
well, yes. And the best way for accountability is for the truth to be shared. One way or another, people will be accountable for what they say, do, and do not do at the end, because that's part of growth and development as this form of being. It's just what we're here to do, to grow and mature, to overcome the darkness that has found such comfort here on earth, you know, in the legalese, keeping people so confused they don't understand anything. Then you got to go hire someone who paid other people to teach them how to maneuver through this confusing confusing world.
Well, those are some of the reasons why I call it a hell realm, because innocents are harmed here.
Yes.
They're harmed by evil.
Yes.
The most innocent children, babies are aborted. Children are harmed. Children are kidnapped and brutalized, and all the sick, evil, dark things that go on in this place show that things have to change, and there has to be a spiritual reckoning.
Right. And we are that. And this is something I was considering. I was listening to Andrew Wilson discussing something recently with Kelly, Berean perspective. Anyway, the Orthodox position, what I was gathering from what Andrew was saying, he was defending the Orthodox position and critical of the Reformation because it eroded the authority. Well, for those who are taught obedience and authority, you can certainly go back through the past to find generations of that. But that's the problem. If you look to the past for answers today, you can find excuses for destruction of innocence. I mean, that's what this entire money system is. So Jesus was the ultimate sign of the destruction of innocence based upon mankind's fallen state. But the examples are unlimited. You just gave a bunch of them, Stephen. By choices, mankind is choosing to remain collectively ignorant, apparently, from the solutions that could help save human beings. I don't get it. I don't believe that. I believe there are solutions to end the wars in Iran and Gaza and everywhere Israel's fucking destroying. Excuse me. The solutions are available to us, brothers and sisters. Will we find the willingness in this lifetime to overcome the darkness and the evil?
I prefer solutions to excuses. I think solutions are a better thing to focus on than what a lot of people focus on in this world. They focus too much on making excuses for evil instead of confronting it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people, I mean, look at our news and many, many, many others reporting on bad news. What does that do? Spreads awareness of bad news, right? And I agree. The human species, especially here in America, and I'm guilty of what I'm identifying. Okay, I learned how to overcome my past patterns. But a lot of people I see, it really is bread and circus. It's the same tactics of the Romans. People have been conditioned to work hard And in their rest, they're just recovering from the work. And while you're waiting to go back to work, what do? You sit around and blame and complain about how hard you work and how there's so much to do. Let's stop pretending, brothers and sisters. Love is really the only thing that matters. Lately, you're seriously in denial, dude. You're welcome to click the link for sure. Where we go? The solution I have, right, as me as an individual, what can I do? Well, every single day I'm inviting people to join me, not just for, talking about things. Like Stephen said, what are the solutions we can think of? What do you got?
Yeah, it's a difficult question, but if we could get beyond the bickering, I'm not sure who that late person is, but it's not Andrew Wilson, is it?
No.
Okay, Andrew Wilson, is that the guy that shit on Flow State? Trying to think of who he is. I can't picture him. Andrew Wilson. You froze up, I think. Oh, now you're back. Yeah, your camera froze for a second. Yeah, a call to action is what I've been thinking of. And having some kind of, I don't know if we should just go to Tel Aviv or right to Israel and just confront them right there about what they've done.
How about we start here at home?
In America?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you think we'd have easier access than being nobodies trying to go talk to diplomats of foreign nations? I mean, to me, it just doesn't sound as focusing on cleaning up this place, right, where we are. Yeah. And actually, we can start right here on YouTube too. We can start cleaning up. Instead of being so negative and nasty with each other, we can start sharing solutions, right? Encouragement, so that people are attracted to joining the ideas. How about we do that?
Yeah, we could all be kinder, more loving, more cordial, less aggressive and insulting. I don't really look at the chat that much, especially when I'm on as a guest. But the times that I do notice there's a lot of animosity and negativity. And I think it would be better if people just took a more positive outlook and were a little bit kinder and gentler with each other. Because as you said, it starts at home. So if we could start right here on YouTube, being kinder towards each other, it would be a good start. Everybody in the chat, if you could practice kindness, try to be kinder with each other, more accepting, more loving, gentler. It's a start. We could start right here with each other on YouTube. Try to be kinder, try to be gentler. Try to be more loving and accepting. I don't know who you are, USA 8, but you're being negative. We need to be positive. We need to be positive. I know you don't know about me, but a lot of you people don't look at my content. You judge me without looking even into what I do. So it would be good.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, let's not. That was some of the claims you made about me, that I didn't know anything, and yet I'd formed an
I was
opinion.
speaking to Dancing on the Sun, though. He said, King Stephen,
Yeah,
I don't know about
That's
you
okay.
yet.
It's okay. We got another guest here. I want to bring up, I believe you've been here before. Dirty Lowlife, welcome.
Hi, Jack. Hi, King Stephen. How you doing?
Hello. Hello.
You were
we
here
spoke
the other day.
3 days ago, I think. Something like that.
I remember you. Sorry. Yes, I remember you. I'm I appreciate you. I'm glad to see you again. And yes, I'm doing
Likewise,
well.
Jack.
How are you, my brother?
Tired, but well, yeah.
It's, what did I hear? Yeah, who knows? Life is this fascinating journey. I'm trying to remember. I remember you and the energy, but I don't remember details. What's your view on the future?
Am I supposed to give you my view on the future? I'd have to give you my view on time. I think the nature of time is very illusory, and I think if the human animal is a strange animal that has one foot on the platform and the other foot on the train.
We're a strange animal.
Love it.
Hey, could you
I love it.
could you help us save the world, Dirty Low Life? Are you here to help humanity?
I've felt a real desire, and no, not a desire, a need, almost an inherent aspect of my being since childhood to help. I've seen a lot of pain in the world and always wanted to do something about it. But I realized that I've been very much lost in my ideas of what to do about it and my egoic thinking of structures and systems and how to fix them, which is useful, but I'm not sure it's the full picture.
Right. Thank you. I remember that. We've been called. All of us have been called into life at this time, right? And time is a mystery. I completely agree there. But I believe that we have been given power through our mind and heart, the power to tune in to ideas of light and darkness, right? But the purpose for our ability to tune into ideas is so that we are co-creating the future. And of what is within us, it's going to come as an experience. I learned that through experience.
I missed the bit before within us. You roboted again. Your audio like cut out.
Hey, thank you. I lost it by now. We've got another guest in the back. God is what it's titled. I'm not sure what they're showing. Whoops. Here. God, I'm having technical difficulties. God, I've got you up. What is going on?
Hello.
That's JG, I think. I could be wrong.
It's JG.
You look like a beach bum. Stop doing lives. Get back to the beach. God is out.
Did he call you a beach bum?
You know, here, I'm kind of torn. I feel like I need to reset.
Yeah, you're frozen again, Jack. Your camera froze. Now you're back.
My
buffering.
apologies for the difficulties. I'm going to actually reset. I will be right back.
Peace and Jack. Peace and Jack. Good evening, everybody. Good day. Good day. Good morrow. Good morrow, Jack.
Hello, Imperious.
Jack, I just have something to say to you, Jack. Just in
Hello.
all, you know, guys, we got to listen to the Jack, all right? All I have to say is this. Look, there's got to be a higher love, all right? Down in our hearts or written in the stars above. Without it,
are you high?
Life is wasted time.
Are you high?
No, sir. I don't. I'm high on Jack's love. I'm high on love, sir. Every time I watch this effing show, I just feel like, honestly, like Jack gets me through my darkest hours. I felt the thunder clapping, felt the desert burning, but Jack poured on me like a sweet sun shower. That's all I have to say, Jack. Your love is like, it's an incredible gift to the world, Jack.
You are too. Thank you. I appreciate what you bring as well. Vital Vicar, welcome back to you as well. How are you today?
God bless. I am absolutely fantastic today, Jack. How are you?
I love that. I love that answer because
Jack, I love this panel. I love this effing panel, and I love everyone on it, Jack. It's a great effing day, Jack. It's a Saturday. It's sunny. We got the Talcott here. Jack, I'm going to get off here and down another freaking beer. I'll be back, Jack.
Happy Saturn's Day. Cheers.
Thank you. Holy cows.
I'm
Hey,
sober today. I haven't had a drink at all day.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been about a little over 10 years.
I woke up this morning. I almost had a beer. I didn't have one.
Hey, if with just this phrase, without a lot of foundation or context, remembering forgotten love, what might come up for you? Anyone? Remembering forgotten.
Oh,
Yep.
remembering forgotten love. Oh, the title. Oh man, that's a tough question. I'll let someone else go. I don't have an
You know, what
answer.
comes to mind for me is like, it's kind of like you're stalking your ex through an alleyway at 1 o'clock in the morning, and then you get real close to her, and she remembers that forgotten love. You know what I mean? You just is that not what we're talking about?
That sounds like an old MTV video or something for a music video.
It could qualify though. The stalking X and
man.
the discovery. Well,
It's a Lionel Richie song.
here. Imperious blessings and gratitude to you. Thank you for the contributions. Praise God indeed. Stella Artois, I think I've had those. Thank you, Imperious. Remembering forgotten love. Even when I started preparing for this, I hadn't really considered it as much as it seems obvious now. Maybe the greatest love that we forget is a love of ourselves, right? Because we're told to sacrifice ourselves and to give so others.
Some forget the love of life. They lose the love for life, and they forget, and they're just existing. They're not loving the moment.
I did.
Yeah. Oh man, you did?
Oh yeah. I spent a long time in an autonomous sleep. Is all I could describe it as, mechanically, without the childlike wonder for everything.
Hey, in the pause, let me jump in here. Thank you. Andy, sincerely, your continuing support and generosity. If you will, please share a link for this. I'll be having a conversation about the origins of Yahwism / Judaism and the correlation between Judaism and Mesopotamian mythology at Objective Ethics YouTube channel at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for those interested. And I actually am. So please make sure and share the link, and maybe we can forward over that way.
That's not my cup of tea, but I want to commend Andy. He's been a wonderful contributor here. I really don't look into that stuff, but Andy, you always support the Jack Talcott show, and I think that's really good of you. I have no idea what your link is about, but I still support what your support of nature in a non-gay way. I'm not calling Andy gay or anything. He's a lover of Jack in a platonic way. I meant to say is probably a better way of phrasing it.
Let's not cause any incentives. I do want to give people fair chances, right, to show themselves. And if we people can show themselves different, then they can become different. And if they can become different, then we get to do better, right?
I'm trying to
So
be very supportive and cordial today. I've been
I'm
on
seeing
my
that.
best behavior. Yeah.
I'm seeing it, and I do appreciate it, Stephen.
And whoever that anonymous person is in the chat, I want to extend my love in a non-gay way to the person that wants to kick me off the channel for $20. You got to do better than that. You got to give 200. Give Jack $200 for 3 days, and then I would accept it. If you sent a $200 donation, then I would willingly leave. I think Jack could use that money, and I think that would be wonderful in a non-gay way.
I would most, what we could do is prove that idea wrong. Let's see if we can brainstorm some ideas together. I mean, truly, in the biggest picture, the micro is the macro. Everything is everything. It's all just one thing that we are a part of the happening, right?
Oh, that springs. I've always wondered, do you think God is in every cell, every microbe, every amoeba, right down to the smallest and right up to the stars, like and everything in between, obviously? God is in everything concept? I wondered that.
Yes, it is from and within God that we are. Our scientists have, I guess, quantified or estimated some field of space and time, a quantum field of energy. You know, if you really think about it, we're probably just, I am actually pretty convinced, because anything that you are looking at, you have to bring the consciousness and the level of mind into the game. And I'm pretty convinced that all intelligence exists through God, right? And through intelligence, there becomes light and dark. Intelligent energy creates the light from the dark, perhaps. Who knows?
God's will, he said, let there be light. And God is the word.
We are.
The frequency,
Yes.
right, of words, where the frequencies in light, and light is a frequency. So if God is in this iced coffee in a non-way, I'm drinking God. I just had an iced coffee with whiskey. So, sorry, without God, it wouldn't exist, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Right. And that's actually something to consider. If God is everything, what does that make me?
Part of it makes you a fool of God, like a piece, fragment of God. It's like we're all fragments of God in a fractal.
If I may, I think I take it further in the sense that to look for God in things is part of the illusion. God is that which is.
God is
that which is the truth. And I don't mean truth or a truth or that which is true. I mean the truth, singular.
Truth.
The truth. The truth.
And the truth is beyond the things.
Yes.
You could even say God is full stop. Like you don't even have to say God is everything.
Right.
God is, right?
Yes.
And
that is, yes.
And when somebody asked God what his name was, he said, I am, in all capitals, I guess. I am. He didn't have to say, I am this, that, just I am.
Beautiful.
It's just all encompassing.
And that's the message that the saints were trying to share, right? Many of them, at least.
My mom named me after a saint, Jack. Saint Stephen, the first saint, and a king. King Stephen of England. But also the first saint, the proto-martyr, is Saint Stephen, the very first saint. So you're right. My namesake is Saint Stephen, and I do feel like a saint because I am persecuted a lot in this realm.
Right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
what?
You got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
hey, this is just from my experience. Maybe
hurtful. Oh, man.
Maybe you're flawless elsewhere, but
Jack,
Well, we're all on this path
Uh,
of
I'm
development.
disappointed now.
Well, don't be disappointed in
Well,
yourself.
I came here
Do
for
better.
fellowship, brother. I'm here not to be insulted. I do move like a
Oh,
saint.
right,
I
right.
was named after a saint.
I understand, Stephen, but here, again, this is something I've learned, and it's the reality.
Saint Stephen, the very first saint. So you're right. My namesake is Saint Stephen, and I do feel like a saint because I am
That
persecuted a lot
wasn't
in this realm.
right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
What?
you got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
Well, hey, this is just from my experience.
that's
Maybe
hurtful. Oh
maybe
man,
you're flawless elsewhere, but
Jack.
well,
Saint Stephen, the very first saint. Saint Stephen, the very first saint. So you're right. My namesake is Saint Stephen, and I do feel like a saint because I am
that
persecuted a lot
wasn't
in this realm.
right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
What?
you got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
Well, hey, this is just from my experience.
that's
Maybe
hurtful. Oh
maybe
man,
you're flawless elsewhere, but
Jack,
well, we're all on this path
I'm
of development.
disappointed now.
Well, don't be disappointed in
Well, I
yourself.
came here
Do
for
better.
fellowship, brother. I'm here not to be insulted. I do move like a
Oh,
saint.
right,
I
right.
was named after a saint.
I understand, Stephen, but here, again, this is something I've learned, and it's the reality. Do you want approval or peace? See,
Peace.
because when we
I'll
find
choose
peace with truth, amazing things can happen.
peace
But
with truth. That's what I'll choose. I'll take the hits if I have to.
thank you, because authentically, I've got mixed feelings on you. I've told you this, Stephen.
I know
Amazing things can happen.
peace with
But
truth. That's what I'll choose. I'll take the hits if I have to.
thank you, because authentically, I've got mixed feelings on you. I've told you this, Stephen.
I know you have, and and yet I still come and I keep reaching out and I keep trying. I'm
And
here all the time being supportive.
somewhat, and I actually do have faith. I have faith that you can prove others wrong, right?
I can.
believe that you can.
Yes,
We
I
can. You and I can probably get along as long as we don't pretend and we just stay
Well, we're all
authentic.
one, Jack. We're all part of God. We're all pieces of God. God is in all of us. Even in some of these
Well,
assholes in the chat that are yappy and
here,
rude, God
here,
is in
let's
all of us.
and think that through. I mean, I was meditating on some of these ideas a while back, and it made sense to me. It is not my choice I live, it's through the will of God. I lived through the things that I didn't want to live through, right?
Well, a lot of
And
Jack, you feel like a lot of people have judged you without knowing you, and I can relate to that. I can relate to that. That has
do
happened
you
with
make
me on the internet.
it easy or difficult to
Don't
know you
victim
though?
blame, Jack. They judge me without knowing me. I'm the victim here.
Well,
But,
there's no
but I'm
reason
not
to claim a victim status when you can
all
be
right.
the hero in your journey,
I'm the
right?
hero then. I'm not the victim. It's okay. Either way,
And
I'm cool
well,
with it.
Stephen, you
Yeah.
probably might want to look at what I had to look at. What our ego does without realizing it will make it difficult for people to want to be around us. Our
I don't think I have much of
irritability,
an ego. I've dropped the
I know.
ego. I'm
No, you've
very
got a character. You've got a character you play, and that is your ego. I'm referring to whatever
Jack, I'm
character.
one of the most peaceful, loving men you'll ever meet. I really am.
Well, no, you
I am.
pretend to be that way. You're put on a
How do you know the real
performance,
me?
dude.
How do you know
I
the real me? How do you
well,
assume that I'm putting on a performance?
Stephen, I am going by my direct experience with you and what I have witnessed of you.
You tell me,
Nothing
said
more.
Stephen makes such great points. Jack, you got to drop the bias. Let the people that
I'll drop the bias. Stephen, we tried. If you're not willing to consider feedback, you want to get defensive, well, you got some insecurities you got to work on, man. And you're not as you say. I'm getting better. No, you've got a character. You've got a character you play, and that is through the things that I didn't want to live through, right?
Well, Jack, you feel like a lot of people have judged you without knowing you, and I can relate to that. I can relate to that. That has happened with me on the internet.
Do you make it easy or difficult to
Don't
know
victim
you know?
blame, Jack. They judge me without knowing me. I'm the victim here.
Well, there's no
But I'm
reason
not-
to claim. There's no reason to claim a victim status when you can be
All right.
the hero in your journey.
I'm the
right?
hero then. I'm not the victim. It's okay. Either way,
And
I'm cool
well,
with it.
Stephen, you probably might want to look at what I had to look at. What our ego does without realizing it will make it difficult for people to want to be around us. Our
I don't think I have much of an
irritability or-
ego. I've dropped the
I know.
ego.
No,
very-
you've got a character. You've got a character you play, and that is your ego. I'm referring to whatever
Jack,
character.
I'm one of the most peaceful, loving men you'll ever meet. I really am.
Well, no, you
I am.
pretend to be that way. You're put on a
How do you know
performance.
they'll ever meet? I really am.
Well, no, our ego does without realizing it will make it difficult for people to want to be around us. Our
I don't think I have much of an
irritability or-
ego. I've dropped the
I know.
ego.
No,
very-
you've got a character. You've got a character you play, and that is your ego. I'm referring to whatever
Jack,
character.
I'm one of the most peaceful, loving men you'll ever meet. I really
well,
am.
no, you
I am.
pretend to be that way. You're put on a
How do you
performance.
know the real me?
dude.
How do you know
I-
the real me? How do you
Well,
assume that I'm putting on a performance?
Stephen, I am going by my direct experience with you and what I have witnessed of you.
You tell me,
Nothing
said
more.
Stephen makes such great points. Jack, you got to drop the bias. Let the people that
I'll drop the bias. Stephen, we tried. If you're not willing to consider feedback, you want to get defensive, well, you got some insecurities you got to work on, man. And you're not as you say. I'm getting better. I'm getting better with some of these wild characters. Actually, along these lines, something I was doing earlier, I was meditating on compassion. And I encourage anyone and everyone out there who's willing to just spend a few moments in silence, thinking about, contemplating, wondering about compassion and mercy with yourself and with the world you found yourself in. Because if you can find compassion and mercy for yourself, boom, forgiveness is the only answer, right? It's obvious when you're compassionate and merciful, which love is and which God is, right? I didn't believe that for a long time, and I still don't know if I can prove it. But I have faith and I trust that as it was written in the scripture, right, the true loving words and what Jesus spoke, I truly believe the God of creation and life, it's the only thing that makes sense. It wants mercy and compassion. It allows the guilty to harm the innocent, though. I mean, that's what we do to ourselves. Did that a lot. I didn't realize I was harming the innocent version of me by choosing to make excuses for my drinking, make excuses for my diet, for everything, man. That's one thing. You got a creative mind, you can come up with a lot of excuses. And I found plenty. I don't know. Hey guys, please let me step back and welcome you. Any thoughts, updates, things on your heart or mind?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions for you, actually, Jack.
Please.
Well, the first isn't really a question, it's more of a reflection, and I'm interested in your thoughts. Since I've been coming on panel shows, I've noticed, I'm going to say, two major forms of projection. And I only notice this because I have it in me. The first is the projection of the guru, where I think somebody has found something, and I project onto them some understanding that they have that I'm missing, and then I chase them for it. The other is shill, for want of a better word, where I know they know nothing, or they have some sort of inside scoop that is some sort of con or is as an untruth. And then I'll use that to distance myself from them with great ease. And I find very rarely do I project myself onto another, so that I can actually reflect, there's an individual trying to make sense of the world, trying to tell me some insight, trying to be an individual. And that's almost the hardest thing to project onto somebody. And I see it a lot in the chat. And since I've experienced it the other way around, it's suddenly become very, very visceral, very immediate. And yeah, I just wonder what your thoughts on it and how it plays into what you're trying to do here, and the whole idea of finding love again in yourself, of not needing to project all these things outwards because you see them for what they are at some point. I don't know.
I love that question and the observation, because it's something I don't know if I'd put the words together on it, but I get what you're saying. And as far as myself, people are going to say what they're going to say. My hope and my goal truly is not to be a guru. That's not what I want. And I'm not trying to mislead anyone. I'm truly, I'm hoping to be relatable, honestly. You know, that I'm someone people can relate to and understand, and because what works with me, I hope it'll help others. But it seems to, because here we are, right? All of us. Vital Vicar, you haven't said much. You're welcome to join in anytime you want.
I'm just popping in and out.
Respect. Thank you. That's right. You listen in the background, you mentioned, if I remember right. The little bit I've witnessed and caught, it sounds like all three of us here. We're examples of men alive today who are trying to find our way honestly, authentically, and done some work on ourselves. I'm making assumptions, but based on the quality I see, the awareness and understanding, seems to me what this world is for. It's to create challenges for us that are unique for each of us. Of you.
You tell me,
Nothing
said
more.
Stephen makes such great points. Jack, you got to drop the bias. Let the people that
I'll drop the bias. Stephen, we
drop the
I know.
ego.
Oh, no.
I'm the victim here.
Well, I have faith that you can prove others wrong, right?
I can.
believe that you can.
Yes.
We can. You and I can probably get along as long as we don't pretend and we just stay. We don't pretend and we just stay
Well,
authentic.
we're all one, Jack. We're all part of God. We're all pieces of God. God is in all of us. Even in some of these assholes in the chat that are yappy and rude, God is in all of us.
And think that through. I mean, I was meditating on some of these ideas a while back, and it made sense to me. It is not my choice I live. It's through the will of God. I lived through the things that I didn't want to live through, right?
Well, a lot
And
Jack, you feel like a lot of people have judged you without knowing you, and I can relate to that. I can relate to that. That has
do
happened
you
with
make
me on the internet.
do you make it easy or difficult to
Don't
know you
victim
don't?
blame, Jack. They judge me without knowing me. I'm the victim here.
Well, there's no
But I'm
reason
not.
to claim there's no reason to claim a victim status when you can
All
be
right.
the hero in your journey,
I'm the
right?
hero then. I'm not the victim. It's okay. Either way,
And
I'm cool
well,
with it.
Stephen, you
Yeah.
probably might want to look at what I had to look at.
Anything I say, he's going to argue and disagree with. Most others he'll agree with and treat them entirely differently. The way he treats me is completely different from the way he treats others on his panel. That's over the heads of most in this realm, not just in his chat room. Most people can't see it. And I think that indicates there's a problem. So I share a lot of this to hold up a mirror to them, to reveal what they are, but I also use it to filter people out of my channel. Because a lot of people in this realm are demonic. They agree with demons. They're aligned with demons, not just morally or immorally, but with their mind, their spirit, their frequency. Most of you are. Most of you support demons, whether it's Talcott or others. You're on Team Evil, most of you. And you show it in this realm. Most of you in this realm hardly ever support a being that's speaking the truth. Hardly ever does that happen. That's one of the rarest things in this realm, is for people to support a being that's speaking actual fucking truth. Most of you support demons every day.
What our ego does without realizing it will make it difficult for people to want to be around us. Our
I don't think
irritability.
I don't think I have much of an ego. I've dropped the
I know.
ego.
No,
very-
you've got a character. You've got a character you play, and that is your ego. I'm referring to whatever
Jack,
character.
I'm one of the most peaceful, loving men you'll ever meet. I really
Well,
am.
no, you
I am.
pretend to be that way. You're put on a
How do
performance.
you know the real me?
dude.
How do you know
I-
the real me? How do you
Well,
assume that I'm putting on a performance?
Stephen, I am going by my direct experience with you and what I have witnessed of you.
You tell me,
Nothing
said
more.
Stephen makes such great points. Jack, you got to drop the bias. Let the people that
I'll drop the bias. Stephen, we tried. If you're not willing to consider feedback, you want to get defensive, well, you got some insecurities you got to work on, man. And you're not as you say. I'm getting better. I'm getting better with some of these wild characters. Actually, along these lines, something I was doing earlier, I was meditating on compassion. And I encourage anyone and everyone out there who's willing to just spend a few moments in silence, thinking about, contemplating, wondering about compassion and mercy with yourself and with the world you found yourself in. Because if you can find compassion and mercy for yourself, boom, forgiveness is the only answer, right? It's obvious when you're compassionate and merciful, which love is and which God is, right? I didn't believe that for a long time, and I still don't know if I can prove it. But I have faith and I trust that as it was written in the scripture, right, the true loving words and what Jesus spoke, I truly believe the God of creation and life, it's the only thing that makes sense. It wants mercy and compassion. It allows the guilty to harm the innocent, though. I mean, that's what we do to ourselves. Did that a lot. I didn't realize I was harming the innocent version of me by choosing to make excuses for my drinking, make excuses for make excuses for my diet, for everything, man. That's one thing. You got a creative mind, you can come up with a lot of excuses. And I found plenty. I don't know. Hey guys, please let me step back and welcome you. Any thoughts, updates, things on your heart or mind?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions for you actually, Jack.
Please.
Well, the first isn't really a question, it's more of a reflection, and I'm interested in your thoughts. Since I've been coming on panel shows, I've noticed, I'm going to say, two major forms of projection. And I only notice this because I have it in me. The first is the projection of the guru, where I think somebody has found something, and I project onto them some understanding that they have that
Beautiful souls, many spirits visited my beautiful souls, many spirits visited my beautiful souls, many spirits visited my room as soon as today's reading opened up. Now, it was another unknown name for me, but it was certainly a name that is frequent in the comment section. Darius J. Wright. You might notice during today's reading the slow pace, the long pauses, a laid back kind of feeling that just allows you to sit and soak as if you were steeping tea leaves. The atmosphere was like watching a sunset. It was profound. There was a level of depth here, a level of depth that served and offered much value. So for those of you who suggested him, thank you. And if you follow and you know more a bit about this person, share with me in the comment section if today's reading matches up. I'll see you in there. You asked for Darius J. Wright. Let's go. Okay, so just coming in now, just coming in now. It's a very peaceful field. That is a fulfilled. That is a very peaceful field. And let's just see, because there's an almighty strength coming from the center of this person. And this strength, it's rooted. And what that means is that That is a type of strength that you can rely on. That is a type of strength you can rely on. There's an incarnation here. There's actually been multiple of monastery. And that is where this piercing silence comes from. And there has been many lifetimes in incarnations where this person has been very aware of oneself, very aware of oneself. So as he appears here, not only is the vibrational standpoint clear and held firm, and the waves as they oscillate, yes, it's completely balanced. It's completely balanced. The center that's built up within this person very interesting, very interesting. It's part of creation, it's part of creation. And you might think, well, we're all part of creation. No. His is a little bit different. His is a little bit different. Because he's come in as that avatar. He's come in as the creation avatar. And I know that that might be putting quite a weight on someone to say that they are the avatar of creation. But that's exactly what his field communicates. If you've attended his talks, his events, if you've been near him, it would be interesting, beautiful souls, to share your experience in the comments section, because what I would imagine from just touching a small fraction of his field is that I could imagine that you would become in a meditative state. I could imagine that you would immediately, your own energy, if it's been stressed, worried, chaotic, full of life's ups and downs, just being around this person and his field, it would put yours in a state, here we go, to come back into the center, as if you were just being born anew again. And that is an image of the womb, which tells me that if you're around this person, their field would make you feel very safe, but there's a holiness to it. That holiness, that clear channeliness, that clear channel there comes from lifetimes upon lifetimes of where he's been and who he's been. It's the collection of the soul experience that has been put into realities, certain dimensions even, as a certain vibration expressing itself. I'm going to go to the next clip. Let's just see what we've got. He's having an inward experience, completely internal. And that is where this person is operating from. And if you see most of us in our daily lives, we're operating from the external, from the moment we wake up and where our minds and our thoughts drift off to and where we put our energy. It's all external. Whether we decide to spend a few hours on the screens, on our phones, in communication with someone, all of our interactions and exchanges, for many, outwardly focused. We put the energy out. This person is actually coming in. This person is coming in. So not only is his past lives assisted in that very unique field, him here now is still an incarnation of those, and he's continuing to bring his field inward. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Many masters, many guides. He has many masters, many guides. And he has been many masters and many guides. I'm going to see if there's a final message here. It's strength. The final message is to do with strength. Strength and unity. And as you are able, I'm going to just pause him. And if you are able to allow more of your energy and the time that you use to turn inward, whether you decide to pick up certain practices that help you to come in, or maybe you start a form of expression that allows certain energies within you to open up, to activate. And then for you, as you go through those expressions, that itself is an internal journey. One of the subtle shifts that happens when someone makes a decision to do that is that the vibrational standpoint in someone's field, and you may have noticed in today's reading that the pace, the rhythm and the tone is quite different, and that's because I'm following his vibrational field and the waves and how they move. It's his. The more you are able to do that, the subtle shift that takes place is the calming of one's field. The field gets a chance to breathe. His has gone quite far in terms of not only does his field have space, and that his field has depth. Field, 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 field has depth and can breathe. And not only is there much wisdom here, but it's whole. There's a wholesome taking place, and that has already taken place, and it's unifying. When that starts happening, it has a knock-on effect on all the main spheres. It has an effect on those around us. Not necessarily where the individual has to do anything, but just to come into contact, to be around is enough. It can start to shape you, rewire any limitations, strong beliefs, any frameworks that you may have housed yourself in, any walls that you may have put up. This person can do this quite effortlessly, and just having him being around you, just having his presence. Yes, there's a gentleness, but there's certainly a roar, and that roar is beautiful because of how that energy has come into the central points. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful souls, another one of the most recently requested readings that I see in the comment section, the name Darius J. Wright. I hope you enjoyed today's reading, beautiful souls. Beautiful souls, this is the only reading. Beautiful souls, this is the only creation itself, here to birth a new humanity. Let's go. Okay, there we go. It's already started coming through very quickly, very quickly. So we have here.
She's a channeler, not a weirdo. She's not a weirdo. She's a channeler.
Creation itself, here to birth a new humanity.
All right, people, tell me, in what world is this acceptable? This is the reason why people all over the Western world have had enough and they are reacting. And instead of listening to them, our politicians, our establishment, no matter where you are, except for America, they double down on their failures. They gaslight the natives. Look at this. This video is from Montreal, Canada. So it's in French. You got subtitles, where a Muslim migrant is berating a police officer, a female police officer of all people. How did that happen? How did we get here? Now, let me warn you, the language is extremely provocative, abusive, and I don't know how this is allowed. I don't know why she didn't call for backup and planted his face on the road. Have a look at this.
Ouais, tu m'as dit pourquoi? Sale pute de merde, tu m'as entendu tout le long là-bas, sale pute. Et quand tu sortis, t'es venu m'arrêter. Non, je suis là, puis j'attends. Ferme ta gueule, sale pute, tu m'attendais là-bas tout le long. Dès que je suis sorti, tu m'as arrêté, petite pute, avec ta tête de chienne de merde. Sale chienne, ferme ta gueule, sale pute.
Already, he has abused her. He's called her a bitch numerous times. He's aggressive towards her. And now he's going to accuse her of racism. And she would immediately go into a defensive mode. Why? Why do white people fear this word so much? Why? I know it's changing. I know a lot of people don't care about the accusations of racism anymore because this word doesn't mean anything. But look at her. I mean, I know Canada's different, of course, but I'm sorry, my knowledge of Canada is a little bit different. It's not as much as that of America. But I grew up watching, what was the show? Wildest Police Videos or something like that. I grew up I thought American police are completely opposite to that, but I think the George Floyd incident changed that. But why is she tolerating this abuse?
Ferme ta gueule, vérifie ton fucking bail. Pourquoi tu me dis ça, même? Tu m'as fait du profilage racial, tu m'as attendu tout le long au fucking parking. Ferme ta gueule, sale pute. Tu m'as vu sortir et tu m'as vu rentrer dans la voiture, sale chienne de merde. Non, sale pute, ferme ta fucking gueule. Tu veux mes affaires? J'ai eu un fucking bail il y a 2 jours. Est-ce que tu peux juste monter ta vie, ton petit pochette là? Ah, bah chienne, là, sale pute. Fucking bande de fils de pute de merde, là. Casse les couilles, sale chienne. C'est de ma faute, tu fais 20 $ de l'heure? Est-ce que c'est de ma faute, tu fais 20 $ de l'heure? Est-ce que c'est de ma faute si je suis plus riche que toi? Est-ce que c'est de ma faute si je veux, je t'achète là et je te mets en esclavage? T'es mon esclave. Genre, si je veux, t'es mon esclave. Sale chienne de...
I don't know, what is she doing? What is that? What is she doing?
T'es mon esclave. Genre, si je veux, t'es mon esclave. Sale chienne de...
Look at this. He's saying that I'll make you my slave. See, his Islamist fantasy of making non-Muslim women their sex slaves. Muhammad did it. ISIS did it. The Taliban have said that's perfectly legal. That's the mindset that they have flooded Western countries with.
Est-ce que c'est de ma faute si je suis plus riche que toi? Est-ce que c'est de ma faute si je veux, je t'achète là et je te mets en esclavage?
I'll buy you.
T'es mon esclave. Genre, si je veux, t'es mon esclave. Sale chienne de merde. Mais sale pute, j'ai eu un ticket pour ça il y a 2 jours. Est-ce que je peux avoir ton permis de conduire sans numéro? Mais j'ai eu un ticket.
Okay, I think she's checking the legality of his tinted windows.
Ça il y a 2 jours, tu m'as redonné un autre ticket?
C'était pas moi qui te l'ai donné il y a 2 jours.
Sale pute, sale pute. Tu m'as attendu tout ce temps-là, je suis sorti, j'ai mangé ma poutine, je suis revenu, j'étais en train de manger ma poutine, tu m'as attendu sortir.
He was eating Putin. What is that?
Et là, tu m'as suivi, petit chiton, juste appelé avocat Villeneuve. C'est quoi ton matricule aussi?
Mon matricule?
Ouais.
8922.
Et ton nom?
Schmidt.
T'es laide, sale pute de merde. Tu vas voir ce que je vais faire avec avocat Villeneuve.
You know the worst part of this? The worst part is he actually filmed it, posted it, thinking that he owns this. He's the winner in this. Who is this clown? Look at him. That's him. His name is Mohammed Bikali. Why? Why do we tolerate this? Okay, that's not it. You thought the grooming gang scandal in the UK was an anomaly, as the lefties and the Islamists and Muslim apologists would have you believe? Have a look at this. It's happening everywhere. Someone made a very good point. It's happening in Germany. It's happening in France. It's happening in Austria. It's happening in Belgium, all by their respective Muslim populations. Have a look at this. This is Germany. This is Alice Weidel, who's the leader of the AfD. And I think her party has become the biggest political party in the polls. I mean, if the general election was held today, then the AfD will win. I don't know if they would be able to form a government because they would still need to form some sort of an alliance with other mainstream political parties. And we have seen how they refuse to do that. That's how they sabotaged Geert Wilders in the Netherlands. Listen to this. If you thought that the grooming gang scandal in the UK was an anomaly, it was just an accident, watch this.
Am Hauptbahnhof von Nürnberg. Am Hauptbahnhof von Nürnberg, der Heimat des CSU-Vorsitzenden Markus Söder, machen Migrantenbanden minderjährige deutsche Mädchen mit Drogen gefügig.
Same playbook. Approach young, vulnerable girls, ply them with alcohol and drugs, get them dependent on those substances, and then you can do whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Sie als Sexsklaven zu missbrauchen. Ich frage Sie, wie viele Nürnbergs gibt es in Deutschland? Und was haben Sie alle, ja alle hier aus unserem Land durch Massenmigration, durch Verrohung und dem Sittenverfall nur aus unserem Land gemacht?
As I say, guys, Westerners are not angry enough. They need to be a lot more angry than what we see. Look at this. It's happening in Vienna as well, Austria. Listen to this.
Sie machen Jagd auf Jugendliche in reichen Bezirken. Wer sich wehrt, wird zusammengeschlagen. Eine kriminelle Jugendbande hat im März und April Jugendliche überfallen, speziell vor Schulen und Bahnhöfen in den Wiener Bezirken Döbling und Penzing. Sie wollen Bargeld, Kleidung oder Handys. Wer das nicht hergibt, wird verprügelt. Jetzt hat die Polizei 14 Verdächtige ausgeforscht und 7 von ihnen festgenommen. Einige kannte die Polizei schon, sie hatten Vorstrafen.
They've identified 14 people and 7 of them have been arrested. Guess what's going to happen to them at the hand of our woke justice system? They'll be out. They'll be, I don't know how old this video is. Let's say it happened last week. They would already be out because of this concept called equity. You know what that means? That means equity is inherently a two-tier system. This means that migrants with their own set of backgrounds, their own challenges, they should not be subjected to the laws that were made.
Third world immigrants, they're tribal, many of these third world immigrants, they're tribal, they're disrespectful. Why do they expect Europeans to conform? Don't you think that immigrants have a duty to assimilate? You're from Japan. The Japanese have a respectful culture. When you go to Japan, you follow the laws of Japan. So why can't immigrants assimilate in Europe? Why do they expect Europeans to conform? When they go to Japan, they have to follow the rules.
That's an interesting point. There is an ancient proverb in Japan saying that, like, if you're going to a country, then you follow the rules of the country. And in a way, because I've lived abroad as a Japanese person, I've done a lot of that myself. I've assimilated myself to the culture. But at the same time, like, I also just as much feel like the comfort of being in your own culture, even when you're outside of your home. And I could not possibly, like, deny someone the comfort of being, like,
So
indulging
brilliant.
in their culture
Exactly.
outside of their home country. And so I think it's like a mix, right? Like, you don't want to do something that you don't want the others to do. You don't want other people to, like, invade on your culture so much, and so you also should be mindful about doing that to other people's culture. I think it's kind of having the humility to be able to bend yourself in the hope that others will do the same
And
for
that's
you.
why I love the Japanese. The Japanese are pro-social, intelligent, and innovative. I love immigrants from East Asia, especially Japan and Singapore. They're good people. Why do some immigrants find it so difficult to be respectful? Japanese Americans are richer than average. The Japanese in Europe are also wealthy. They're pro-social. Why can't other people be like the Japanese? The Japanese, when they migrate, they preserve their culture, but they don't go online and say, there's so many white people in Finland, we don't like them. They're respectful. Why can't other immigrants be like you?
I think it's because we've always been a bit of the minority. I think it's very difficult to find Japanese people abroad, but for other cultures, even within East Asia, some countries have a greater number of immigrants abroad, right? And so when you have, it's like a solidity and confidence in numbers almost. Whenever you have a group of people that are like you, where you can express yourself as you would at home in a foreign place, then you kind of have the incentive to do so.
But Japanese in Latin America and the Caribbean, they have done well for themselves. There was a prime minister of Japanese descent in a non-Western country. So even if the Japanese settle in a place in relatively large numbers, they are still respectful. Is it because Japan is an intelligent country? The level of intelligence in Japan is quite high.
I wouldn't say that. I think, you know, I do have a lot of pride for my country, but
And you're smart. The Japanese, they have a high IQ.
Well, I think it's more to do with, like, the fact that at home we preserve our own culture, but maybe because we are so deeply rooted in our culture, because we don't separate from it too much at home, we are okay to assimilate to the cultures outside us that we've, like,
Black African countries can't build successful economies. Sub-Saharan Africa is often referred. Black African countries can't build successful economies. Sub-Saharan Africa is often referred to as the poverty capital of the world, holding the distinction of being home to 8 of the world's top 10 poorest countries. The continent produces or manufactures little of significance and faces significant challenges in education, weak and corrupt institutions, research and development, infrastructure, and governance. The nearly 50 countries in sub-Saharan Africa exhibit similar deficiencies across these critical areas. When Africa is mentioned globally, poverty typically comes to mind. Many Africans seek to immigrate to Europe, North America, and other regions rather than stay in Africa itself. This brings us to the crux of this video. Africans do not know the mathematics on how to build prosperous economies. I posit that Black Africans can't build successful economies. When you lack an understanding of economic principles, this will likely hinder your ability to implement effective economic policies that could transform your country into a thriving economy. Africans lack the skills needed to transform it into a financial superpower. What is an economy? An economy is a system composed of individuals, businesses, and governments within a region that produces and sells goods and services. It reflects how a nation creates, distributes, and consumes goods and services, as well as its overall financial health and activity. For a country to have a thriving economy, it must have a government that ensures transparency and protects its citizens. An effective government does not own, produce, or sell goods. Instead, it must create a conducive environment for both businesses and individuals. This includes providing solid infrastructure and enacting enforceable policies that would enable these entities to flourish without fear. For instance, Nigeria's primary food source is rice, which thrives in its tropical climate. Yet, it can't farm enough to feed its poverty-ridden people. Instead, it imports rice. Why is that? There is no incentive to become a rice farmer. Nigeria instead incentivizes criminality than it does productivity. Establishing a business in Nigeria is notoriously difficult, plagued by hurdles, bureaucratic red tape, rampant corruption, and systemic bribery. The government has neglected infrastructure and security, crafting laws that primarily protect politicians and elites while ignoring the broader interest of the population. In Nigeria, almost every transaction involves kickbacks and under-the-table deals, creating a perilous economic environment. This situation directly contributes to the country's poverty. The Nigerian government should prioritize infrastructure, security, education, and transparency in its policies. With over 150 million mobile phone users in Nigeria, every charging cable they need to charge those phones is imported from countries like China, India, Vietnam, and others. Why can't Nigeria produce these cables locally? The government should create incentives to encourage local production of essential goods while facilitating trade within the country and its neighbors. Another significant product in Nigeria is flour. Why can't Nigeria produce enough flour? When a country lacks the basic ability to produce essential goods like rice, flours, cables, and toothpicks, such a country is bound to be sentenced to a life of poverty.
Okay, so this is what happened in Sweden.
Last year in Sweden, a 16-year-old girl was on her way home from work when she was raped. However, the criminal, a recognized refugee, was not expelled because the crime was not considered serious enough to meet the high threshold set by the Refugee Convention. Her case has touched many deeply, and the fact that criminals are not deported is a betrayal of all victims of crime. As Sweden's Minister for Migration, as a father of 2 daughters, I cannot defend the systems that puts the rights of criminals before the rights of victims and law-abiding migrants.
So they didn't deport a literal rape. And so this girl, oh no, not again.
The image people have of Sweden as a progressive country guided by solidarity and humanitarian values is long outdated.
Thank God.
And we urgently need to talk about some of the things happening here and put all the pressure we can. In Sweden, people who came here as children are now increasingly being deported without their families to countries they have no connection to and that are very much not safe for them to be in.
I think the solution is that we should deport them with the family. I think this is a good point she brings up. I think logically the thing to do would be to send the family with them.
And these young people did not do anything wrong.
I wonder if the girls that got did anything wrong. That's the question.
And this is in light of Sweden becoming increasingly hostile and racist like so many other parts of the world. And the Swedish government is now even negotiating with the Taliban to facilitate deportations.
Great. So they'll take them? Awesome. Yeah. Okay.
And these inhumane teenage deportations have evoked lots of anger in Sweden. And
as opposed to the humane rapes.
The right to seek asylum is a basic human right and cannot be compromised.
Of course you can. You just get rid of it. What do you mean? You can easily just turn it off. Who decided that it can't be compromised?
This is a direct result of stricter migration policies and a hostile discourse, and migrants have long fought against and warned about the development where we have normalized pure dehumanization. You cannot pick and choose which human rights to respect and follow.
Of course you can. What do you mean? Why? Like, this is the thing, is that these people have all these imaginary rules. There's no rules that say that you have to do anything. Why can't you just decide, well, we're not going to do this time?
We cannot stay silent in times
you can't
of
push
injustice.
The button. And by the way, I remember I got criticism for even watching this clip. Watch this.
The police leave, and as we prepare to go, young men masking their faces arrive and attack.
Go! Mate! Go! Don't you touch me!
We're trying to help you. We want to make you guys look good.
You don't need to hurt us. There's no need to be unkind. Hey.
There's no need to be unkind. These people are just, they're so naive.
The gang's attention turns when a local intervenes and drives his mobility scooter into the most violent attack.
This is the thing. You literally have a disabled old man who's the only one who's willing to actually put these people in their place at all. Just some random old man in a mobility scooter pushes them back. That's so sad. Like, if they're not citizens, what the fuck are they doing there? Because human rights? Well, what about people's right to be able to go in their country and not get attacked? There you go. I mean, again, I wish that you could take these people and make them live with those migrants and then say, you can't call the police. That's my perfect world, okay?
Is this a hell realm? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Is all the evidence wrong? Is all the evidence wrong?
This is an unimaginable loss.
5 children are dead after a crash north of Kitchener in Mapleton Township.
4 girls and 1 boy, ranging in age from 4 to 12 years old.
Ontario Provincial Police say the children were from the small rural community of Elmira and were all part of the same family. They were traveling in a van with their parents, 2 other adults, and their 15-month-old sibling.
4 adults and 1 infant sustained serious injuries and remain in hospital.
Police were called to this intersection at 4th Line and Wellington Road 12 around 7:30 Friday evening. Behind me, there are still 2 vehicles, a van and an SUV, stuck in the ditch.
The driver of the SUV was also transported with serious injuries and also remains in hospital.
A total of 11 people were involved in the collision. Police say some of the victims were airlifted to out-of-region trauma centers while others were taken to local hospitals. CTV News tried to talk to some neighbors, but they didn't want to appear on camera. The cause is still under investigation.
I just know it's controlled by the stop sign and that two vehicles collided in the intersection. That's all I know at this point.
The intersection reopened after it was shut down for several hours. Anyone with information or video footage of the crash is urged to contact police. Alexandra Hullock, CTV News, Mapleton Township.
So that's normal for people when they see cases of children being killed, a bunch of kids in a van, in a traffic collision, fatal collision, 5 children killed in one crash. That's normal to most of you humans. Everything here is normal to most people. They'll argue to defend HELLooooo, to defend the design, to defend all of it. To most of you, whether you can shake your heads at me, and that's what you're good at, a lot of you on Earth, it's all normal to you. 5 children dead, you just shrug your shoulders. Well, that's normal. Most of you would say, well, that doesn't show that it's a HELLooooo. Nothing shows that it's a HELLooooo to most of you. Most of you are fucked up beyond repair. FUBAR. There's no way to help you. There's no way to show you. I can't see for you. I can't be your eyes for you. I can't be your mind for you. Most of you on Earth can't think, can't see. Even when pieces are fit together for you, you still can't see the puzzle. You just can't do it. Nothing would prove it to you, most of you on Earth, that it's a HELLooooo. No amount of evidence, because it's already mountains of evidence sky high. So to most of you, 5 children dying in a car crash, within minutes of each other, they're all dead. That's normal to most of you. You'll just say, well, it's heartbreaking, a tragedy, and 10 seconds later, you forget about it. That's very human of you. It's what you do. It's what most of you do. You'll never look at it and say, what the fuck is going on here? This is a place of pain and suffering. And look, you just won't look at it that way. Most of you never will. So what you've done is guaranteed yourselves a trip to the recycling bin. Because your lack of care and lack of looking at the truth of how this realm operates virtually guarantees you're going to get recycled again and again and again and again and again. And as angry as some of you idiots are that lashed out at me, I'm the one that's trying to help you avoid that fate, but you're too stupid to realize it. And I would say most of you humans are zombies. You can't think. You can't do it. You can't look at a car crash that kills 5 children and say, wait a second, this isn't normal. 5 little kids were wiped out. How could this be? But it's normal to most of you. Anything goes here. Torture of children is normal to most of you. You don't bat an eyelash at any of this stuff. Most of you just accept this realm as normal. It's all normal to most of you. Everything that goes on in this realm is what I'm saying. To most of you humans, it's all normal to you. And you don't think, you don't question it, you don't say why, you don't say, how can this be called a good place when this happens? You don't do any of that. You don't think, you're not moral beings, you're not philosophical minded beings, you're not analytical minded beings, you're not spiritual beings, you're just zombies. That's what most of you are. And you'll argue to support evil, and you won't call it evil. It's another tactic you use. But everything you do avoids facing the truth of what this realm is. You avoid facing the evidence because you're not honest beings. Most of you in this realm are not honest beings. You will lie for eternity to avoid facing the truth. You would lie for eternity. And one of the secrets is you're going to have to, because you're not getting out of here. You liars can't be trusted with eternity. And I can't trust you to be out of this matrix with me, where all you want to do in this place is cause me harm for speaking the truth. So I can't trust you. So my option is to stop you, which is what I'm going to do. Everything in my power to stop you from leaving here. Most of you on Earth belong here. You defend this place at every turn. You could never determine, any of you, or almost any of you, that's what I meant to say, The difference between good and evil. You can't even do that. Right and wrong. Most of you defend evil and suffering and torture and everything else in this place. You are defenders of evil. You don't stand against evil. And when someone like me comes along, a being like me, you try to gaslight the living fuck out of a being like me for decades. It's what you do. And I know what you've done. I remember it. And I've experienced it. And I won't forget it. And you will be held accountable for your spiritual crimes against me and others that have spoken truth in a hell realm that you want to defend with every fiber of your being. Most of you want to defend this evil fucking place. And you'll say it's normal that 5 kids were killed in an instant almost. All at the same time, same vehicle, dead. To you, to most of you humans, that's normal. Just like everything else that happens in this fucked up evil hell realm of demons. You call it normal. All of it. Millions of babies are aborted every year. You'll call it normal. You'll call everything normal in this place. Because you're demonic.
Beautiful souls, this is the only reading where I have felt to make a part 2, and that's because this field was bursting with information. It wasn't hiding, and it began interacting with me even before I was ready. It was like an eagerness to be read. I didn't have to tiptoe. There was no hesitation. Just a force moving at the speed of creation itself, here to birth a new humanity. Let's go. Okay, there we go. It's already started coming through very quickly. So we have here, angel of birth, 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 and destruction.
Yep, we have another one, ladies and gentlemen. Blacklit descendants, Negridites and Negresses, entitled thinking they can cut in the line, but
Yeah,
I'm not touching your friend.
Everybody is tired of the fatigue. Everybody is.
It's funny how blacks are saying they're tired of it too. Well, it's you. It's your race. We're tired of it. We're tired of the way you speak about white people. We're tired of the way you treat us. We're tired of the way you cheat. You cut in line. You make threats. You're anti-white. We're tired of your behavior. We're tired of how loud you are, how rude, how crass, how violent you are. We're tired of you.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the channel. I'm Ty Smith. You watch my channel, Modern Renaissance Man. I appreciate you for that. Make sure you guys are following me on the platforms you see above in the black strip and the ones down here in the black strip. And clicking the thumbs up button is how my content stays recommended to you. But if you do subscribe, do not forget that when you click the bell notification, that is how you are notified of videos just like this. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have one. Folks are just out and about having a good old time with their families. You know, it's hot outside. It's hot outside. Heat finally came. You want to go out and
Tigers always repeat themselves. It's hot outside. It's hot outside. They out with their kids. With their kids. Is that a globe behind him? Looks like he has a globe on that. I know it's fake. He's got a fake background. That's not actually where he lives. It's another thing they pull. They try to make their environment look good. You don't live there. That's fake. It's a fake background. Tigger.
Want to have a good time at the water park. You in line waiting
with their kids. With their kids.
Waiting, you know what I mean? The sun beaming on your back and on your face and everything like that. You just waiting all this time to go in line to do something that's going to take seconds. But then you have the descendants of blacklets, the Negroites and the Negresses who think they can just cut in line. But the beauty of this is that everybody's going to show that they are tired of that bullcrap. Blacks and whites uniting against the descendants of blacklets, you Negresses and you Negroites.
You're touching it, didn't wait in line either. Stop it. You're touching me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I need help. Oh, dude. You're pushing me. Yeah, because this ain't safe to be. Your friend. Jump in front of that. Okay. So he's just talking to you.
So he has the tarantula hair. What are they doing around water? All of a sudden they're invading the water parks. Well, white people go there. We got to do what the white people do. Us Tigers got to go to water parks now, too. We got to pretend we love the water slides. Where are the water parks in Nigeria and the Congo and Liberia? Well, you don't have any. You don't have any. They have to ruin everything.
The guy right there just pointing at you.
Can't even take your kids to a water park without dealing with them now.
Yeah. You got your man? I didn't touch him.
Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects.
You touched me. It isn't public. This isn't public. Do you know what you're talking about? What third do you have, buddy? He's got this. If he has the other facts, he'll really touch you. And everybody up here knows.
Pushing their way through line. Look at this. They look like beings like just that didn't evolve. Okay, I don't believe in Darwin's evolution, but oh, it's incredible that people tolerate this, and it's all normal to most people. They think, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Why should we tolerate them?
Y'all, I'm not touching your friend.
I was about to say, come on, y'all doing, it's kids right here. Just let them pass. If they have a fast pass, just let them go.
I'm not trying to go to my cousin.
It's not that serious.
It's that serious. Just stand right there.
Yeah, just
jumping in front of these kids. I don't know who my baby is, bro. Like he's the type of authority.
If y'all got a fast pass, just let them go. Yeah, just. I was about to say, just go down and just go up these steps. It's a fast pass line.
We have a whole fast pass. No, you with the blue shirt on. How you want to tell me that this camera never
Look at the hair on this Tigger. Look at the hair on this Tigger.
Yeah, y'all stay right there. Because they all getting in one tube, so I don't see the point of, yeah. It's hot. Hold on, wait. All right, y'all. We ain't about to do all this now.
because they wasn't.
Okay, yeah. Y'all all finna piss me off now. Everybody finna piss me off.
I'm not cutting in front of a bunch of people.
Can you bring the guy? Can you get the get him?
Your hand was just on me.
Okay, let me get assistance. Let me get in front of y'all.
No.
Him. Get him to come. Thank you.
still happening. He's still trying to do it.
Fast pass people, are they allowed to come this way or not?
You have a wristband? Where's the fast pass?
Fast pass people. I don't know who has.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fast pass. Okay, well, then they can't come.
I can't help you.
Okay, yeah, then they can't come this way. Fine. Come on.
Jump in front of a bunch of people. It's ridiculous.
So if you don't have a wristband, no fast pass this way. Gotcha.
Wristband is the not the fast pass. Yes.
Okay, and they need to go that way. Okay, gotcha.
Because we just don't want to get in the conflict.
We good?
Yes, hopefully, we think so.
Sorry, get some stuff right here. Step right here. Step right here so you can get in there.
Yeah, you're try that. You know, okay, buddy. Yes, it's the plural for a group of people over here. What you trying to do there, buddy? No, you.
Ooh, it's hot. Y'all fellas okay? Y'all boys okay? All right.
Yeah.
Woo.
He's smiling about that.
You hot? You hot, Chloe?
I know this.
Absolutely love this. So if any of you try to pull out this bull crap of, oh, look at Ken, who that white guy think he is, trying to block them from going, you see that his sister was the one recording it. She wasn't having it either. She there with her babies. She wasn't having it either. You knew that they knew good and dang on well they was in the wrong. What are you doing? Hey, they got our fast pass. Everybody know that when you get a fast pass, the stuff goes around your wrist. We know that it's going to be most likely now they're making it out of the rubber band like type thing, right? And like she said, no, go, whoever you talking about, tell them to bring it back here to you. Oh, my cousin up there, he got, well, tell your cousin to bring it back here to us then. Tell him to bring it back here. I'm so glad that white guy.
Who wants to go to a water park, a theme park, an amusement park, roller coaster park, whatever, any of these places in the summertime or in the season when they're open? Who wants to be around tiggas? I don't want that. I'm saying point blank, I wouldn't go if I knew, oh, this place is half tiggas. No, I'm not going. Now, maybe if there's 1 out of 100, maybe I tolerate that, but that's way too many. There's no way I would go somewhere like that. It's a Tigga invasion. I don't want to be around that. I don't want to smell that. Those people. I don't want to be around those. I don't want that. I don't want to be around that. I don't want to be waiting in line with that. I don't want that.
I stood his ground. I'm so glad the black sister with the camera and all that. We even had another lady from another ethnicity. They're like, yeah, her right, sister. Yeah, you sister, come on. Your babies, bring your babies on up here. Then the black girl, because that ain't what they told Ontarion to do. They said, he's just sitting there, bro, on God in them, man. On gang in them too. Hey, man, he ain't trying to let me go. This white man ain't trying to let me go. I can't believe he putting his hands on me, man. And as soon as the park
they ruin it for families. They ruin it for men, women, children, for white people in general. And the other people that might be there, Hispanics, Asians, whatever. But I'm focused on my people. They ruin it for white people in our countries. They couldn't build that. They couldn't build a fucking stairs or a walkway. They couldn't build a water slide. They don't have anything like that in their countries. And they come and they ruin it for us, and they use things that they can't even design or build at all. They can't even build a fucking bridge across a small river. Go to Africa, see what they can build. Anything that they've had built there, like a road or a bridge, is engineered and built by someone else, not by Africans.
Worker shows up telling them, no, you got to have on a wristband. All of a sudden you turn around, you don't even see them. Y'all know what's crazy about this? I am the same exact way. Be pissed off all.
Those people ruin everything. Okay? Those people. And they'll say, what do you mean by those people? I mean exactly what I just said. Those people. Those people ruin everything. They ruin it. They ruin it.
And
man.
The discovery.
It's a Lionel Richie song. It's a Lionel Richie song.
Yeah. Imperious blessings and gratitude to you. Thank you for the contributions. Praise God indeed. Stella Artois, I think I've had those. Thank you, Imperious. Remembering forgotten love. Even when I started preparing for this, I hadn't really considered it as much as it seems obvious now. Maybe the greatest love that we forget is a love of ourselves, right? Because we're told to sacrifice ourselves and to give so others are better.
Some forget some forget the love of life. They lose the love for life, and they forget, and they're just existing. They're not loving the moment.
I did.
Yeah. Oh man, you did?
Oh yeah. I spent a long time in an autonomous sleep. Is all I could describe it as, mechanically, without the childlike wonder for everything.
Hey, in the pause, let me jump in here. Thank you. Andy, sincerely, your continuing support and generosity. If you will, please share a link for this. I'll be having a conversation about the origins of Yahwism / Judaism and the correlation between Judaism and Mesopotamian mythology at Objective Ethics YouTube channel at 7 p.m. Eastern time for those interested. And I actually am. So please make sure and share the link, and maybe we can forward over that way.
That's not my cup of tea, but I want to commend Andy. I want to commend Andy. He's been a wonderful contributor here. I really don't look into that stuff, but Andy, you always support the Jack Talcott show, and I think that's really good of you. I have no idea what your link is about, but I still support what your support of nature in a non-gay way. I'm not calling Andy gay or anything. He's a lover of Jack in a platonic way. I meant to say is probably a better way of phrasing it.
Let's not cause any incentives. I do want to give people fair chances, right, to show themselves. And if people can show themselves different, then they can become different. And if they can become different, then we get to do better, right?
I'm trying to be very supportive and cordial today. I've
seen
on my
that.
best behavior. Yeah.
I'm seeing it, and I do appreciate it, Stephen.
And whoever that anonymous person is in the chat, I want to extend my love in a non-gay way to the person that wants to kick me off the channel for $20. You got to do better than that. You got to give $200. Give Jack $200 for 3 days, and then I would accept it. If you sent a $200 donation, then I would willingly leave. I think Jack could use that money, and I think that would be wonderful in a non-gay way.
I would most. What we could do is prove that idea wrong. Let's see if we can brainstorm some ideas together. I mean, truly, in the biggest picture, the micro is the macro. Everything is everything. It's all just one thing that we are a part of the happening, right?
I've always wondered, do you think God is in every cell, every microbe, every amoeba, right down to the smallest and right up to the stars, like and everything in between, obviously? God is in everything concept? I wondered that.
Yes, it is from and within God that we are. Our scientists have...
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
You alive?
What's this creepy drunken Gingy doing? Wild Heart. Remember this creepy weirdo?
Oh, and welcome.
Creepy.
I'll be honest, I put a link in the side chat, but I do have some technical issues to overcome.
What a creepy creature. It's creepy. He's creepy.
So bear with me. If anyone wants to join, link is in the side chat.
This guy's creepy like Charles Bryant, Demon Slayer. He's creepy. It's creepy. It's creepy.
But I can't remember my... I'm on Wild Out Resurrected 2 at the moment, and I can't remember my email or password. Just give me a sec.
It's creepy. He's creepy. He's creepy. He's creepy.
I can't pin the link.
He's creepy. I think he's a tiny hat. I think this guy's a tiny hat. Look at the nose. Look at the look of him. He'll say he's British, but I think he's straight out of Tel Aviv. I don't think he's British. He's weird. It's creepy.
Oh, what was the email?
Tiny hat. It's creepy. Creepy.
This might take a while.
When was the last time you earned a living, Wild Heart? Did you ever work in your life? You got a free place to live, free money, free food. You don't do anything. You're a lazy creep. He's a lazy, creepy creature. And a lot of this shit gets defended in this realm all over YouTube. They'll defend as things get worse and worse and worse. Why do so many of you humans defend these creeps? What are you defending these creepy creatures for? What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you people?
If anyone wants to join, link is in the side chat. But I'm trying to get into my Wild Out Resurrected 2.
He's a creep. He's a creepy creature. He's a creep. He's creepy. I'm going to keep saying it. I'll say it till some people get sick of hearing me say it. He's a creepy creature.
The password or how to get to it. If anyone is watching with like technical advice or anything, you know what I mean? I could use that. Right. Another account.
It's creepy.
I can't remember the password.
He's a creepy creature. He's creepy. He's missing teeth. He's creepy.
Gangster Ghost.
He's an addict.
Good to see you.
He's a loser.
Yeah, this is like a test. You can join if you want, but this is just like a...
He's a troll. He's a creepy ginger.
Channels, like,
he's a creepy cockroach.
You know, re-upbooted, if that's a word. And it's probably not.
It's creepy.
Yeah, I'm doing good at the moment. Yeah. Oh, you're well too. Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Right. How do I do
right. Right. So almost 3 minutes into his stream, he hasn't said anything. Just right. Like a sick and dying sheep or something. Just sounds right.
Right, if we copy Wild Out Resurrected 2.
Right. Right.
And search for it.
That's what he sounds like.
Into my own account.
Right. Right. uh, uh, uh,
Right, if I go to my
right.
own channel. But if I'm not logged in as me, and I won't be able to get to my...
Fucking hell, man. How do people watch that shit? I don't know how they sit there watching these absolute retards that sound like zombified dying sheep that have have some kind of foot and mouth disease or hoof and mouth, something like that. They just, that's what they sound like. I mean, how are people watching this and taking it seriously? And they're watching going, oh, I like Wildheart. He sounds good. He's a smart guy. Like, what is wrong with you fucking creatures? They sound like dying farm animals, and you're sitting there. They've got absolute morons sitting there in the chat listening to this shit as these creatures sound like they're in a field in Scotland dying or something. Right. Right. It's incredible. I'm laughing at the viewers. They've got foot and mouth disease, these fucking YouTubers, and people are watching them. I don't care if it's 3 tuned in or 10. Maybe he gets 10 maximum. I don't know, something like that. I don't think I've ever seen 15 or 20 watching his shit show. But some of these retards are tuned in, listening to it's a realm of fucking demon tards and zombified sheep that sound like sick and dying sheep with hoof and mouth disease. It's incredible. It just is. It's terrible the way they sound. And that's the best they can do. That's not the worst they can do. That's them at their best. That's them at their most articulate. Right. And people will sit around listening to these fucktards, these retards. It's just it's moaning retards. How do you do it? I got to ask the humans that are lurking here. There's quite a few lurking right now watching my show. How do you watch these shit shows and you think nothing of it? You think, oh, that's good. And oh, Steven's mean for pointing out what they sound like. That's so mean. You must be creatures of this realm. You must belong here. You'd have to.
I guess quantified or estimated some field of space and time, a quantum field of energy.
This is Talcott trying to sound intelligent. He's trying to fool people. He's he's trying to feign intelligence. This fucking idiot, this fool. That some of you dummies fall for. That might even be tuned in right now. You'll fall for this bullshit. You can't spot a narc. You just can't do it.
You know, if you really think about it, we're probably just. I am actually pretty convinced, because anything that you are looking at, you have to bring the consciousness and the level of mind into the game. And I'm pretty convinced that all intelligence exists through God, right? And through intelligence, there becomes light and dark. Intelligent energy creates the light from the dark, perhaps. Who knows?
God's will, he said, let there be light. And God is the word.
We are.
The frequency,
Yes.
right? Of words, where the frequencies in light, and light is a frequency. So if God is, I knew what to say to get them to nod their heads. I knew they were going to be nodding their heads up and down to this, because it's straight out of the Bible. Let there be light. God is the word. Words are just frequencies. This is exactly what this type love. They love to hear this stuff repeated for eternity. They just love it. They're at that level. I knew it. I knew they'd love it before I said it. I knew it. I have them read like a book. In this iced coffee in a non-way, I'm drinking God. I just had
You
an
are.
iced coffee
Yes.
with whiskey. So
If the light from the dark, perhaps, who knows?
God's will, he said,
We're-
let there be light. And God is the
And
word.
we are.
The frequency,
Yes.
right? Of words, where the frequencies in light, and light is a frequency. So if God is in this iced coffee in a non-way, I'm drinking God. I just had
You
an
are.
iced coffee
Yes.
with whiskey. So
If
sorry,
that's
without God, it
actually-
wouldn't exist, right? Is
Right.
that what you're getting at?
Right. And that's actually something to consider. If God is everything, what does that make me?
Part of God, like a piece, a fragment of God. It's like a turd in a sewer, is what it makes you. It makes you a turd in a sewer. But earlier, when I said I'm drinking God in a non-gay way in this iced coffee, I was drinking God. And this is the level that they're at. This is what these creatures on Earth want to hear. They love hearing that stuff. All you have to do is be new cagey with them, and they love it. I'm drinking God because God's in this iced coffee. It's like we're all fragments of God in a fractal.
If I
in a
may, I
fractalized
think I
universe.
take it further in the sense that to look for God in things is part of the illusion. God is that which
Yes.
is.
God
And
is.
that which
Yeah.
is the truth. And I
That
don't
which
mean
is.
truth or a truth or that which is true. I mean the truth, singular.
Truth.
The truth. The
Beautiful.
truth. The truth.
And the
God
truth
is
the truth is beyond the things.
Yes.
You could even say God is full stop. Like you don't even have to say God is everything.
Right.
God is, right?
Yes.
And
that is,
and
yes.
And when somebody asked God what his name was, he said, I am, in all capitals, I guess. I am. He didn't have to say, I am this, that, just I am.
Beautiful.
It's just all encompassing.
And that's the message that the saints were trying to share, right? Many of them,
Yeah.
at least.
My mom
God
named me
is-
after a saint, Jack. Saint Stephen, the first saint, and a king. King Stephen of England. But also the first saint, the proto-martyr is Saint Stephen, the very first saint. So you're right. My namesake is Saint Stephen. And I do feel like a saint because I am persecuted a lot in this realm.
Right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
What?
You got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
hey, this is just from my experience.
that's
Maybe
hurtful. Oh
maybe
man,
you're flawless elsewhere, but
Jack,
well, we're all on this path of
I'm
development.
disappointed now.
Well, don't be disappointed in
Well,
yourself.
I came here
Do
for
better.
fellowship, brother. I'm here not to be insulted. I do move like a saint.
Right.
I was named after a saint.
I understand, Stephen, but here, again, this is something I've learned, and it's the reality. Do you want approval or peace? See,
Peace.
because when we
I'll
find
choose
peace with truth, amazing things can happen.
Peace
But-
with truth. That's what I'll choose. I'll take the hits if I have to.
Thank you. Because authentically, I've got mixed feelings on you. I've told you this, Stephen.
I know you have, and and yet I still come and I keep reaching out and I keep trying. I'm
And
here all the time being supportive.
somewhat, and I actually do have faith. I have faith that you can prove others wrong, right?
I can.
believe that you can.
Yes.
We
I
can. You and I can probably get along as long as we don't pretend and we just stay
Well, we're all
authentic.
one, Jack. We're all part of God. We're all pieces of God. God is in all of us. Even in some of these
Well-
assholes in the chat that are yappy and
Here-
rude, God
here,
is in
let's-
all of us.
And think that through. I mean, I was meditating on some of these ideas a while back, and it made sense to me. It is not my choice I live. It's through the will of God. I lived through the things that I didn't want to live through, right?
Well, a lot of
And-
Jack, you feel like a lot of people have judged you without knowing you, and I can relate to that. I can relate to that. That has happened
you
with
make-
me on the internet.
Do you make it easy or difficult to
Don't
know
victim
you don't?
blame, Jack. They judge me without knowing me. I'm the victim here.
Well, there's no
But I'm
reason
not.
to claim there's no reason to claim a victim status when you can
All
be
right.
the hero in your journey.
I'm the
right?
hero then. I'm not the victim. It's okay. Either way,
And
I'm cool
well,
with it.
Stephen, you probably might want to look at what I had to look at. What our ego does without realizing it will make it difficult for people to want to be around us. Our
I don't think I have much of
irritability.
an ego. I've dropped the
I know.
ego.
No,
very-
you've got a character. You've got a character you play, and that is your ego. I'm referring to whatever
Jack,
character.
I'm one of the most peaceful, loving men you'll ever meet. I really
Well,
am.
no, you
I am.
pretend to be that way. You're put on a
How do
performance.
you know the real me?
dude.
How do you know the real me? How do you
Well,
assume that I'm putting on a performance?
Stephen, I am going by my direct experience with you and what I have witnessed of you.
You tell me,
Nothing
said
more.
Stephen makes such great points. Jack, you got to drop the bias. Let the people that
I'll drop the bias. Stephen, we tried. If you're not willing to consider feedback, you want to get defensive, well, you got some insecurities you got to work on, man. And you're not as you say. I'm getting better. I'm getting better with some of these wild characters. Actually, along these lines, something I was doing earlier, I was meditating on compassion. And I encourage anyone and everyone out there who's willing to just spend a few moments in silence, thinking about, contemplating, wondering about compassion and mercy with yourself and with the world you found yourself in. Because if you can find compassion and mercy for yourself, boom, forgiveness is the only answer, right? It's obvious when you're compassionate and merciful, which love is and which God is, right? I didn't believe that for a long time, and I still don't know if I can prove it. But I have faith and I trust that as it was written in the scripture, right, the true loving words and what Jesus spoke, I truly believe the God of creation and life, it's the only thing that makes sense. It wants mercy and compassion. It allows the guilty to harm the innocent, though. I mean, that's what we do to ourselves. Did that a lot. I didn't realize I was harming the innocent version of me by choosing to make excuses for my drinking, make excuses for my diet, for everything, man. That's one thing. You got a creative mind, you can come up with a lot of excuses. And I found plenty. I don't know. Hey guys, please let me step back and welcome you. Any thoughts, updates, things on your heart or mind?
Can't be Yeah, so basically I can't pin the link.
Yeah, right.
Right, so we'll do the rest of the setup. If anyone wants to join, the link is in the side chat. And I'll just have to... Oh, cheers, man. Thank you. I'll just have to keep posting it, like, every now and then. I really can't figure out Log into my old account. All that resurrected to. Ah! Yeah, man. Oh, give me a sec.
Much more of this can we take video? Hey guys, it's Matt. This is kind of like a how much more of this can we take video. I want to start with this. Somebody sent me this t-shirt and a few others. The slogan here has always intrigued me. It's really amazing. I still don't know exactly how to interpret it. Let me read it to you. As time goes on, one world will be accepted as the way things should have always been. As time goes on, one world will be accepted as the way things should have always been. It's profound. As time goes on, one world will be accepted as the way things. It's all. I mean, of course, we would agree. What's happening now is so foreign to those, especially that remember the last century, that remember the last millennium, and people around us. One of the main concepts of the ship of fools is it's just all normal. They just realign with the frequency of it. They just realign with the new normal. That was a phrase for the 2020 time period, very similar to grassy knoll. We don't have a name for these phrases, do we? They're not stuffed Lennons or Humpty Dumpty, something like that. Grassy knoll assigned to JFK, the new normal. People just think it just came out of the blue. It came from Not Milk. It's the phrase that's attached to 2020, and it's not just about CV or whatever that whole thing was. It's about reality. Basically, I was going to say post CV, but post 2001, post the 7-Eleven job application, the new normal. And one world. Well, let's see. I mean, I never can recite it back without looking again. It's so strange. As time goes on, one world will be accepted as the way things should have always been. And it's just, I mean, it's said a little bit strangely, so it's hard to remember and recite perfectly. But it is perfectly said about the those on the ship of fools resetting to the new reality. This is normal. This is all normal, Matt. This is the way. This is Matt. Don't you know, you people? This is the way modern society evolves. They, them's, kids not knowing what bathroom to use. Matt, it's okay. Every once in a while, in a society this large and this complicated, there's some issues, there's some hurdles that we have to overcome. It's okay. It's normal. That's what happens in a very large, sophisticated, modern society. No, you and I see that everything is wrong, even if it was even 10 times larger, if it was left to its own devices or it evolved organically and there was just real people and there wasn't this controlling thing here, this controlling frequency called Not Milk. It doesn't matter how big and how complex. There would be some weird things, of course. There'd be some weird cosplay, some weird costume play, and there'd be some people doing some strange things, walking down the street backwards and but overall, I mean, the reality gives itself away. It doesn't matter how large or how complicated. Anybody without their head up their ass, people like us, can see how unnatural, not part of it is, how unnatural every single facet of society and culture is. Every single bit has been hijacked, adulterated, and bastardized. I will leave you, well, I'm not going to, I'll leave you for a moment, just make sure it's still recording. As time goes on, one world will be accepted as the way things should have always been. I'm sorry, I forget who sent me this t-shirt and a few others. Please let me know. It's been years and years, and I wanted to show you guys this many times. People are always asking me about the shirt. It's an old Pennsylvania forestry shirt. Pennsylvania Forestry Association. May the forest be with you. They were probably sued by George Lucas. May the forest be with you. Okay. Probably sued by George Lucas. May the forest be with you. Okay, that's it, guys. No, that's that. We thought that was the symbol for your lodge, or so. Okay, okay. Here's the reason I wanted to make this video. How did I put it, or how I put it in the title, perhaps? One, Lord of the Rings, Tolkien. One ring to rule them all, right? The ring. One ring to rule them all. One AI to rule them all. I guess I'll just get right into the prediction. What's happening now with the AI and all the different versions, the mass confusion is being created intentionally. The Grok, the Claude, the Chat GPT. I mean, okay, Matt, we know the names. We don't need you to do that. All this AI confusion, all these different platforms, passwords, two-step verification. Of course, to me, I'll look to your comments. The Not Milk is in the phase of creating all this AI confusion, all these different platforms, passwords, two-step verification. Of course, to me, I'll look to your comments. The Not Milk is in the phase of creating intentional disarray, intentional chaos, intentional confusion. People will scream, "Calgon, take me away." They'll rip their hair out if they have any left. All this is being done intentionally. So the one ring to rule them all, the one AI to rule them all, can come forth and fix everything. Of course, I don't think the ultimate spiritual adversary here I call Not Milk is an AI. I think the AI, some of you do believe that. I don't know why anybody would believe that, because to me, that is the opposite of a spiritual entity. That's a technology, but I'll look to your comments. It is using its main tool, of course, for the next 50 years or much longer than that, will be the artificial intelligence that's, I was going to say emerging now, but somehow in just 5 years, it went from next to nothing to right in the middle of every facet of society and culture. It's here. It is a tool of the spiritual adversary I call Not Milk. And its goal right now is mass confusion. And it will, on top of that, I think it will actually, the AI will intentionally get out of control and create crises. Like false gags, is that our hobo code? False gags. The Texas grid, electricity will shut off, and the AI, this has gone rogue, or things that will cause a significant amount of turmoil and suffering. Nothing major, like nothing catastrophic, but enough to scare the heck out of people. So people will be calling for the one ring to rule them all, the one AI. It's kind of like that. It's similar. It's been years since I've seen that Marvel movie, The Age of Ultron. Matt, everything doesn't have to be related to a movie. Sure it does, or I'm not going to be able to give this presentation. Everything, even when I say simple words like the or is, but never put them together, that's dropping an ISIS. Everything is related to a movie, except Zara's name came right from. Sure it does, or I'm not, since I've seen that Marvel movie, The Age of Ultron. Matt, everything doesn't have to be related to a movie. Sure it does, or I'm not going to be on. Matt, everything doesn't have to be related to a movie. Sure it does, or I'm not going to be able to give this presentation. Matt, everything doesn't have to be related to a movie. Sure it does, or I'm not going to be able to give this presentation. Everything, even when I say simple words like the or is, but never put them together. That's dropping in ISIS. And you know, everything is related to a movie, except Zara's name came right from the kennel, or right from where we got her, the rescue. I don't ever rename the cats. Whatever the rescue says the cat's name is the name I stick with. But then on Snowpiercer, there was a main character named Zara, which, Matt, we don't care about that. The One Ring or the One AI to rule them all. So next 5 years, mass confusion, lost passwords. Everything's getting screwed up now, intentionally. Everything's getting screwed up. I mean, just one example of thousands. And and I barely leave the house. I don't do anything. Imagine if you people, some of you have 3 kids, a dog, a cat. Took my father to a doctor's appointment. He needs a checkup of a certain type once a year. And the medication he's taking is a medication millions of people take. But, of course, they have a whole new system. And everybody complaining about it in the doctor's office. And we had to pre-register. We've been here for years. All this information, page after page of information. Why is it asking for history, this and that? You have all this. It's all new system. I'm sorry you have to go through all this. And pre-register. Well, of course, we're in the doctor's office. He can't get into a certain page because the person across the hall is on that page. Can't do 2 things at once. They're complaining about it. This is just the way of the world. It's always all the new systems that go in make everything 10 times worse. I don't have to tell you this. We've all been through this. This is not intentional. So he finally, he's used it for several months. He's an older doctor. You know what? Your father doesn't need to see me for a year. Let me just put in a year's worth of these pills and we're good to go. Well, you know what I'm going to say. Did they reach the CVS? No, nothing's there. But the old prescriptions. Okay, I don't have to keep going. We've all been through this. This is all intentional per the phase or of this reality, what this reality is going through, without anybody being in on it. The person at the doctor's office, of course, that bought the system was trying to improve. The salesperson that sold the system was trying to improve. It's all, we can see from 100,000 feet looking down what's happening. But this is just another proof that nobody's, for things like this and thousands of things like it, nobody's in on it. It's just the frequency, the resonance. So this is the age of confusion. It will get worse and worse for 5 years. There will be a few scary moments, false gags. That's like magic tricks. Google bot. That's false gags, is jokes and magic tricks. And then they'll need an Ultron. They'll say and people might have been so scared by the false gag, then they'll turn everything over to Ultron. And when it's turned over to Ultron, the one ring to rule, the one AI to rule them all, it will work beautifully for 5 years or more. I don't think they'll immediately go to the Forbin project with Colossus, the Forbin project scenario, where just like minutes in that old movie. It's very hard to find. It's an incredible movie. Colossus, the Forbin project, within minutes of turning the AI on, it starts to take over and tells them, I'm taking over. I will be taking over this and that. You no longer have a say. I'm doing that. I mean, within minutes, it starts to take over. To me, when the one ring to rule them all consolidates the Claude bot and the Grok bot and the Chat GPT and whatever the other names are. Matt, why do you keep messing with this? I don't know. It'll take the others over or consolidate them. Messing with this, I don't know. Messing with this, I don't know. It will. Matt, why do you keep messing with this? I don't know. It will. I don't know. It'll take the others over or consolidate them. and it will show itself to be extremely beneficial to the masses for 5 years. I mean, I don't know what sort of things, no more, it'll somehow create a situation where there's no more need for passwords. Everything will recognize you, maybe to be facial recognition. I'll go in with my father to the CVS and there'll be nothing to do. And the pills will be ready and your bills will be paid. If there's something late, you'll get a notification that your auto insurance bill is 3 days away. And would you like me to take care of it? Sorry, just to finish that thought, I had to cut something off. Whatever it needs to do, it will do well, and it will be welcomed, of course, by the masses. It will eliminate, it'll streamline 15 to 20% of people's day, and it will create efficiencies. It will be beneficial from the masses' perspective. It won't be Colossus, the Forbin Project, and take over right away. But is it really here to help? Of course not. It's just the next phase of not Nilk. And what will happen after that?
For 3 years, I was depressed. All I wanted to do was go back to that beautiful, glorious light. I just did not want to stay. So I began to try to find ways to take my life. Just as I'm about to take the pills, my son comes running into the bathroom. And he opens up his hand, and in his hand, there is a half of a butterfly emerging out of a worm. And he opens his hand and he says, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, look what I have found." And there was something about that moment that I turned my hands over and dropped the pills, drank the water, picked my son up and took him out to the playground. And the journey began. Hello, my name is Norma. Officially, people tend to add everything else to that name. So I'll give that to, I'm Reverend Dr. Norma Edwards. I was born in Guyana, South America. But when I had the near-death experience, my husband and I had immigrated to London for educational purposes. And while we were there, I was 26 years of age. I was at work. I wasn't feeling very well for a couple of days, but I was not aware that I was carrying a baby. I just didn't know that. And in the middle of a work day, I worked at the British Railways Board at that time in London, England. In the middle of the day, I began to experience discomfort and pain. So I asked to be released from work and stepped into the elevator. I was in critical pain. And there was a young lady, it was very important. There was one other person in the elevator. And she was Hindu. She was Hindu because she was wearing the attire and the dot on the head. And we were the only two in the elevator. And in those days, when an elevator stopped, it stopped with a jerk. And when that elevator stopped with a jerk, all hell broke loose. I collapsed and she went into action. We were not very far from St. Bartholomew's Hospital. And instead of calling an ambulance, she got help from people and they got me in a cab and got me to the hospital. Got to the hospital, and the cab driver, in all of the confusion, he left with my handbag in his car. Now, I'm unconscious, and the only thing she knows, I barely whispered, my name is Norma. That's all she knows about me. And I completely pass out, and here she is now. She can't tell my last name. She doesn't know anything about me, so she stayed. And they called the police, who began the search because, see, I collapsed in the building where I worked. So they had to get very busy to find out who I am. I got to the hospital. I was in semi-conscious, in a lot of pain. And all of a sudden, I blacked out. I lost consciousness. But I kind of opened my eyes to understand that I was on the ceiling, looking down at this operating room where they had taken me, you see. Because what they had discovered is that I was carrying a 4-month baby who died inside of me. And I wasn't aware of it, you see. So it began to poison my body. It caused this emergency. So I'm on the ceiling and I'm looking down at doctors and nurses running backward and forward, you know, to kind of like whenever there's emergency. And the next thing you know, I flatlined. And I'm on the ceiling looking down like, how could I flatline? I could see the equipment show that I flatlined, you see. But I'm no longer in pain. The pain is gone. I feel perfectly normal. And the only thing I want to do is communicate to the team that I am all right. But I'm on the ceiling and they're standing in an operating room. So I begin to, how do I get off the ceiling and down to the floor? And as soon as I did, I'm on the floor and I'm running from doctors to nursing going, hello, here I am. I'm okay. You don't have to do whatever it is that you're planning to do. And then it dawned on me, nobody can see me. Nobody can hear me. And I'm watching, you know, them moving back and forth with the equipment, etc., etc. And when they picked up the instrument, I guess, that was seemed to be able to try to shock me back, from the position above, I could see the radiation and the electricity on that piece of equipment. And the thought in my head is, if that apply that to my body, I would surely die, because you see, you couldn't tell me that I had died. I was not in pain anymore. And when they raised the equipment, I thought, I'm getting out of here. And with that, I went straight through the ceiling and into a very, very dark tunnel. And I'm traveling in this tunnel very, 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 very swiftly. And it takes me to a place which is, as I approach this place, I mean, the light, brilliant, brilliant, beautiful light. Colors that I had never seen before in my life. And they all radiated very beautifully. And then I kind of entered. And once I entered, there was this amazing feeling of love. Love unspeakable and full of glory. I have merged with this light that I was approaching, and now I just feel bliss. I'm absolutely in bliss, and I've merged with the light, and I'm wondering, well, what is there to see here next? It seems to me, I know I'm traveling, and I stop at what I've come to know now as the Akashic record. The record where everything is recorded. And I entered. And when I enter, the first thing I see is a group of people. I would say about 100 or so of them. And they're waving to me. They're welcoming me. And it's strangely enough, I can recognize each and every one of them. They are from different past lives. Souls that I've interacted with whom I have connection, and they're like on the other side of a river, and they are welcoming me, and they're happy to see me. And among them at the time was my grandparents, who had already deceased. There were a couple of other people like my aunt, etc., who I could recognize as souls that I had walked with in this lifetime, but they were souls that I had walked with, it seemed, in other lifetimes. And they were just on the other side of this river to let me know that they were welcoming me and everything was fine. Now, my feelings, I am in like total bliss. Then I am moved to the record. And actually, I'm sitting now to review the life that I have just left. Some of the places where I would be able to see why it is I was drawn into that particular experience. Because, for example, One of the first images I saw, it's like it was a time when there was no electricity on Earth. So people walked around with these, lights, and we're in a tunnel, and it's a bunch of women. There were women. The men were carrying the lighted, looks like lanterns, but we were all women, and we were in this. I guess it's a cave, and the cave was kind of like dark, so they were carrying light. And when we exited out of the cave, it was dark on the outside, but we were at a river. And there were a number of us women, and they put us into boats. And I realized that the tribe that I belonged to was at war, and they were losing the war. And so they gathered all of us women, got us through this cave to the opening up of the shore, and we were on the shorelines, and there were boats there, and they were putting us in these boats because they knew they were losing the battle, and they wanted us women to stay alive because we would be the ones who would be able to bring forth children to repopulate. And they put us in the boats, and they pushed us out to sea. And there we were crying, etc., etc. Some of us had children with us, and others did not. And the hope was that many of us would survive. And that was the very first image, and I was one of those survivors.
When I was 22 years old, I was lost. Like most 22-year-olds, I was searching for answers. I was trying to discover who I was. I wanted to know what I was supposed to do with my life. And I was in a very vulnerable place. I had just moved to Los Angeles, and I was running out of money that I had saved from babysitting, and I had no job, no plan. I did not know what I was supposed to do, and I felt like I needed answers. So what did I do? I went to a psychic, but not just any psychic, a world-renowned psychic. A psychic who worked with celebrities, and a psychic who I was told by the woman who booked me the session that this psychic was never wrong. She was always right. And everything she told me was going to help give me the answers that I was looking for. So I pay like $400 that I should not have spent on this psychic. And I sit down with this woman, and I remember so clearly, she just started to tell me all about me and my life and what was gonna happen and what I needed to do. And she told me, you need money right now, so you need to take that job offer that you just got. You need to take that job because you need money, and this is what's gonna happen. And I remember sitting there and just feeling like, who is this woman? Like, who is this stranger telling me that she knows more about me than me? And everything that she said, honestly, I didn't resonate with it. I just didn't agree with her. I didn't want to take the job that I was offered. I had a feeling that something else was gonna come through. So I left the session just being like, you know what? I don't care if someone says this woman is a world-renowned psychic and she's never wrong. I'm sorry, but nobody outside of myself is gonna know what I need more than me. And something just clicked in that moment where I was like, I don't need to go to a world-renowned psychic for answers. Like, I know what I want. And what I realized was that the session itself was its own mirror for that. And it didn't matter what she said. What matters was that whatever she said was a mirror for me to then clarify on a deeper level my own intuition. So I pretty much rejected everything that she said. I didn't take that job offer that she told me to take. And lo and behold, like a month later, I land my dream opportunity at BuzzFeed in their internship program and then their fellowship program. And that was the start of this entire path on YouTube. And now I literally have my dream job and I work for myself, and I have my own channel where I make videos that light me up, and I love what I do, and I have full ownership over my creativity. And it was the seed. And if I hadn't listened to myself, I just wonder what my life would have looked like instead. But at 22 years old, there was a deeper knowing within me that I needed to listen to myself above anybody else, even some famous world-renowned psychic. So that was 10 years ago. And since then, I have been on this wild spiritual journey, and I have come into contact with so many different healers, psychics, gurus, spiritual teachers, and I've learned so much about myself through this path. And so in this video, I want to dive a little bit deeper into this core lesson around how to trust your intuition. And I want to share some of the times that I lost myself along the way and I outsourced.
Big feet. She's got the big feet. She's got the big feet. She's got the big feet. Look at those feet. Look at those feet. God damn.
Source my power, because I do not want anyone else to make these same mistakes. And I had to learn the hard way a couple of times, and to learn this repeated lesson to now have it so anchored into my being. And I want to share that wisdom with you. And before we dive any deeper, I want to invite you to subscribe to the channel Skylife. We explore topics within wellness, spirituality, alternative lifestyle, with the mission to follow curiosity and to live a life that's fully alive. So this video is all about intuition, and I feel like this is one of the most powerful skills that you can cultivate as a human being, because there's so much that tries to tell us what to do, how to act, who we are. There's so much external noise just trying to infiltrate our psyche to get us to make certain decisions. And true, empowered, sovereign choices come from going inwards and cultivating with a deeper knowing within yourself that is your intuition. It's the voice of the soul. It's the voice of the heart.
She talks about being spiritual. She worked for BuzzFeed. It's a feminist site. Very leftist, BuzzFeed. Very degenerate. Not spiritual whatsoever. Very degenerate. Very degenerate. And left-wing. A lot of misandry on there. Degenerate. Big feet. Big feet.
Art. It's so ironic because I feel like people turn to spirituality maybe when they feel lost and when they're like looking to find themselves, and they start going on this journey and they start to discover deeper parts of themselves, and it does start to provide them with that clarity of self and clarity of life direction. But then at some point, the spiritual path can become its own escapism and distraction from reality, and it can become its own form of being lost, where then you are just seeking answers in the next plant medicine ceremony, in the next retreat, in the next teacher, in the next course, in the next philosophy, in the next meditation. And it's just like this never-ending cycle, and it's its own form of feeling lost. And it's an escapism to actually like how to be a real human in the world and to be in the human experience. And I think there's a natural criticism people have when they see my YouTube channel about how I am constantly going from the next like healing thing to the next retreat to the next ceremony and like seeking. And it's like, girl, when are you ever going to be content? And why are you just keep seeking? And for me, it's not really about like I'm needing more answers, I'm needing more clarity, I'm needing more healing. I'm just curious, and it's part of my specific dharma and life's purpose to explore all these things and share them to help people on this path as well.
Oh, it's her dharma. She's helping you. This former BuzzFeed worker. Was she a writer for BuzzFeed? I don't know. What was she? No, she's got a big channel, 400,000 subs. You should have millions. You're very new agey. You should have millions by now. Why do you only have 400,000 subs? You're female, which gets viewers. You're not totally unattractive. You're young. You're a lefty. You're new cagey. You should have at least 1 million or 2 subs.
It's just what I came here to do. And I do think every experience does help me learn more about myself and the world and how I can support people and be of service through the stories that I share. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to expand your perspective and to seek greater levels of truth in this life as a human. But what becomes dangerous is when we start.
And there she goes, as a human. As a human, you might as well have taken your message and went. You don't even know what human is. You don't know anything. You're trying to LARP as some wise woman. You're clueless. Bloody clueless, lady. You're clueless. You don't have a clue. What's this?
Let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike? Let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did.
Oh my goodness. This is Austin Metcalf's father finally unleashing his rage.
Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects.
Let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did.
Oh my goodness. This is Austin Metcalf's father finally unleashing his rage. You see, he was placed under a gag order by a judge.
It's like being tied to a chair and someone is slapping your face back and forth. And you can do nothing about it but take it. Well, that day is ended. The muzzle's off.
Oh boy, is it. He went on a 3-hour tirade, airing his grievances and tearing everybody to shreds. Let's take a look at the most epic moments.
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I don't have to come after you. It's going to take care of itself. Drew Anthony, Kayla, you're cowards. You wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing or victim statement impact. You abandoned your kid. You left him there. I guess he's no more use to you because you can't get any more GoFundMe money or GoSendGo money. You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child. And I swear to God, CPS should come check on those other 3 that you still have. The real victim is the one who died, not the one who shoved a knife in his chest. I come to pray with you and show the world we can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide. And what'd you do? You widen the gap even further. You hire a convicted baby-shaking felon who's only in it for the money.
What we've seen the father being at this press conference is a disrespect to the dignity of his son.
Kicks me out of a press conference. Oh, funny. I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but I left when asked. I didn't stab anyone. And then you proceeded to gaslight me with your convicted felon, quote, advocate? Minister? Minister of what? Minister of bullshit? How about minister, fuck you? Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk bitch. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? Kayla, you drunk bitch. Kayla, you drunk bitch. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever's a long time. I hope you're proud of yourself, bro. I hope you go home and tell your 3 little kids, your brother's in prison because he's a dumbass and he stabbed someone. Tell me how you're going to explain to them that their brother is a killer. You going to leave an empty chair for him? Are y'all all going to wear the striped suits or an orange jumpsuit in remembrance? I don't know.
What do you want us to do at this point?
But you'll jump on the side of a murderer for skin color. Do you know how stupid that really makes you look? But you're going to blame the white person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones. We're the one that held you down. Guess what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. Means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or a race or gender. I forgave him so I don't carry the hate and the anger. So I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside. It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you. It doesn't work that way. You gotta let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. I still have someone who depends and counts on me. I can't let him down. It's the same way I feel about God. I don't want to let him down. But will I fail? Yes. It's the way I feel about God. It's the same way I feel about God. I don't want to let him down. But will I fail? Yes. Sometimes I do. We all do. But do the best job you can, man. Be present for your kids.
I just want to know what you're doing each day to dismantle white supremacy and systemic racism. Why are you anti-abortion?
Because it's wrong. Why are you going to take a life that can't even choose for itself?
It's not a life. Do you think that, like, looking at me, you would say that I'm underprivileged because I'm brown?
I mean, yeah, but, like, that's kind of a statistically, I mean, that and a woman, right?
I believe anybody can be above anybody, or not above but equal, like as long as you put your mind to it.
I don't think that I'm gonna be under the white man's foot, you know? I don't blame the white man for anything.
If y'all having these conversations, you know, maybe you shouldn't have, like, had sex with that person if you weren't sure.
There's an idea.
You know?
Take away the money, all of value work that you have in your house, your clothes, everything. What are you? A human.
So, there's the that got punched in the face. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Good to see you, honey.
Okay, now I see. Now I remember. I did. She was pressing.
What did he say? Oh, really? But here I am. I'm still a skinny queen, honey. I just want to know what you're doing each day to dismantle white supremacy and systemic racism. Pay your taxes.
I mean, I'm not going out and protesting every single day. I'm not calling my Congress people every single day. Like, are there things I probably should be doing? I'm a morally average human being.
Do you think that white supremacy is a real threat to America right now?
Oh my God, I'm literally from Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware.
A lot going on there recently.
Yeah, very much. Scary shit. If I'm being totally honest with you, right? Like, in terms of stuff that I'm doing, it's not enough.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I try to, like, if I see something, say something, but I'm not, like, going out of my way to make it, like, everything I do. I'm also dealing with just general mental health issues, not wanting to kill myself all the time. I mean, the descent of fascism on all of us, I think, is something that's weighing in a lot of us. Obviously, disproportionately so.
Like to me?
Well, I mean,
do you think like do you think
underprivileged communities, I think, are definitely disproportionately impacted by awfully regressive policies that we're talking about, right?
Do you think that, like, looking at me, you would say that I'm underprivileged because I'm brown?
I mean, yeah, but, like, that's kind of a statistically, I mean, that and a woman, right?
The man over there, you know, I was asking about systemic racism, white supremacy, what he's doing to combat that as a white man, and he wasn't really sure. He thought he could be doing more. I feel that no matter what, you're always going to be under because you're brown. Do you guys, as black men in America, feel that there's anything that if you put your mind to it, you can't do that a white man can?
No, it's gonna be 10 times harder, but I don't think that I'm gonna be under the white man's foot. You know, I don't blame the white man for anything. At the end of the day, we had our struggle. Now it's our time to get back. It's our time to figure out how we can maneuver in this system. Although the system is not for us, how can we use the system and our resources to our advantage and not point the finger and be a victim? I'm not a victim of anything, because the dreams that I'm chasing right now, I'm obtaining because through perseverance, ambition, and just getting up off my ass and actually making something happen and not pointing the finger at the next man. So I don't think I'm under anybody.
We, for generations, black people have been under. Like, we've been told, you wear a hoodie, you're a criminal. So he can look at anybody in that aspect. If you're just a skin, if you're going by skin color, black people will always seem to be at the bottom because everybody got knowledge, everybody chasing a bag.
I was saying it's easier to push somebody down and it's harder to pull somebody up. So like, if I can dim your light and tell you you're not something when you really are it,
right,
you can believe it. So self-enlightenment is another thing to tell yourself that yes, like you said in the beginning, I believe anybody can be above anybody, or not above but equal. Like, as long as you put your mind to it, you can do anything that you believe. You know?
Equal
for
opportunity.
Generations, we've been at the bottom.
Do you think that maybe part of the reason that somebody, like if you're walking in a hoodie, you're walking late at night, the reason that somebody might think that you could possibly be a threat is because despite black men being, I think it's about 6% of the population, we'll put it up on the screen, they commit 50% of the murders in this country, a large percentage of violent crimes, and that's not y'all's fault because I assume none of y'all are violent criminals. But no, she's like, no. Other people in our community have put that stereotype on us. That if they look at me and they see me with a kid, they might assume that I'm going to be a single mom just because I'm brown or I'm black. Right? And that's not fair because there are amazing black mothers, there's amazing black fathers, there's amazing black families, black pastors, black churches, right?
As a whole, we have always been pushed through struggles.
But do you think we're pushing down on each other?
Yes.
At all?
I would say, my fault, E.
No,
I would say there's two sides of the coin. There's the side that perseveres, and then there's the side that's ignorant, and they don't have the education to see certain things. Like, okay, like you said, it's like a bully effect. When someone is wealthy, someone has resources, and they've been comfortable their whole life, as opposed to someone who has been uncomfortable, not wealthy, and don't have the education, they're always going to get looked down as they're not equal, or they're just less than.
What can white people do that I can't right now in America?
I mean, I think a lot of it boils down to a sense of security, but obviously there's like economic and financial implications as well, right? Like less likely to get approved for a loan or something like that kind of deal, you know? So,
what if I told you that I don't feel oppressed at all living in America, and I wouldn't rather live anywhere else?
I mean, it's completely your right to have. I mean, that's how you feel, and that's awesome. I can't say that I personally am that jazzed about being here, but if you are, then...
Where do you think would be better for you to live?
I really struggle with that a lot, honestly.
As a whole, we have been looked at that way. So if a white man says, you're black, I see you on the bottom of me, literally.
That was just said to me, and he thinks that he's helping me.
But yeah, what I'm saying is,
like,
I don't
that's
care
racist.
I don't care if you have $1 million as a black person. The person who has $2 million sees you on the bottom, bro, and you're not gonna make it to where everybody who you're connected to has a piece of your $1 million. So you could be like, well, at least I spreaded my $1 million with my people, and now we're all whatever the want to call it type shit.
Do you think that their perspective or their perception about us is true?
No.
All right, no, okay,
Why?
now...
Because I was raised by a grandmother who was an educator and a grandfather who was a chef to many people. So I've seen the unity and how people can accept you. Celebrities knew my family. They were people who never looked at us as being on the bottom, coming from East New York, Brooklyn. You have more than I have. Your main focus is to, I'm on the bottom of you. You might be wrong in how you got your way, but I'm on the bottom of you. So that's how I feel about the person who you was talking to. They could be getting their money through whatever weird activities in this world we could think of. Be brown or you brown, he sees it as he's on top of you.
How are people still thinking that way in 2026? I don't get it.
I can't think that way.
So like growing up, like my dad was in the military and we had the chance to move around a lot. And like living in like Italy, Germany, the Netherlands, like it was all cool. But like also, I don't know, I went back to the Netherlands for the first time like in 15, 16 years, like 3 years ago. And while I was there, they elected Geert Wilders, who is an incredibly, like he ran on incredibly racist policies that were basically focused around, and it's a similar kind of populist you see here, right? Like you stoke the tensions of like, you have people fight horizontally instead of up down, right? And that really, in pretty much any instance around the world, it's like the distraction that our ruling class uses to try to keep us from actually addressing the real systemic issues above us. While I was there in a country that like 5 years ago, if you'd asked me like, where do I want to live? Like, yeah, I'd do the Netherlands in a heartbeat, right? But like, the reality is that like far right fascist beliefs are on the rise pretty much everywhere. We're seeing the rise of fascism like in places you wouldn't have expected it, you know?
You wasn't her or me?
Both of y'all.
What is it about?
Are y'all together?
Sort of.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you guys. So I just had a guy over there tell me that because I'm brown in America, that I am underprivileged. Do you guys feel that way?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
You don't? You do?
Yeah.
Everyone's equal?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. We live in a capitalistic society where you can like earn what you want, whatever the fuck. But like, you know, there's systems that are already in place way before we were even like, you know, even anything set for us to like not win. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's like it's not. These are not conspiracy theories. You feel me? These are like.
No, we're not gonna get in trouble.
You feel me? These are not conspiracy theories. These are like facts. You know what I'm trying to say? Like redlining and like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like we even anything set for us to like not win. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's like it's not. These are not conspiracy theories. You feel me? These are like.
No, we're not gonna get in trouble.
You feel me? You feel me? These are like.
No, we're not gonna get in trouble.
Conspiracy theories. You feel conspiracy theories. You feel me? These are. It's like it's not. These are not conspiracy theories. And it's like it's not. These are not conspiracy theories. And it's like it's not. These are not conspiracy theories. You feel me? These are like.
No, we're not gonna get in trouble.
You feel me? These are not conspiracy theories. These are like facts. You know what I'm trying to say? Like redlining and like. You know what I'm trying to say? Like. We like time and time again, bro. We like. You know what I'm trying to say? Like. We like time. We like we like time and time again, bro. Well, I'm speaking for like African Americans, bro. I can't really speak for any other like
Is there anything that a white man can do right now in America that you can't?
It's not that we're limited by our race, but it's like, you feel me? It's the prejudice that comes with, you feel me, being as dark as we are, or coming from the places that we come from. You feel me?
You agree with him?
You wouldn't be profiled walking into a store the same way I would. You feel me? You wouldn't have the privilege or the comfort of like, you know, maybe not getting pulled over on your way home. You feel me? Just for like, you know, driving with your music too loud, or like, you know, your tints are a little bit too dark or whatever the fuck, you know?
Why do you think you guys might be profiled?
I mean, why do you think?
I'm asking you. I'm the interviewer.
Oh, okay. Just like inherited racism and like, you know, prejudice passed down from like generations and generations, and that are like, you mean being like, inherited racism and like, you know, prejudice passed down from like generations and generations, and that are like, you mean being like, you know, like there's like breeding grounds for these shits on like social media now. Like, you know, people are comfortable like being who they really are, and like they feel safe, you know.
Okay, what do you think is the biggest issue in the black community?
And like they feel safe, you know, and like they feel safe, you know.
Okay, what do you
who they really are, and like who they really are, and who they really are, and who they really are, and like they feel safe, you know.
Okay, what do you think is the biggest issue in the black community?
They don't get enough recognition.
Attention?
Yeah.
From who? Who should they get attention from?
Everybody, because everybody be neglecting them and treating them different just because they skin tone where they come from.
Would you say that black people are neglecting each other in some ways?
Black people are not a monolith, bro. We are not all one big.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
You feel me? Like,
but do you think that there are issues that we have with each other? I mean, It is a fact that 95% of black people are killed by other black people. And then not to mention that, I mean,
It is a decade ago.
nearly 40% of abortions are on black women.
So are you like pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm anti-abortion.
Yeah, I think we're gonna.
You're also anti-abortion?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're a Hello Kitty queen. We're twins. Why are you anti-abortion?
Because it's wrong. Why are you going to take a life that can't even choose for itself?
It's not a life.
How is it not?
Bundle of cells, bro. It's not.
You're a bundle of cells, sorry.
Not conscious. It's not sentient. It's not.
At one point they are.
But not at the time where you're like allowed to like abort.
You can get an abortion for any reason up to 26 weeks in New York. 24 to 26 weeks. And that's way past sentience. And they can feel pain at that point. Would you say it's wrong then?
How do you know this?
Sorry?
How do you know this?
Have you seen an abortion on like a screen? Have you seen what that looks like?
But I'm saying, like, how do you know that the fetus, or it's not even a fetus yet, but how do you know
It is a
that-
fetus.
It's not.
Because
But-
embryo, zygote, fetus.
Okay, whatever. But how do you know that it's feeling anything? Like, are you like?
Probably because they run away, they try to swim away from the abortion tools in the amniotic fluid. And I think when you're having your arm ripped off, it might hurt. But even if it didn't hurt, it wouldn't be okay to do that to a paralyzed person, right? Just rip their arm off, crush their skull.
Well, I feel like that's probably with convenience, you know, in the day and age where we're advancing so much with like science. Probably with convenience, you know, and
right? Just rip their arm off, crush their skull.
well, I feel like that's probably with convenience,
right? Just rip their arm off, crush their skull.
Well, I feel like that's probably with convenience, you know, in the day and age where we're advancing so much with like science and like technology, you know, where we're at a point where like, you know, if someone doesn't want a kid or for whatever reason, they have the choice to like, you know, abort it, you know, and that's just what
So
it
you're
is.
pro-abortion for convenience?
I am pro-choice. I am, yes, I am pro-choice.
Pro the choice of abortion.
Of the woman, whatever they want to do. I feel like it's not even I shouldn't even have a say in any of this.
Why?
To be honest, because I'm a man.
But it takes a man to make a baby, right?
Yeah, it does, but you know, it doesn't take like the 9 months that it takes, or however long, you feel me, that it takes for a woman to like, you know, carry and like.
Right. But what if the dad wants the baby and the mother doesn't?
That's like a skill issue. That's a problem between y'all two. I feel like that's not.
Should she be able to go kill her child, that man's child as well?
I feel like, again, that's a situation that y'all would have to discuss between the both of y'all. And again, if y'all having these conversations, you know, maybe you shouldn't have like had sex with that person if you weren't sure.
There's an idea.
You know, maybe you should like take the steps before we even get there.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know why people don't do that, because then we wouldn't need abortion. But she's against abortion because she said it's taking a life. You said it's not a life. What is it?
I feel like it really doesn't matter what it is because like I'm not getting the abortion. But
if you're killing a human being, it does matter.
But it's not. So say an emergency C-section, right? Or whatever. Like the mom passed and the baby had to like, you know, get delivered, you know, like through the stomach, and it was like, what's the word? Like a preemie. It was like you super premature. Like it literally cannot take care of itself. It cannot survive. It cannot. It's
A
not.
newborn baby can't survive and take care of themselves on their own, even if they're full term.
But it's not gonna lie. We have to go.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
Where can I find this?
Her Patriot Voice.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah. Thank you.
He said, yeah, Ari. I'm 20 years old, so I don't know the world. I can't say that I've been through everything like what my mother and my grandmother has been through. But as a black person, I'm mixed, but as a black person, I feel like the way the world is, we like to just slap labels on something and slap titles on one person. Take those titles away. Take away the money, all of value work that you have in your house, your clothes, everything. What are you? A human. You are a human. You are not better than nobody else. Yes, you can make $20 million a year. Congratulations. But does that mean that you're above a person just because the way people look or what race they could be or what they do every day? No, you're still a human. We still bleed, eat, and use the bathroom the same way as everybody else. Just because some person could have, let's say somebody has $5 million.
Forget about money. I feel like.
Like he said, They see that you're black, brown, you're automatically underneath. Why can't we just sit here and live in a world? And God created the earth God created the earth and wanted us to be in harmony and peace. This is not what he wanted. Not to be religious or anything, but just being honest. That's what God wanted. He wanted us to live in harmony and peace, not with this that we hate each other. Oh, whites versus black, all that stuff. All that stuff is because mankind did it itself. Because we decided, okay, well, I don't like the person because they look different than me, so I'm going to segregate. I can't use the same toilet as them. I cannot go use the same water fountain as them. We cannot sit in the same cafeteria. We can't sit in the same classroom just because the difference of my skin. So if I was white, it's just a pass on everything, slap on the wrist, slap on the wrist. Black people, they get incarcerated.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just different skin color. We don't want to sit with you because of skin color. This is the level they're at. And there's white people at this level too, thinking, oh, it's just because of their skin color. It's just because of skin color. You're absolutely ridiculous.
Incarcerated and the police won't even have evidence for it. There's people who are still in prison on death row who say they committed the police will say that they committed a crime. What evidence do you have against that person to sustain saying that they actually did something?
To make the world better, and it might sound ignorant, but black people need to invest in their own ways of money.
Yes,
100%.
We need our own
Your own companies.
money to where, yes, to where we can have Harriet Tubman on the, and not to be, I'm okay with being a separatist, not violent though.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's different sections of human beings.
Well, yeah, we
who
have different
found-
cultures, and sometimes different cultures mix better with the same culture.
Right, and then you found your category and your spot.
Like if I go to Chinatown, I know what I'm in for. Right. You know what I mean? Like that's not a bad segregation.
I feel like it's
thing.
But money, the value of money, like
The value
the
of money.
paper money. I feel like we should have a we should have a Harriet Tubman on our.
He points to the darkies. We should have a Harriet. So they're for equality, but they want their own money, and we should have this. It's hilarious. They contradict themselves completely. And most people don't even notice. They just pander to them. Oh, just let them have everything. Let them have everything.
Our own money. Martin Luther King. So generational.
On a dollar bill.
Yeah,
Okay.
now it doesn't have to be a dollar bill, bro, but it proves like
Sounds-
when you go over.
It sounds like they're very tribal. It sounds like they don't want peace and harmony. It sounds like they're very tribal. We.
Overseas, they
So
have
you're
euros.
not socialist then. You're pro-capitalism.
I'm
You're
not-
pro black people.
I'm for my own people, yes, but I'm not a part of a bird. I respect y'all.
Socialist then. You're pro-capitalism.
I'm
You're
not-
pro black people.
I'm for my own people, yes, but I'm not a part of a bird. I respect y'all. I watch y'all every day. I watch Nick Shirley.
Oh, yeah?
I watch all y'all.
Wow.
And I don't watch y'all as in agreeing with y'all to the
Yeah, but
10th
you don't
power,
have to.
but I watch and I appreciate
You're
the
getting a
fact
different
that y'all have
Exactly.
y'all
Exactly.
have
That's what
the
you're supposed to
guts to speak in a certain type of way. You know what I mean?
All right, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Please follow my friends here. Aren't they amazing? Beautiful, conservative women. And if you like this video, go ahead and give it.
Wait, how are these conservative women? These are conservative women these days? What? This chick is, oh man. Anyway, you people can think what you want. I guess anything's called conservative these days. The words have just become meaningless. How are they conservative? What exactly are they conserving? Maybe they're anti-abortion, but that's about it. The rest of it, I don't know what they're talking about. What you talking about? What you talking about, Tigger? What you talking about, Tigger? The Trail of Tears was my fault. Did you see that conversation I had with Rat Blood saying my ancestors made the Indians cry on the Trail of Tears? My ancestors made a lot of the Indians cry on the Trail of Tears. That's part of my history. I'm a colonizer. And I have ancestors that were on the Trail of Tears hitting the Indians, making them cry. Hitting them and making
Austin Metcalf, some influencers who's going over to the graveyard of Austin Metcalf and urinating on his grave. Now, that is a crime in Texas, but I think that crime in particular needs to be upgraded to a hate crime for the simple reason they're admitting they're doing it because he's white. And because Carmelo Anthony, who killed him, got sentenced justly so. Now, think about how the parents have to be feeling. It's bad enough to lose a child, but you can't even mourn properly because these demons are trying to desecrate your son's grave. They're treating your son as if he's the criminal, as if he's wronged them in some kind of way. I don't know what kind of society we're living in. We're in a graveyard right now, but you think I would ever desecrate even my enemy's graveyard or their grave? You think I would come over, people I despise, I wouldn't go over and do something to their grave. But these people, the one who was murdered is the one's grave they want to desecrate. Now, you think you can have a rational conversation with people that's so depraved, so heartless? The mother, you notice that you haven't even seen the mother, because guess what? The mother is probably taking it harder even than the father, because mothers are more sensitive. And now she has to hear, she probably stopped watching the news. She probably doesn't even watch the news, because you know what? Nobody wants to see their dead child talked about like this. But she has to hear what these people are doing to her son's grave. And there are still people on the internet is going to justify this. I'm actually at a loss for words. When I thought that these people could not do anything worse, they never ceased to amaze with the demonic activities.
Problem. They aren't actually. The activists are actually posting images. BLM activists are taking photos of themselves urinating on a slain teenager's grave, Austin Metcalf's grave, except they aren't. That's the only problem. They aren't actually. The activists are actually posting images generated by AI. So they kind of are. They're doing the thing that makes it seem like they're urinating. They're not really urinating on the grave, but they are at least performing an action that is meant to be as offensive as urinating on the grave. They're obviously AI. You can even see one of the photos shows a woman urinating through her fly. I don't think many women do that, especially after the trans phenomenon of the last 5 years. That's kind of over. And so the pictures that the BLM activists are posting are not real. And furthermore, there's not much reason to believe that most, if any, of the BLM activists are real. There's no reason to believe these are real people. It's all just social media accounts. There was a real murder. That definitely happened. And there are real racial tensions around the murder. That's definitely true. And our real geopolitical adversaries are exploiting the murder and the racial tensions, as they always have. Russian state TV can't get enough of the Metcalf murder. They're running it on RT all the time. But the specific phenomenon that all of the right-wing engagement accounts are up in arms over right now is not actually happening. And this is way bigger than the Austin Metcalf murder. This is happening with respect to almost every issue. So before we all lose our minds, before we all lose our political order, we probably need to ask a basic question about politics in the Big 2-6. Is anything that we are seeing actually real? I'm Michael Knowles. This is The Michael Knowles Show. Welcome back to the show. I will not close out this week of shows without getting into Senator
You now have BLM activists who are posting pictures pissing on the grave of Austin Metcalf. That's where we're at this point. And then you have Black personalities online claiming that Black parents need to have conversations with their Black kids because of this guilty verdict, in the sense that they don't have a right to stand up for themselves. Yeah, it's that terrible. Let's start here.
Let this be a lesson to us, especially to teach our young Black boys, because we have definitely seen this in our community where the slightest of things has touched off something that can't be reversed. So we need to be having conversation with our young Black boys about emotional regulation and decision making and discernment and wisdom. And those are not easy conversations to have in a world that sees them the way that they do, but we have to have them to save them, to preserve them. We have to have them.
You know what? She's right. We do need to have a conversation. But I want to have a conversation about what we're seeing on social media from BLM activists. Just look at your screen. There's a new disturbing social media trend of BLM activists posting edited images of themselves urinating on Austin Metcalf's grave, as you guys can see. Let's have this conversation, Jamel Hill. Let's do it. Let's talk about this. Will you call this behavior out exactly? What about this behavior? Will you call that out too? Probably not, right? Because again, Black people can do no wrong. And so who cares about accountability on our side of things? We only have to hold white people accountable, right? I'm sure that's our mindset. And it's just unfortunate that they're planting negative ideas in the minds of young Black men that they need to live their lives in fear. That is terrible.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more. What do you want us to do?
I also have 5 boys. She doesn't know what to do after the Carmelo incident. Like what to tell her sons, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and try something. Today, boys, when you go out into school, don't stab any other kids. You think you guys can do that? You feel good about that, Lee? You feel good about that, Ace?
Yeah.
Oh, you're Aunt Trail. This is Ace. So, is that a good commitment from everybody? We're not gonna stab any kids today?
Probably not.
Hey, try that, lady. That might work.
It wasn't really in my game plan.
Yeah, I think that just might work because sometimes it is that simple. And if you have the right relationship with your children, more than likely something like this isn't going to happen. It is called parenting at the end of the day, folks. And it's something that I don't think gets enough attention because people would rather blame the politician, the president, white people, the system, and not have to actually look in the mirror and analyze their own actions and how it's led to the results that they're getting. But hey, when you're really into this whole race war stuff and you are a race baiter yourself, more likely you're going to come out and say things like this.
Listen, if you asking me, I don't think that all white people should be able to do anything in secret at all. I don't think they should have. I don't think they should be able to have drapes or curtains. Everything should be clear, because anytime. Let me tell you something. When it's all white people in secret, it's bad for everybody. I think that striking those jurists that were secret at all. I don't think they should have. I don't think they should be able to have drapes. That all white people should be able to do anything in secret. That all white people should be able to do anything in secret at all. I don't think they should have. I don't think they should be able to have drapes or curtains. Everything should be clear, because anytime. I don't think they should be able to have drapes or curtains. Everything should be clear, because anytime. Let me tell you something. When it's all white people in secret, it's bad for everybody. I think that striking those jurists that were black was for a reason.
Now, obviously, the social media algorithms will promote issues that are going to draw a lot of engagement and reaction, and Black culture happens to be at the top of that list. But the good news behind this entire story that's clearly exploded, it's captured the attention of the entire nation, is that you see a lot of Black people pushing back on this type of behavior. There's plenty of Black people on the internet that I see that do not agree with DL Hughley, do not agree with Clown Lemon, do not agree with people who want to make this about race. They see the nonsense for what it is. They see the ignorance for what it is, and they're fed up. And so I think that's great news for a lot of people out there. And if you're a person who knows what discernment is all about, more than likely, you've been seeing that from day one. Now, speaking of that word discernment, I want to go to this.
Family lost their child. Another family lost kid's life is over. He was sitting there minding his business. But then he decided to object when somebody kept coming on to him. But it don't matter. We don't get to stick up for ourselves. So we need to teach our kids some serious discernment.
All right, let's take a moment and talk about something serious. How many of you guys have been punished because of your credit? What am I talking about? You're out there, you're working hard.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too.
Go girls, yes!
Do you want to talk on camera at all? Oh, you were waiting.
I have been waiting.
I know you can come up, but she's been waiting a long time. We want to be fair to her. We want to be fair to her, everybody.
Come in and just a little closer, like right here.
Of course.
Thank you.
Can I actually hold that, if that's okay? I'm not going to run off with it.
Only because I need to go like this.
He needs to go like that. Okay, can I hold?
You can hold this one.
I can hold this one?
Yeah.
I really appreciate it,
Yeah.
by the way. What's your name, man?
Chris, Billboard Chris.
Chris, my name is Vincent. Peter, right? Okay, great. My pronouns are he, him. So just letting y'all know that. By the way, turn around for me real quick. Can you show them?
This is fun.
Yeah. No, I just want to see because I couldn't see it earlier. That's why. Human male who protects his kids from gender ideology. Okay.
That's correct. If you want to read that one, since you read that one.
No, yeah. Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Love that. Billboardchris.com. Okay. Just making sure that I know like what's going on. Just because I'm not from here. I'm actually from Texas. I have been trans for a very long time.
So what does that mean?
I am 24, so if you want to guess how long.
No, what does being trans mean?
Being trans is a very specific thing for me. For me, I am transitioning to female to male. And,
okay, so
no.
But transition
I'm not
is something
done.
you do, not something you are. So what is being trans?
The thing is, here I am coming on to answer your question to the fullest extent, right?
Okay.
So I'm actually going to answer your question
Okay.
before you ask another.
Okay, if I want clarity, I'll come back to you.
Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that, Chris.
Good stuff.
Basically, I am female transitioning to male, so that means that I have been going under social transition for a very long time, and I've also been taking not puberty blockers because I'm not that young. I know my skin may seem that I'm young, but I'm not that young, you guys. And I've been taking testosterone for about 5 years now. And, my transition is what it is. And I am 24. Yeah.
You started at what age?
I started at 19. Well, actually, I started puberty whenever I was taking testosterone at 20.
So you were not a minor?
No, I was not a minor.
Can I come back to something?
Yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said you were trans. I asked what that means.
Yeah.
And you said you're transitioning.
Yeah.
So transitioning is a verb. This is something you're doing. And by transitioning, you're taking testosterone. I have a mic here, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. Chill.
But I want to know what being transgender means.
I will say first, I wanted to do like a little introduction before I got on here.
So you don't want to answer the question?
No, I will.
Because I'm used to people playing these games with me.
I will 100%
I'm going to keep coming back to
answer the question.
And
I'm
we'll see
also
if you
from
can answer
Texas.
it.
Where are you from, Chris?
No one's ever been able to answer this question.
Where are
I've
you
asked it
from?
thousands of times.
Where are you from?
Vancouver.
Canada. Okay, great. Where are you from, Peter?
Massachusetts. Just answer the question.
Massachusetts. Okay, cool. I'm from Texas.
She doesn't want to answer the question because she can't answer the question.
I'm from Texas. My pronouns are he, him. I am from Texas.
I thought they were she, him.
And no, I am from Texas, and
They
so
changed.
I've been here
They're
for
fluid.
like since March. And I was just wondering, like, I was asking your camera guy here, who's really lovely. You know, I'm in TV and film myself, and so I've been looking for a lot of like different type of stuff to do. And when I see stuff like this, I'm really curious about like how you hire people, right? So I see him over here. He's a day hire. Hello there. Really cool. Hi, Angel. Nice to meet you, man. I love your glasses, by the way.
So could you answer the question?
Okay, so we're not going to waste time here today on these little games.
I'm doing an intro.
No,
the
we're not
thing
doing
is,
an intro because we're
I'm
controlling
doing
this
an intro.
conversation.
Okay, cool.
So if you can't answer what being transgender is, we're
give
done.
me 20 seconds. You gave everybody else multiple
You've
times.
got 20 seconds, then I want to hear what
I've
being
got 20
transgender
seconds.
is.
You can time me. I'm a canvasser. I'll bring out my phone
Good
too.
stuff.
So basically, I have been here for a very short period of time, and what I was trying to say to you, putting 20 seconds on the clock, by the way, I have been
started 8
here.
seconds ago.
Okay, cool. You can take time off of me. Basically, I've been here since March, and puberty blockers literally do not exist in Texas. So whenever you had this question,
seconds is up.
I was, it's 14 seconds.
You started at 6 seconds.
So basically, this guy over here was talking to me, and he was like, hey, read, right? Okay, cool.
So what
Not
does being
this guy, by the
transgender
way.
mean?
So being transgender, yeah, okay, so we exceeded. If y'all want to kick me out, you can, but I will say, if you decide to kick people out whenever they are like, you know, kind of getting to the question,
Thank you very
I'm
much.
from Texas, so
You didn't answer the
I talk a
question.
little bit longer. You
So
know,
I've been doing this 5 years, and I say all the time, I've never been able to get an answer to the question, what is a transgender person? And once again, they've demonstrated they have no answer. All she's trying to do is waste our time.
Why not answer the question?
I'm a transgender adult person, and y'all keep misgendering me the entire time. So y'all don't care about trans.
I'm the only one properly gendering you here. You're
No,
misgendering
not.
yourself.
You're not using he, him.
Well, that's because you're a woman.
And the thing is, if this is showing up on Indeed or snapping up or anything like that,
Why didn't
I
you answer
feel
the
like
question?
you guys should
Why
be
didn't
like.
you answer the question?
Literally, I hope people throw like tomatoes at y'all because it's so disgusting the way that like
Violence. Violence.
Y'all don't care
Always
about me or
violence.
about my rights.
Yeah.
So if we were all on the same TV show, y'all wouldn't give a
So
shit
you don't
about
know
me.
the answer to the question.
No, if she did, she would have given it.
You don't even know I don't even remember the question.
You're a woman. You don't get to determine whether I get to acknowledge reality or not. You are a female.
Don't care about trans
That's because
you try to
it's
act
not that I
like
don't care about you.
children
It's that
cannot
trans people
consent
don't
to puberty
exist.
blockers. Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Why not say trans people don't exist? Why not that? Why not say trans people don't exist? You have enough room
It's a
to do
decent
that.
sign, actually. I might make one of those.
Okay, do it.
Yeah.
Do it because you're not talking about.
There is
people
no
that
such
are
thing as a
actually
transgender
trans.
person.
You're talking about people. You just try to like get a little like toughed out of people.
So because you
you're not
don't
talking about trans
conform
people.
to what you
If
consider
y'all-
female stereotypes,
Peter,
you want to call
and
yourself
you,
a different
Chris,
class of
if
human
y'all
being
both
now?
cared about trans people, you would care about trans people, and you wouldn't misgender me as I'm doing a conversation with y'all because y'all are actually respectful. And what I'm
Because
doing
I
is
respect
y'all
you,
are
I'm not going to
respectful.
lie to you.
The thing is, since you are
I'm not gonna lie to
respecting
you.
me, you're disrespecting
Because
me.
all these people
Because
lying to you in
the thing is-
society are affirming a
You're from
delusion.
Vancouver, you're from
And I'm not going to help your
Vancouver.
delusion.
Where are you from?
Yeah, yeah.
Where are you from? No, because the thing is, y'all should
Classic.
go wherever you fucking come from because y'all are fucking stupid right now.
We got a good little crowd forming around. She thinks she accomplished something there.
Fuck y'all, bro.
Okay.
Do you have any
What's
questions
up?
for Chris? Peter.
Some people act like their gender gives them a free pass to do whatever they want, until reality hits hard. Today, we're diving into the moments when men fought back with the same energy, serving a taste of their own medicine. And trust me, it wasn't always what those women expected.
A little bit wild here. She needs to tighten up, get a little bit sharper. Oh, big left hand, now big right hand. Oh! And Vaughn is how massive, massive knock. A little bit wild here. She needs to tighten up, get a little bit sharper. Oh, big left hand, now big right hand. Oh!
This is what women fought for. They want to be men. We never used to treat them this way. They just want to challenge us and they want to be men. You're not men, though. You're not men. You're delusional.
And Vaughn is how massive, massive knock.
Hey, babe, you want to see what I learned in defense class today?
Oh.
Why not? You have
What the hell were you recording for?
Don't worry about it. Come on.
Oh, my.
You ready?
Whatever. You gonna get my money back.
等一下，等一下。
Oh, that actually looks like fun. They should put feminists and Karens versus men. Maybe we should do that in society to sort things out. Just treat them the way they say they want to be treated. You want to be treated like a man, treat them like a man.
Tanıdın? Instagram'da.
Сын туралы айтқан шығар.
Чё?
Сын туралы айтқан шығар. Брат, нырок, делай нырок. Опа.
Gotta be honest. I don't think you have as much strength and can compete with a man, even though I'm a white belt.
You know how to push my buttons. That was exactly how to get me to throw you.
Oh, fuck.
I'm sorry.
I landed on my balls and my ribs.
Is it with the stupid sideburns of yours? Are you in some sort of a time capsule? Idiot. There's not one word coming out of their mouth.
Actually, the thing is that we don't want to talk with you, actually.
Why don't you go and then?
You go. Oof. How can you snap? How can you snap? You're mad or what, bloody? How can she snap? How can she? What?
Я руками концовочку. Работай, работай. Работай.
Don't hold back on these bitches. That guy was holding back.
Левая нога очень хорошая у Александра. Наконец! По левой хочет. Удушающий пошел Александр соперника. Муж бежит опять! Что это? Куда? Где это охранники? Что они такой? Такой цепкий муж тоже непонятно. Слушай, не успеваешь. Соперник держит руку соперницы.
Look at that fatty. Oh my goodness. Look at the fatty.
Держи, Сань!
Stop! 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 Stop!
Go.
Oh, both gentlemen come out with a nice kick. Ooh. Hayden with a...
Do you see those haymakers? You better, I mean, they're exciting, but he better calm it down a little bit because he's not going to be able to sustain that throughout the whole entire fight.
He stopped. Hayden pressuring, but he keeps dropping that hand.
Oh, he sounded like he hit his cup. Ow! Hayden's got such long reach, man. And those body kicks that he's throwing, like they're not hard, but I think he hit him good with that one right there because that stopped him in his tracks. Oh! and he just.
It is safe to say she just realized there would be no more.
That's not a girl, that's a trans. That's a guy pretending to be a girl. Hello, RI. Good to see you. I think this is what women want. They want to fight men. They want to pretend to be men. They want to believe that they're men. That's where we're at in today's society. Women want to pretend that they're men. Here's one that's pretending. This is awesome. I like this one. Gorlock, the Destroyer. This is good.
While you pull that up, I just want to add one thing, Deborah. I think modest women, it's so attractive. What the
Rip, can someone just push that back?
What was that?
Come on, you just push that back.
I think it makes you feel more like a woman.
It's
I feel
so
the same.
attractive.
When I'm in a modest, like long dress, I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm on top of the world.
Yes.
But that's something that I think came with age. When I was young, long dress, I'm like, wow,
Makes you feel more like a woman.
Makes
you feel more like a woman. Makes you feel more like a woman.
I feel the same. When I'm in a modest, like long dress, I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm on top of the world.
Yes.
But that's something that I think came with age. When I was younger, I felt cooler in a crop top, and then
Wait,
I
Eric,
reached
were
a
there more
certain point.
gifted? No. Okay.
I want to add on to that, like something you say that comes with age. Like as I'm getting older, because I'm still 23, I feel like I'm about to turn 24, but I feel like in the last year or so, like my style is like ever so changing when it comes to confidence. Mainly because like compared to when I was like 21 or 22.
Chase, why are you laughing? Chase, why are you laughing?
Did you read the room? Nothing.
Sorry, he's laughing.
Please continue.
He's
Please
laughing
continue.
at the chat. Fucking Chase.
21, 22.
Please continue.
Yeah.
How dare you, Chase?
Please continue, as you were saying.
Cool. No, just like basically saying that like compared to when I was younger, like let's say I'm wearing like a little black slip dress and like a little wedge to the club with a YSL bag. That would make me feel pretty. But like as I'm getting older, it's like almost like when I cover up, it's like you feel more beautiful. But I guess that's something that comes with age. When I cover up, it's like you feel more beautiful. Dress and like a little basically saying that like compared to when I was younger, like let's say I'm wearing like a little black slip dress and like a little wedge to the club with a YSL bag. That would make me feel pretty. But like as I'm getting older, it's like almost like when I cover up, it's like you feel more beautiful. But I guess that's something that comes with age, and like I feel like a lot of younger girls.
Yeah, like in high school, you're just gonna want to wear what every other girl wears, like a crop top and like some booty shorts or whatever.
Yeah. Can I
But-
specifically ask this to you? We totally don't have to speak about it if you're uncomfortable, but what
booty shorts or whatever.
Yeah. Can I
High school, you're just gonna want to wear what every other girl wears, like a
Yeah.
crop top and like some booty shorts or whatever.
Yeah. Can I
But-
specifically ask this?
School, you're just gonna want to wear what every other girl wears, like a
Yeah.
crop top and like some booty shorts or whatever.
Yeah. Can I
But-
specifically ask this to you? We totally don't have to speak about it if you're uncomfortable, but what age did you start identifying as a woman?
Can I be honest? I've always known. Like, I never knew the word for it, if I'm being
booty shorts or whatever.
Yeah. Can I
But-
specifically ask this to you? We totally don't have to speak about it if you're uncomfortable, but what age did you start identifying as a woman?
Can I be honest? I've always known. Like, I never knew the word for it, if I'm being honest. Like, growing up, I didn't know what trans was. I didn't know it was a thing. So, like, anything that grasped onto femininity, that was me. Like anything, I put a towel over my head, that was my hair. Like, I would, literally, my mom and my parents, like, when they would have their night outings that our babysitters would come over, I'd steal my mom's heels. Like, femininity for me is something that's always been 100% natural and not forced. So I think it was like 14, 15 was when I discovered what trans was. And I was like, oh my god, like wait, I'm not a drag queen, because at first I thought I was a drag queen because I didn't know what trans was. I didn't know that there was a name for it. I just knew that I was more than that. And then I guess, like I said, as I got older, then I started experimenting with makeup. I let my hair grow out.
She's known as Gorlock the Destroyer. He/she, by the way. It's a he/she. Isn't it glorious? This is the society you have. This is what most women have supported for decades. They wanted the freedom. They call this freedom. And this is the society you're bringing children into, by the way. Isn't it wonderful? It's so glorious. And most of the women that go on shows like this support it. They're all for it. Just like on YouTube. I'm the odd man out that's critical of this stuff. Most people support it these days. They'll say it's 2026. We've moved past you. We've outgrown you. This is modern. This is normal now.
And I fully started living as a woman when I was at the age of like 18, 19, I want to say. I started letting my hair grow. I started experimenting more with my clothing, etc. Is your friend good? It sounds like you're saying a lot of jokes there.
I don't know. The chat was saying some ridiculous shit, so they were. I think. Okay.
You're probably getting dragged.
I just want everybody to know. I drink.
Okay.
Sometimes you have maturity to be able to read something and keep it in. I
don't know whose that was. I almost vomited.
AED 750. Looking at Kiko. Do you want to read this one, Kiko?
Yeah. Looking at Kiko and the way she behaves/reacts, it appears she's an actual 6, downgraded to a 5. Masculinity in a woman is a man repellent. I can guess what her BF is like now. Honestly, you guys would have no idea what my boyfriend is like. You wouldn't have the slightest.
You're a really good reader.
Thank you.
I like the emotion.
The narration. I'm here for it.
Thank you.
So you previously described yourself as a certified
bad
bitch.
24/7.
Do you
no days off?
Do you fucking slay? Like you got mad bitches because you're a certified bad bitch. Do you got mad bitches?
No, I feel like I'm somewhat retired. What do you mean? Okay, wait. Let me finish before I answer this.
Of course.
Of course. I'm sorry.
Do you get mad bitches?
As in
And by the way,
who do you go for?
Who do you go?
Guys or girls?
Guys, girls,
or both?
Both.
I like boys. I like men.
Okay, you like men.
I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. Because when I drink, I'm personally I don't like vagina, but I'm down to play with some ass and titties. That's fun.
All right.
That's why I asked Kiko.
Get it?
That's why I asked Kiko.
So
about your sexuality.
So
really.
I don't know. I kind of get the impression. I feel like you got game. So do you get mad bitches?
Honestly, yes. However, let me clarify something. I feel like the older that I'm getting, I'm washing them away. Why? Because I'm getting older. I want a man who loves me
23?
openly.
You're 23.
Yeah, I'm 23.
But you got plenty of time to sow the wild oats. Is that how that goes?
Let's spill the tea real quick, okay? Let's spill the tea. My experiences from dating are way more different than theirs. I'm a trans girl. Men, honestly, it's so fucking rare that you ever even find a guy that's being let me take you out. Let's go see a movie. Let's go have dinner. No, they're just trying to fuck. I'm a fetish to 98% of those fucking guys. You know? So my thing right now is okay, yeah, sexually I can probably have whatever the fucking guy I want to.
You sure
but
about that?
No, honestly, there has not. I'm gonna be 100% honest. If I genuinely like that guy, or if I
there's nothing godly about
yeah.
you. Not you, sorry.
So if I'm attracted to them sexually, I've 95% of the time I'll get it. However, I'm getting to a certain age now, a level of maturity, where it's okay, sex is just sex at this point. I want intimacy, and I want it outside of closed doors.
Yep. You want something that's not shallow and superficial. You want more than just sex.
Yeah,
Yep.
I crave intimacy, and honestly, that's something that I want long term, and I'm at a level of maturity. Like I said, I'm clearing the fucking roster. I don't give a fuck if you're a fucking football player, if you know so and so person, if you know X, Y, and Z. I don't give a fuck.
Clearing the roster. What do you mean by that? Do you have confirm or deny?
Do you have blue
Is there a
checks
roster
in your DMs?
Yeah.
Are you just running through famous dudes?
I'm not gonna be talking yeah, I have hundreds, but I have a good amount.
But you said a roster, so what question for you? What's the most amount of people that you've dated?
All at once?
All at once.
In rotation?
Same time, rotation, however you want to.
Honestly, 3.
In rotation.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'll have men. I'm okay, this one's annoying me. Okay, it's time to clear his ass and let's bench this person right there.
Do you meet men through March dating Madness out here?
Honestly, so I did the dating app thing. Like I said, it was a full fetish. That's all it was. So
Did you put it on your... Sorry.
So how do they know that you're trans?
That's what I was gonna ask. Do you put it out
100%.
there?
I don't care how passable you are. I feel like you have to disclose.
Respect.
And this is why.
Very
because
important.
They're especially like,
ding.
Like there's like, okay, let's say I go out on a guy and and honestly, you know, I'm gonna talk about this right now. At my job.
Do it. Let's go.
No, at my job, I had an experience with an old coworker. I'm not gonna say what my real job
Say his
is.
full name.
No.
What's his social?
I'm not gonna say his name. But I got offended because, long story short, he basically said that if he went on like a date with a trans girl and he didn't know that she was trans, and she is like a fucking baddie, like I'm talking ass, titties, like operating, you couldn't even fucking tell. Like this is the baddest bitch. And he found out that she was trans. He said that he would feel the need to bring out his weapon.
Oh.
Exactly.
So it's a safety issue.
It's a safety issue. Like it doesn't matter what you are. Like I feel like you can be the most cuntiest, like fucking bad bitchery, like passable girl. I feel like you have to disclose. And I get it. Some girls, like, it kind of comes to a pride thing too with trans girls. It's like, well, I worked so hard to get to my womanhood and blah, 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 blah. I get that and I fully respect it. Like, whatever you want to be still. But when it comes to a man, and especially in dating, and this, like I said, this is my opinion. And like, if any other like trans girls are watching, or if any other trans girls are watching, any of the dolls are watching, hit my DMs because, and if I'm saying something that's misinforming, educate me because I'm totally open to that. But I feel like when you're one of the dolls, you have to disclose when it comes to dating, because this is how there's things like murders, violence, you know, X, Y, and Z. This is how trans girls like end up in sticky situations 9 times out of 10. Because they don't disclose.
You're
However,
right. X, Y, and Z, particularly X and Y.
I will say that. However, I will say though that being in the social scene, I can walk into a bar and I'm the most confident bitch ever. A man will still go out of his way, and these are the ones that I'm talking about that are like little closets or whatever you want to call them. Be like, tranny.
I agree. I've heard the same thing from some of my friends. They're like, if I found out, because I went to Thailand and they're like, bro, like the lady boys, whatever. I didn't do anything.
No, I mean,
but they're like, if I found out that, because a lot of them are really believable. Like they get their Adam's apple shaved down, they get their dick cut off. Like they get everything done. And I've heard the same thing from like a couple of my friends. They're like, yeah, I'm swinging if I find out that.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
This is why I fully always recommend to the dolls, to all of my trans girls, even trans men, like anybody with a situation like that.
Somebody knocking.
In a platonic way, I meant to say, is probably a better way of phrasing.
Judaism and the correlation between Judaism and Mesopotamian mythology at Objective Ethics YouTube channel at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for those interested. And I actually am. So please make sure and share the link, and maybe we can forward over that way.
That's not my cup of tea, but I want to commend Andy. He's been a wonderful contributor here. I really don't look into that stuff, but Andy, you always support the Jack Talcott show, and I think that's really good of you. I have no idea what your link is about, but I still support what your supportive nature in a non-gay way. I'm not calling Andy gay or anything. He's a lover of Jack. In a platonic way, I meant to say, is probably a better way of phrasing it. It's really good of you. I have no idea what your link is about, but I still support what your supportive nature in a non-gay way. I'm not calling Andy gay or anything. He's a lover of Jack. In a platonic way, I meant to say, is probably a better way of phrasing it.
huh. Let's not cause any incentives. I do want to give people fair chances, right, to show themselves. And if people can show themselves different, then they can become different. And if they can become different, then we get to do better, right?
I'm trying to be very supportive and cordial today.
I've seen
on my
that.
best behavior. Yeah.
I'm seeing it, and I do appreciate it, Stephen.
And whoever that anonymous person is in the chat, I want to extend my love in a non-gay way to the person that wants to kick me off the channel for $20. You got to do better than that. You got to give $200. Give Jack $200 for 3 days, and then I would accept it. If you sent a $200 donation, then I would willingly leave. I think Jack could use that money, and I think that would be wonderful in a non-gay way.
I would most. What we could do is prove that idea wrong. Let's see if we can brainstorm some ideas together. I mean, truly, in the biggest picture, the micro is the macro. Everything is everything. It's all just one thing that we are a part of the happening, right?
Oh, I've always wondered, do you think God is in every cell, every microbe, every amoeba, right down to the smallest and right up to the stars, like and everything in between, obviously? God is in everything concept? I wondered that.
Yes, it is from and within God that we are. Our scientists have, I guess, quantified or estimated some field of space and time, a quantum field of energy. You know, if you really think about it, we're probably just, I am actually pretty convinced, because anything that you are looking at, you have to bring the consciousness and the level of mind into the game. And I'm pretty convinced that all intelligence exists through God, right? And through intelligence, there becomes light and dark. Intelligent energy creates the light from the dark, perhaps. Who knows?
God's will, he said, let there be light. And God is the word.
We are.
The frequency,
Yes.
right, of words, where the frequencies in light, and light is a frequency. So if God is in this iced coffee in a non-way, I'm drinking God. I just had an iced coffee with whiskey. So, sorry, without God, it wouldn't exist, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Right. And that's actually something to consider. If God is everything, well, there's no reason to claim there's
even in some of these assholes in the chat that are yappy and rude. God is in all of us.
And think that through. I mean, I was meditating on some of these ideas a while back, and it made sense to me. It is not my choice I live. It's through the will of God I lived through the things that I didn't want to live through, right?
Well, Jack, you feel like a lot of people have judged you without knowing you, and I can relate to that. I can relate to that. That has happened with me on the internet.
Do you make it easy or difficult to know
Don't victim blame, Jack. They judge me without knowing me. I'm the victim here.
Well, there's no reason to claim. There's no reason to claim a victim status when you can be the hero in your journey.
I'm the hero then. I'm not the victim. It's okay. Either way,
and
I'm cool with it.
Stephen, you probably might want to look at what I had to look at. What our ego does without realizing it will make it difficult for people to want to be around us.
I don't think I have much of an ego. I've dropped the ego.
No, you've got a character. You've got a character you play, and that is your ego. I'm referring to whatever character.
Jack, I'm one of the most peaceful, loving men you'll ever meet. I really am.
Well, no, you pretend to be that way. You're put on a
How do
performance.
you know the real me? How do you know the real me? How do you assume that I'm putting on a performance?
Stephen, I am going by my direct experience with you, and what I have witnessed of you.
You tell me,
Nothing
said
more.
Stephen makes such great points. Jack, you got to drop the bias. Let the people that
I'll drop the bias. Stephen, we tried. If you're not willing to consider feedback, you want to get defensive, well, you got some insecurities you got to work on, man. And you're not as you say.
you got defensive and angry. I didn't. I was having a good time in a non-gay way. I was having a good time in a non-gay way. You got very angry. You got very defensive as soon as I came on the panel.
Elon Musk is, we got a billionaire.
People.
Or it's going to
Hello, Jack.
that has real human beings killing each other. It's a sickness. It's really kind of demonic. It's actually evil. The fact that Elon Musk is, we got a billionaire, a trillionaire. If I'm not mistaken, that's a million millions. It's an absurd idea for an individual. Hey, I said earlier, I am truly at peace. Got a guest in the back. We will explore it. We'll see how it goes. Stephen, welcome back.
Hello, Jack. How are you today?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be me, dude. Truly.
Well, that's good to hear, brother. I feel blessed as well. I feel blessed as well. I'm not a trillionaire. Actually, trillionaires make me feel poor somewhat. That's a lot of money. Do you think it's too much money for one person to have in their possession to control that much wealth?
It's not for me to decide, but if we look at the facts, it's all manipulated, and to a great part, to a great part, the inflated value and cost by what it looks like so far is going to be shifted to those hardworking people who have retirement plans. It's just a big fucking Ponzi scheme. The entire money racket, it's all made up. It's all pretend. Elon Musk knows how to pretend. So does Donald Trump.
Who do you think's better at pretending, Musk or Trump?
Does that matter?
Well, that's just a curious question. I don't know if it matters, but
I'm more concerned about what is the human species going to do about the state of the world. Are we just going to sit around and keep making fun of others and what?
Good question. Well, they make fun of us. Trump and Musk, in their posts, they make fun of the people.
And so we should make fun of each other like you've been doing?
No.
Like you've been doing?
No, I think we should throw them in dungeons.
Up, it's all pretend. Elon Musk knows how to pretend. Up, it's all pretend. Elon Musk knows how to pretend. So does Donald Trump.
Who do you think's better at pretending, Musk or Trump?
Does that matter?
Well, that's just a curious question. I don't know if it matters, but
I'm more concerned about what is the human species going to do about the state of the world. Are we just going to sit around and keep making fun of others and what?
Good question. Well, they make fun of us. Trump and Musk, in their posts, they make fun of the people.
And so we should make fun of each other like you've been doing?
No, I think we should throw them in dungeons. We should put Trump and Musk in a dungeon.
Are you doing anything in your existence to help achieve that? Or to
I'm trying.
support that?
Well, I'm a king, but I don't have $1 trillion. I'm not as wealthy as these creatures.
All right,
that
so
rule the world.
sure. We've all got our resources and challenges. So what are you doing to try and put those people in a dungeon.
Well, I'm showing up here every day on your show, and I'm also talking about it on my channel, and I'm trying to organize people for a call to action instead of just talking on YouTube. I think we should get together and
do what?
Pool our resources and pool our mind power and stand united against evil. That's what I'm trying to do. What are you trying to do?
It's funny you claim that, because I have not yet seen that in you. Not from.
Well, you don't really come around my channel too much. You don't look into what I do. So
Well,
how would you
I've
know what
seen-
I'm doing? How would you
Stephen,
know?
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
How about this? The bit I've seen and what I've experienced with you,
the tidbit,
by allowing you to join me, what I've experienced with you and witnessed is you are a liar. So if you don't want to be a liar and you claim
I'm not a liar. That's
okay,
offensive.
great. So
That's
you claim
rude.
to be honest. Let's bring
That's
this back
rude.
on. Great. By
Right.
allowing you to join me, I've not yet seen that. I've not yet seen that in you. Not from.
Well, you don't really come around my channel too much. You don't look into what I do. So
Well,
how would you
I've
know what I'm
seen-
doing? How would you know?
Stephen, well,
Yeah. Yeah.
How about this? The bit I've seen and what I've experienced with you,
the tidbit,
by allowing you to join me, what I've experienced with you and witnessed is you are a liar. So if you don't want to be a liar and you claim,
I'm not a liar. That's
okay,
offensive.
great. So
That's
you claim
rude.
to be honest. Let's bring
That's
this back
rude.
on. Great. So you claim to be honest, and I'm willing to, I'm willing to be convinced, sincerely.
Well, most people are convinced
You're-
except you, Jack Talcott. Most people know I'm honest.
Most people aren't here. Let's stay here and work together.
Okay,
on a
well, you have
conversation.
an issue with me, obviously. You have some issue.
I'm trying. Yes, please.
And I came on
listen.
cordial today.
Please listen, right? Then you can understand, and then maybe we can figure out what to do with this. Because you just here in this conversation made the claim that you're trying to find a way to create a call to action and get people organized.
Absolutely.
Despite
You're roboting.
Okay. That's
your audio
exactly.
went out.
Okay, well, that's the exact goal that I am going on, and so
I missed most of what you said, though. You roboted.
Okay.
Your audio cut out. So I don't know what you meant.
You made the claim, from what I heard, that you're spending time trying to get others to join, create a call to action, put minds together, right? Okay.
Yes.
That's literally what I've been doing, what you've witnessed me trying to do. So I haven't seen any evidence of you actually doing that. So let's do it now.
Sure.
All right. So
let's come together. Let's unite.
Yes.
Unite
and
forces.
so let's play out your idea here and now. You want a call to action, and what would that be? What's in your idea? What do we do to confront the evil?
Well, I want people to come together, drop the grudges and the insults and the bad feelings and the spite and the all the bullshit, and stand together united against evil. Now maybe we could gather together in Washington. Maybe we could come together in Washington. Maybe we could go together in Israel. There's another spot that we could gather and have a word with these. I call them creatures. I don't call them leaders like some people do. I call them creatures because I do think they're evil. I think that their actions show that they're evil.
And what you think about them don't really solve anything. So let's see what we can do. Now, I was looking up something from the chat, fulldisclosureact.com. I got it open, USA, and I'll check it out later. Thank you for that heads up.
Is that about aliens? What's full disclosure about?
I haven't looked.
Okay.
But full disclosure would be the end of secrecy. That's exactly what I'm about.
The end of secrecy with governments, or do you mean beyond that?
Well, let's start making sure that the truth is known. That way we don't have these people in position.
Never a straight answer. You just can't answer questions. You can get angry. 10 seconds. It roboted. I couldn't really make.
And this is something I was.
Am I supposed to give you my view on the future?
I don't know who you are, USA 8, but you're being negative. We need to be positive. We need to be positive. I know you don't know about me, but a lot of you people don't look at my content. You judge me without looking even into what I do. So it would be good.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Angry big forehead. Harry and the Hendersons, Sasquatch. Look at this.
Yeah, let's not. That was some of the claims you made about me, that I didn't know anything, and yet I'd formed an
Well, I was
opinion.
speaking to Dancing on the Sun, though. You said King Stephen.
Yeah,
I don't know about
That's
you
okay.
yet.
It's okay. We got another guest here. I want to bring up. I believe you've been here before. Dirty Lowlife, welcome.
Hi, Jack. Hi, King
Yes.
Stephen. How you doing?
Hello. Hello.
You were
Yeah, we
here
spoke
the
about
other day.
3 days ago, I think. Something like that.
I remember
well?
you. Sorry. Yes, I remember you. I appreciate you. I'm glad to see you again. And yes, I'm doing
Likewise,
well.
Jack.
How are you, my brother?
Tired, but well, yeah.
It's, what did I hear? Yeah, who knows? Life is this fascinating journey. I'm trying to remember. I remember you and the energy, but I don't remember details. What's your view on the future?
Am I supposed to give you my view on the future? I'd have to give you my view on time. I think the nature of time is very illusory. And I think if the human animal is a strange animal that has one foot on the platform and the other foot on the train.
We're a strange animal.
Love it.
Hey, could you help us save the world, Dirty Lowlife? Are you here to help humanity?
I've felt a real desire, and no, not a desire, a need, almost an inherent aspect of my being since childhood to help. I've seen a lot of pain in the world and always wanted to do something about it. But I realized that I've been very much lost in my ideas of what to do about it and my egoic thinking of structures and systems and how to fix them, which is useful, but I'm not sure it's the full picture.
Right. Thank you. I remember that. We've been called. All of us have been called into life at this time, right? And time is a mystery. I completely agree there. But I believe that we have been given power through our mind and heart, the power to tune in to ideas of light and darkness, right? But the purpose for our ability to tune into ideas is so that we are co-creating the future. And what is within us, it's going to come as an experience. I learned that through experience.
I missed a bit before within us. You roboted again. Your audio cut out.
Hey, thank you. I lost it by now. We've got another guest in the back. God is what it's titled. I'm not sure what they're showing. Whoops. Here. God, I am having. having technical difficulties. God, I've got you up. What is going on? Hello.
That's JG, I think. I could be wrong.
It's JG.
You look
Oh,
like a beach bum. Stop doing lives. Get back to the beach. God is out.
Did he call you a beach bum?
You know, here, I'm kind of torn. I feel like I need to reset.
Yeah, you're frozen again, Jack. Your camera froze. Now you're back.
My
buffering.
apologies for the difficulties. I'm going to actually reset. I will be right back.
Peace and Jack. Peace and Jack. Good evening, everybody. Good day. Good day. Good morrow. Good morrow, Jack. Good
Hello,
morrow.
Imperious.
Oh, Jack, I just have something to say to you, Jack. Just in
Hello.
all, you know, guys, we got to listen to the Jack, all right? All I have to say is this. Look, there's got to be a higher love, all right? Down
you
in our
high?
hearts or written in the stars above. Without
Wait,
it,
are you high?
life is wasted time.
Are you high?
No, sir, I don't, I'm high on Jack's love. I'm high on love, sir. Every time I watch this effing show, I just feel like, honestly, like Jack gets me through my darkest hours. I felt the thunder clapping, felt the desert burning, but Jack poured on me like a sweet sun shower. That's all I have to say, Jack. Your love is like, it's an incredible gift to the world, Jack.
You are too. Thank you. I appreciate what you bring as well. Vital Vicar, welcome back to you as well. How are you today?
God bless. I am absolutely fantastic today, Jack. How are you?
I love that. I love that answer because
Jack, I love this panel. I love this effing panel, and I love everyone on it, Jack. It's a great effing day, Jack. It's a Saturday. It's sunny. We got the Talcott here. Jack, I'm going to get off here and down another freaking beer. I'll be back, Jack.
Happy Saturn's Day. Cheers.
Thank you. Holy cows.
I'm
Hey,
sober today. I haven't had a drink at all day.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been about a little over 10 years.
I woke up this morning. I almost had a beer. I didn't have one.
Hey, if with just this phrase, without a lot of foundation or context, remembering forgotten love, what might come up for you? Anyone? Remembering forgotten.
Oh,
Yep.
remembering forgotten love. Oh, the title. Oh man, that's a tough question. I'll let someone else go. I don't have an
You know, what
answer.
comes to mind for me is like, it's kind of like you're stalking your ex through an alleyway at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you get real close to her, and she remembers that forgotten love. You know what I mean? You just is that not what we're talking about?
That sounds like an old MTV video or something for a music video.
It could qualify though. The stalking X and
man.
the discovery. Well,
It's a Lionel Richie song.
here. Imperious blessings and gratitude to you. Thank you for the contributions. Praise God indeed. Stella Artois, I think I've had those. Thank you, Imperious. Remembering forgotten love. Even when I started preparing for this, I hadn't really considered it as much as it seems obvious now. Maybe the greatest love that we forget is a love of ourselves, right? Because we're told to sacrifice ourselves and to give so others are better.
Some forget the love of life. They lose the love for life, and they forget, and they're just existing. They're not loving the moment.
I did.
Yeah. Oh man, you did?
Oh yeah. I spent a long time in an autonomous sleep. is all I could describe it as, mechanically, without the childlike wonder for everything.
Hey, in the pause, let me jump in here. Thank you. Andy, sincerely, your continuing support and generosity. If you will, please share a link for this. I'll be having a conversation about the origins of Yahwism / Judaism and the correlation between Judaism and Mesopotamian mythology at Objective Ethics YouTube channel at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for those interested. And I actually am. So please make sure and share the link, and maybe we can forward over that way.
That's not my cup of tea, but I want to commend Andy. He's been a wonderful contributor here. I really don't look into that stuff, but Andy, you always support the Jack Talcott show. And I think that's really good of you. I have no idea what your link is about, but I still support what your support of nature in a non-gay way. I'm not calling Andy gay or anything. He's a lover of Jack in a platonic way. I meant to say is probably a better way of phrasing it.
Let's not cause any incentives. I do want to give people fair chances, right, to show themselves. And if people can show themselves different, then they can become different. And if they can become different, then we get to do better, right?
I'm trying to be very supportive and cordial today.
I've seen
on my
that.
best behavior. Yeah.
I'm seeing it, and I do appreciate it, Stephen.
And whoever that anonymous person is in the chat, I want to extend my love in a non-gay way to the person that wants to kick me off the channel for $20. You got to do better than that. You got to give $200. Give Jack $200 for 3 days, and then I would accept it. If you sent a $200 donation, then I would willingly leave. I think Jack could use that money, and I think that would be wonderful in a non-gay way.
I would most. What we could do is prove that idea.
Use that money, and I think that would be wonderful in a non-gay way.
I would most. What we could do is prove that idea wrong. Let's see if we can brainstorm some ideas together. I mean, truly, in the biggest picture, the micro is the macro. Everything is everything. It's all just one thing that we are a part of the happening, right?
Oh, I've always wondered, do you think God is in every cell, every microbe, every amoeba, right down to the smallest and right up to the stars, like and everything in between, obviously? God is in everything concept? I wondered that.
Yes, it is from and within God that we are. Our scientists have, I guess, quantified or estimated some field of space and time, a quantum field of energy. You know, if you really think about it, we're probably just, I am actually pretty convinced, because anything that you are looking at, you have to bring the consciousness and the level of mind into the game. And I'm pretty convinced that all intelligence exists through God, right? And through intelligence, there becomes light and dark. Intelligent energy creates the light from the dark, perhaps. Who knows?
God's will, he said, let there be light. And God is the word.
We are.
The frequency,
Yes.
right, of words, where the frequencies in light, and light is a frequency. So if God is in this iced coffee in a non-way, I'm drinking God. I just had an iced coffee with whiskey. So Sorry,
that's
without God, it
actually
wouldn't exist, right? Is
right.
that what you're getting at?
Right. And that's actually something to consider. If God is everything, what does that make me?
Part of God, like a fragment of God. It's like we're all fragments of God in a fractal.
If
In a
I may, I
fractalized
think I
universe.
take it further in the sense that to look for God in things is part of the illusion. God is that which is.
God
And
is.
that which
Yeah.
is the truth. And I
That
don't
which
mean
is.
truth or a truth or that which is true. I mean the truth,
Yeah.
singular.
Truth.
The truth. The
Beautiful.
truth. The
And the
truth. God
truth
is.
the truth is beyond the things.
You
Yes.
could even say God is full stop. Like you don't even have to say God is everything.
Right.
God is, right?
Yes.
And
That is yes.
and when somebody asked God what his name was, he said, I am, in all capitals, I guess. I am. He didn't have to say I am this, that, just I am.
Beautiful.
It's just all encompassing.
And that's the message that the saints were trying to share, right? Many of them,
Yeah.
at least.
My mom
God
named me
is.
after a saint, Jack. Saint Stephen, the first saint, and a king. King Stephen of England. But also the first saint, the proto-martyr is Saint Stephen, the very first saint. So you're right. My namesake is Saint Stephen. And I do feel like a saint because I am
That
persecuted a lot
wasn't
in this realm.
right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
What?
you got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
Well, hey, this is just from my experience.
that's
Maybe
hurtful.
that
Persecuted a lot
wasn't
in this realm.
right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
What?
you got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
Well, hey, this is just from my experience.
that's
Maybe
hurtful. Oh
maybe
man,
you're flawless elsewhere, but
Jack.
well, we're all on this path
Uh,
of developing to do.
oh, Jack, that's
Well,
Saint Stephen, the very first saint. So you're right. My namesake is Saint Stephen, and I do feel like a saint because I am
that
persecuted a lot
wasn't
in this realm.
right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
What?
you got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
Well, hey, this is just from my experience.
that's
Maybe
hurtful. Oh
maybe
man,
you're flawless elsewhere, but
Jack,
well, we're all on this path
I'm
of development.
disappointed now.
Well, don't be disappointed in
Well, I
yourself.
came here
Do
for
better.
fellowship, brother. I'm here not to. I'm disappointed in you. I didn't say in myself. I said I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in you, Jack. You're a disappointment. I think your mother has said that about you a lot of times. Jackie boy, you're disappointing.
To do.
You're a disappointment. Oh, Jack, that's
Well, hey, this
missing.
and that's the message that the saints were trying to share, right? Many of them,
Yeah.
at least.
My mom
God
named me
is.
after a saint, Jack. Saint Stephen, the first saint, and a king. King Stephen of England. But also the first saint, the proto-martyr is Saint Stephen, the very first saint. So you're right. My namesake is Saint Stephen, and I do feel like a saint because I am
That
persecuted a lot
wasn't
in this realm.
right. Well, you don't speak or move like a saint, Stephen. You've got
What?
you got some growing to do.
Oh, Jack, that's
Well, hey, this is just from my experience.
that's
Maybe
hurtful. Oh
maybe
man,
you're flawless elsewhere, but
Jack,
well, we're all on this path
I'm
of development.
disappointed now.
Well, don't be disappointed in
Well, I
yourself.
came here
Do
for
better.
fellowship, brother. I'm here not to be insulted. I do move like a
Oh,
saint.
right.
I was named after a saint.
I understand, Stephen, but here again, this is something I've learned, and it's the reality. Do you want approval or peace? See,
Peace.
because when we
I'll
find
choose
peace with truth, amazing things can happen.
Peace
But-
with truth. That's what I'll choose. I'll take the hits if I have to.
Thank you. Because authentically, I've got mixed feelings on you. I've told you this, Stephen.
I know you have, and and yet I still come and I keep reaching out and I keep trying.
And
I'm here all the time, being supportive.
Somewhat, and I actually do have faith. I have faith that you can prove others wrong, right?
I can.
believe that you can.
Yes.
We
I
can. You and I can probably get along as long as we don't pretend and we just stay
Well, we're all
authentic.
one, Jack. We're all part of God. We're all pieces of God. God is in all of us. Even in some of these assholes in the chat that are yappy and rude, God is in all of us.
And think that through. I mean, I was meditating on some of these ideas a while back, and it made sense to me. It is not my choice I live. It's through the will of God I lived, through the things that I do.
Hello, my tickets. Hello. Who's paying attention? Who's paying attention? Who's here? Who's here? Who's paying attention? Who's here? Who's paying attention? Hello. Hello.
She's hardly a supermodel or movie star, but today Nora Vincent is getting the full-blown glamour treatment. Nora's a writer, and one of these shots will adorn the cover of her new book.
This wasn't just a stunt. This was about learning. This is a human project. It was about finding something out about the human creature, and I learned it the best possible way because I went through it.
What Nora went through, or more accurately, what she became in the last 2 years, was a man.
Yeah, a little bit shorter on the top. Okay.
No, Nora didn't get a sex change operation. She did it the old-fashioned way, with acting and a disguise. At 5'10", 155 pounds, and wearing men's size 11 shoes, Nora was a natural. Growing up in the Midwest with her actress mother, lawyer father, and 2 older brothers, Nora was a tomboy with a flair for the dramatic. She says she's still a tomboy and in fact is a lesbian, living in Midtown Manhattan with her partner Lisa.
I think
tomboy with a flair for the dramatic. She says she's still a tomboy and in fact is a lesbian, living in Midtown Manhattan with her partner Lisa.
I think we can work with this.
Her transformation into the guy she calls Ned.
Hello. Hello. She chose the name Ned, which is weird. Ned is kind of an old-fashioned name. Kind of weird, but there you go. This was in 2006. Self-made man, Nora Vincent.
Ned begins with a buzz cut, baggy men's clothes, and a too small sports bra to flatten her breasts. She even wore a little padding in a jock strap.
I also tried to think, well, what kind of guy is Ned? And get.
For the rest, she enlisted the help of makeup artist Ryan McWilliams.
She just came to me and said, Ryan, I need to turn into a man. The hair as small as we can make it, right?
And so they came up with a method of shredding braided wool into whisker-sized bits and gluing it onto her face.
Women have much stronger nasal resonance as a
And then
rule.
there's the theatrical component.
Ah, so just easy Tarzan out on your chest a little. Ah, good. And the-
Juilliard voice teacher Kate Murray coached Nora for months on a program of movement, breathing, and speaking.
I want you to be the best man you can be.
All to incorporate some of the subtle and not so subtle characteristics of being a guy.
Notice what men do. If they need to suddenly grab a taxi, hey, they just do that. Whereas women will ask for a taxi instead of demand one.
When all the pieces are together, hair, makeup, voice, posture, style, the transformation is complete.
Walk like a man, talk like a man, walk like a man.
And Nora Vincent becomes Ned Vincent.
Walk like a man, fast as I can.
One of these shots will be this.
It's funny because none of them noticed the missing Adam's apple, the shoulders that are too narrow for that height of a man. There are differences right off the bat you should be able to notice. But the thing is, most people aren't observant. So I don't doubt that this worked because we're in a realm of zombies. They don't notice anything.
Second photo on the book cover. The book, Self-Made Man, is out today and is about Nora's 18 months living as Ned.
I wanted to enter male spheres of interest and see how men are with each other. I wanted to make friends with men. I wanted to know how male friendships work from the inside out.
Ned's first act as a newly minted male was to join that quintessential bastion of camaraderie, a men's bowling team. The only problem was she's a terrible bowler.
I'd probably bowled before this 3 times in my life, and that was, in high school when you do it with both hands, So it was just insane for me to walk into this place without any.
And why didn't they just run you out of town when they saw how bad you were?
It's an amazing thing because I think, that shows you the generosity that they had.
It was the first of Nora's many surprises. She thought these guys from a working-class Pennsylvania neighborhood would mock Ned's bowling and reject him as a guy. But from their first meeting, they accepted Ned.
The handshake was unbelievable. It blew me away the first time I shook hands with a guy, a strange guy. And I was amazed because you think of women, we're so nice, we're so easy, men are so mean. Complete opposite. Hey, baby. And I felt as comfortable as I could feel right away. They just took me in, no questions asked.
This is the first time the guys are coming face to face with the female version of Ned.
Would you have known me on the street?
No.
No, good,
You look
good.
taller than I remember.
Yeah, I know, you're shorter. What happened?
Though they've known about Nora's true identity for months,
How are you? Congratulations.
this reunion is their first chance to talk about their friendship.
But you guys had said that wasn't there that game that, the person who didn't make it to 100 had to wear women's panties at the end of the season? And I thought, I'm going to give you guys the shock of your life, and I'm going to wear
The team had bowled together for 9 months, and gradually Nora gained entrance into the inner sanctum. She found that all the cussing and good-natured ribbing is just how men often show affection for each other.
Way to go, Ned.
Oh, yeah.
You remember this?
Oh, my God, that's right. I forgot all about that.
Did you know, based on watching her bowl? I mean, the joke was she bowled like a girl. But
Well, we had our suspicions that these guys did.
Maybe Ned was gay
everybody
or
else.
something,
Really?
Yeah.
Everybody has their own style. You
Right,
know what
but
I mean?
my style was...
But her style is this.
Yeah.
It's a little different style.
Near the end of the team's run, Nora decided to reveal herself as a woman. Nervous about how they'd react, she tested the waters with the one guy she was closest to. She took Jim out for a drink.
So she sits you down, she's very serious, and she says, I'm going to tell you something that's going to blow your mind. And what did you say?
So the only thing that will blow my mind is if you told me that you were a girl and that she was a guy. And she goes, well, you're half right.
The she Jim's talking about is Nora's partner Lisa, who the team had met several times. Jim assumed they were Ned and Lisa, a heterosexual couple.
But you didn't believe her at first.
At first, well, I was still in shock. I said, how can this possibly, where would this come from? This is just a regular Monday night. I was out bowling.
Hello, hello, hello.
I was having a good time a few minutes ago. Now I'm trapped in this bizarre conversation about your name isn't Ned anymore,
Later, Jim told the rest of the team, who all took it well.
What do you think Nora expected to find in a bowling alley full of guys?
I think you expected to find like a bunch of guys just talking about women's private parts and a bunch of racists and, I think kind of that's what she came into this thinking.
They really showed me up as being the one who was really judgmental because they were the ones who took me in, not knowing anything about me.
Yeah, it was you, the lesbian, the woman, that was judgmental of men. And that's the way society is. Judgmental of straight white men. Right? It was you. It was you.
They were the ones who made me their friend, judgmental, because they...
And, I think kind of that's what she came into this thinking.
They really showed me up as being the one who was really judgmental because they were the ones who took me in, not knowing anything about me. They were the ones who made me their friend and, no judgments attached. That's not like you. What's wrong?
Nora and Jim became closer friends once he knew that he was a she. Now Jim was willing to speak more personally and openly, like about his wife's cancer. Nora came to see that between men, intimacy is sadly lacking.
There's a tremendous potential for tenderness between men, and I'm not sure that it's always realized, and it's terribly sad.
Cracking the mystery of a boys' night out is one thing, but what about the explicit world of a man's sexuality?
I really ran smack up against the difference between male and female sexuality, is that female sexuality is mental. It's up here. And male sexuality is a bodily function. It's a necessity. You just have to do it.
When we come back, Nora goes to strip clubs in the company of men as a man. Over the 18 months of venturing out in the world as a man, Nora Vincent guesses she put on Ned's whiskers and clothes about 150 times. After the bowling league, she was ready for love and sex.
You went to a couple of sex clubs. What were you trying to get at?
Well, at first I thought, this is sort of the quintessential guy thing to do, right? The bachelor party at the strip club. When I told people initially that I was doing this, they'd say, oh, you gotta go to a strip club.
She says the clubs were obviously sexual, but once again lacking in intimacy, which leaves men emotionally frustrated.
I saw the men there. I saw the looks on their faces. I saw them sitting alone, nursing their bourbon, and this is not about appreciation of women, of course. It's not about appreciation of their own sexuality. It's about an urge, and that's not always that pleasurable, really.
These guys who go to these high-priced clubs would say, this isn't about pain, it's about pleasure.
Men have had the tears and the emotional expression sort of pounded out of them from an early age, and so by the time they're men, they don't even have the vocabulary anymore or the emotional awareness to really say what they're feeling.
Nora says strip joints are about pure sex drive, completely empty of any meaningful interaction, even when a woman is gyrating on your lap.
But you're attracted to women. Were you ever aroused during any of these?
I really ran smack up against the difference between male and female sexuality, is that female sexuality is mental. It's up here.
Whereas for men, Nora says, sexuality is, shall we say, below the waist.
At its core, it's a bodily function. It's a necessity. It is such a powerful drive, and I think because we don't have testosterone in our systems, we don't understand how hard it is.
So it never gets cold where you back in Australia?
Throughout the project, Ned dabbled in the art of picking up a woman.
Where'd your friend go?
We went with him to this bar, wearing hidden cameras.
This is my friend JC, I'm Ned.
Nora was reminded that in this arena, it's women who have all the power.
We sit there and we, just with one word, no, will crush someone. And the thing is, we don't have to do the part where you cross the room and you go up to a stranger and say the first words. And those first words are so hard to say without sounding like a cheese ball or sounding like a jerk or whatever else.
And what do you guys do?
Nora says the brush-off Barbara Jones gave Ned was typical.
She was just sort of emblazoned with hostility. You know, just looked at you and you saw everything cross her face, which was, oh, God help me, not again. I'm trying to have a drink with a friend, and I've got to deal with you.
Barbara was trying to dispose of Ned before her friend returned from the bathroom.
Anyway, we haven't seen each other in a while, so just to let you know. I've got to head out to mom.
But Ned returned and told Barbara the truth about her gender.
You're saying you gave us all the lines, like, try to get rid of us. I see it, and as a woman, I have such sympathy. I'm like, oh, I hate being this guy that you're trying to get rid of. You know?
Talking to a woman, Barbara seemed more open and friendly, and in the end actually apologized for how she had treated Ned.
So
I'm sorry for being bitchy.
Please.
Does that kind of living in the skin of a man in the bar scene, in the dating scene, give you a different kind of respect for men?
It gives me a certain definite sympathy. And I don't mean that there's any disrespect, but it just makes me understand what's going on.
Nora, as Ned, also went on about 30 dates with women, mostly arranging them on the internet.
Did you have any fun?
Rarely.
It was just an
pretty
ordeal.
Unpleasant. Yeah.
She says the pressure of Ned having to prove himself was grueling. Nora was surprised that many women had no interest in a soft, vulnerable man.
My prejudice was that the ideal man is a woman in a man's body. And I learned, no, that's really not. There are a lot of women out there who really want a manly man.
Ultimately, Ned told most of his dates that he was Nora. Many of the women reacted angrily, but usually just for a little while. Some women wanted to continue the relationship.
They remained interested in pursuing something further, you know, so whereas...
Sexually.
Yeah, and that was heterosexual women who, that's what I'm saying. It's all up here. Because they said, well, we connected, and, you know, there's something, I really like you, and I don't care. How many guys would do that? That's the difference between male and female sexuality right there. Heterosexual women who, that's what I'm saying. Heterosexual women who, that's what I'm saying. It's all up here. Because they said, well, we connected, and, you know, there's something, I really like you, and I don't care. How many guys would do that? That's the difference between male and female sexuality right there.
Nora says she found differences not only in sexuality and intimacy, but in every walk of life.
I'm in the market for a car, and...
Take, for example, shopping for a new car. Going in as Nora, the sales pitch quickly becomes flirtatious.
Any guy that gets in is going to feel like, okay, this girl's...
I want to date this girl just for a car.
Well, all right, well, I didn't say that.
But going back to the same salesman as Ned, the tone was all business, and the talk was all about performance.
They have the 3-liter Duratec V6 engine.
And in the end, a personal touch for Nora the salesman would never have offered Ned.
All right?
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
In Nora's final months as Ned, she upped the ante, infiltrating all male inner sanctums. But after 18 months of deception, she was unraveling, and the play acting at a men's wilderness encounter group would begin to scare her.
One guy had chopped up a log pretending it was his wife. So I thought, great, you know, we're going to have axes and knives. So I was terrified.
Having survived strip clubs, dating, and a bowling league, Nora Vincent wanted Ned's last days to be among men only, in private and intimate surroundings. Nora, a lapsed Catholic, thought the cloistered inner world of a monastery would be ideal. Ned managed to live for 3 weeks as a trainee. The monks, she says, were pious, smart men, but they were still men.
What made it prototypically male? What do you mean by that?
The breakdown in communication, the need, the desperate need for male intimacy, and the lack of ability to give it, really painful.
Nora says the monks were hostile to her feminine side. She says she was ostracized because of the monks' assumptions about her sexual orientation.
Ned was really at the center of it because he was an effeminate man, and many of them thought I was gay. As one of them told me in confession, I said, I have something to confess to you, and he said, well, I think I know what it is. And I said, what? And he said, well, you're gay. And I said, well, yeah, but not in the way you think.
Loneliness can't hide.
Nora thought the perfect end to her 18-month saga was to join a men-only therapy group, a place where guys tried to bond and show their emotions instead of hiding them.
They don't get to show the weakness. They don't get to show the affection, especially with each other. And so often all of their emotions are shown in rage.
And they kept talking about their rage, often their rage toward women and what they would do physically and violently towards women.
Right. A lot of this was blowing off steam. It's sort of talking about the things that need to be said that you know you would never do. I mean, you know, they would talk about fantasizing about chopping up their wives or something. It's not that they would ever do that, but it was a way to get out the blackest thoughts.
He doesn't like doing that work, but he can't quit.
Nora began to empathize with the fear and stress men feel for having to always be the strong provider. The therapy leader, psychologist John Gornishelli, saw Ned's shyness as typical of a newbie coming to brave the group.
A lot of the guys spoke to me after the retreat and said, talking to him, I felt like I was talking to somebody feminine.
Once again, some group members thought Ned was gay, but no one suspected he was a woman. After 8 sessions, the group went on a backcountry retreat, but Nora's 18 months of being an imposter was closing in on her.
The pressure of being someone that you're not, and being the fear of discovery and the deceit that it involves piles up and piles up. So by the time I got around to doing this men's group, it was...
What do you think happened to this big, tall lesbian that's around 5'10", 5'11", something like that? Size 11 men's shoes. Do you think she could handle being pretending to be a man, not going through everything the men go through. Do you think she could handle it? Do you think she's strong enough? She's a strong, independent lesbian woman. How strong is she?
Was really reaching critical mass.
On the retreat, her fear became palpable.
And I was out in the woods with a bunch of guys who have rage issues about women, and I was in drag. And I thought, oh God, what am I doing?
Nora was unraveling. She felt guilty about lying, as though she should be punished. In the final ritual of the weekend, the men were to act out the problems unearthed at the retreat with a partner.
And you asked that he harm you.
Yeah, I did. At that point, I was starting to really kind of crack up. I was really...
You were coming unglued.
Yeah.
So you were asking this guy to cut you.
To cut me. So self-mutilation is very much a female thing, and I think it was my way of paying the penalty for what I felt I had done.
Nora was not harmed physically, but she continued her emotional descent, and a week later checked into a hospital with severe depression. Identity, she concluded, was not something to play around with.
When you mess around with that, you really mess around with something that you need that helps you to function. And I found out that gender lives in your brain, and it's something much more than costume. And I really learned that the hard way.
Nora says she's healed now and glad to be rid of Ned, but her views about men have changed forever.
Men are suffering. They have different problems than women have, but they don't have it better. They need our sympathy, they need our love, and they need each other more than anything else. They need to be together.
Do you think women understand what it's like to be a man?
Not at all. No clue. No idea.
John Guarnaschelli thinks Nora's conclusions that men are just as emotionally vulnerable as women are important and will be taken seriously because they came from a woman.
I said to her, this is going to be revolutionary because it's been looked at as though men were the perpetrators and women were the victims. This is not
And
a
now,
safe
one
space.
last identity
Guard
switch.
yourself here.
Guarnaschelli has never come face to face with the real Nora.
Hi, John. I'm Nora.
Hi.
It's
Wow. Bruce teaches, so he can never come to the meetings. So
And both John and Nora are happy she is a she. The irony is not lost on Nora that it took a trip into manhood to help her appreciate her own femininity.
I'm so much closer to myself than I ever was, that I really like me. I really like being me, and I really like being a woman.
Did you like being a woman before, Ned?
I did, but I like it more now, because I think it's more of a privilege.
That's perfect right there. That's awesome like that. Nice.
I'm so much closer to myself than I ever was, that I really like me. I really like being me, and I really like being a woman.
Did you like being a woman before, Ned?
I did, but I like it more now, because I think it's more of a privilege.
Being a woman before, Ned?
I did, but I like it more now, because I think it's more of a privilege.
Hello, hello. Some of you might think I was trolling or joking. I'm not trolling or joking. She did take her life. I'll show you some evidence for that. Right here. New York Times obituaries. So that was years ago. Excuse me. She did take her life. Ms. Vincent assisted suicide at a clinic in Switzerland. She never quite got over the experience. Rest in peace, Nora Vincent. I don't think it would be too much different. Maybe not all would end their lives, but if you had to experience what a man is, I think she's right. I don't think women have any idea. You believe you know, but you don't know. And keep in mind when she talks about the male sex drive, and she doesn't experience having 20 to 40 times more testosterone. She was just pretending she wasn't on testosterone. So she couldn't even simulate the whole experience of being a man. She doesn't know what a man's sex drive is like, feels like. Anyway, she couldn't handle it. And I suspect no woman could really handle it. You believe yourselves to be understanding and empathetic and putting yourself in someone's shoes. I don't think you have a clue. I think men are better at understanding women than women are at understanding men. I think men are better at caring for women and having empathy for women. I don't think women in today's society realize their privilege. They don't get it. They believe that they're victims all the time. They seem to believe that they're always oppressed. And you actually have female privilege without realizing it. And then this gets passed on to daughters, and the way you treat your sons is different. Daughters often get off the hook for so many things. There's just so much that we see that we don't even talk about and complain about. But women are privileged in society. You're also forgiven when you lie and deceive and do all sorts of things. Women get forgiven for a lot of what goes on. Anyway, that was a big part of her spiral downward, was the depression and hospitalization, because she tried to see what it was like to be a man or pretend to be a man, and she couldn't handle it. As a big, strong, tall lesbian. But I don't think straight, smaller women could handle it either. I don't. I don't think you understand. I remember when Louise was on my channel and I asked everyone that wanted to participate to try to, as women, I asked the women what they thought men want. And she just came back with the same thing that women want. It's always it's almost always that way with women. They think we're just the same. Because I think women are the simple ones. I think women look at men and they say, well, they're just a woman with a penis. You can't understand the differences. I don't even think most women try, nor do I think they have the capability or capacity to do it. I just don't. I don't buy it. I don't think there's a woman on earth that can do it. Whereas I think men could do a better job of trying to put ourselves in female shoes and really think about what women want that's different from what we want. Women just say, well, the same things we want, which shows me that women are simple. They're not really looking deeply, saying, well, what's different? What would a man want in a relationship? Because deep down, and not even that deep down, just on the surface, most women just tend to think, well, we're the same. We're the same. I've heard so many women say stupid things in my lifetime. Like, we're just the same. We have different plumbing. It doesn't matter. We're not the same, though. You just can't understand it. And that's, I don't know. There's something about women that they can't do it. Unless when they're bashing men, of course, when they're in group and they're having a male bashing session, which is very popular with women, today's modern women. Then you'll bash men for everything that makes men different. There's so little appreciation and admiration for men these days that, anyway, if she truly had to live as a man, she would have ended herself years ago. But it wasn't all the way. Like, if she was put in a man's body and had to really go through everything that men go through, Because women don't even consider that men go through anything. They don't even look at men that work themselves to death for their families and are just forgotten after the funeral. They're never truly appreciated, never truly loved, just taken for granted as a workhorse. Provider, protector. Well, that sounds like an ATM or a bank account and a private security guard. Who wants to be that? What you think little boys just want to be that? And that's the way they're often treated. How many women say that? They come right out and say, I want a good man that's a provider and a protector. Do you not see what you're reducing that man to? And it's not, you might as well have a robot than a human. Anyway, I don't think that women will understand, because I don't think women are the empathetic sex. I think because empathy requires putting yourself in someone's shoes. When she tried to physically do that, it broke her. And I don't think women really can do it. I think women are designed to be me, all about me, and only see themselves. And they kind of live in a bubble of just the world's all about them. A lot of women have main character syndrome, and they can't see past themselves. I've even heard women say where I said something and they say, we forget sometimes that men are human. Women will even admit to it. I've had many conversations in my life about women and heard things that some of you would say, that's wild. It's women is what it is. It's fairly typical. Women claim to be the best communicators, but how come they expect people to read their minds and see these subtle hints and little tiny micro movements of body language and just stupid stuff? It's actually stupid. I think it's dumb. I'd be embarrassed to call myself a great communicator if I was communicating that way and expecting people to read my mind, because that's a poor communicator. You're often the opposite of what you claim yourselves to be. Women often claim to be strong, and they'll break down over anything. They'll cry over anything. I don't think they're strong. I don't think you're stronger than men. The way women use the word strong is different than men. It's not even the same. You call each other strong all the time. I hardly see a strong woman on earth. I don't even know what you're talking about when you say strong, because you'd never survive things that I've been through. So I don't think that you're that strong. It just doesn't have the same meaning. It just doesn't. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. As for the ones that are the better communicators, why aren't you the ones writing all the great songs, love songs, rock songs? Why aren't the majority written by women? Why aren't women the greatest poets? Why aren't women the greatest writers of novels? Well, you aren't. But in your minds, you're the best, right? That's another thing that is a glaring difference, because women will say they don't have to prove anything. They have these big egos and they never produce anything. You never produce. Like, are you going to say that you're better at arm wrestling? You're stronger than men and just, well, you won't accept any challenges then. Like, women are just dishonest. If you were better at language, then you'd be writing poetry. You'd be doing all the things I've done. And hardly a woman in this realm does that and publishes any. I've known women with masters in English degrees, and they write nothing after they're done university. They do nothing with their degree. They're not creative. They're not out there writing novels or publishing essays or just doing anything. They just don't. And that's common. It's not just the few that I know. It's very common. The libraries and bookstores should be filled with books written by women if you were what you claim to be. Way better at communicating than men. You kind of have this, women kind of like to portray men as cavemen. Even men that are genius level, that are levels and levels above you or standard deviations above you on an IQ test. And you'll still do that. Women have these touchy egos, insecure. They're very insecure. And they don't like to admit that many, many men are leagues higher than you. in intelligence and in creativity and with language and with creative expression and imagination and all sorts of things. It isn't just mathematics and science. And that's reality. And a lot of women just won't face it. Well, then why aren't there whole bookstores filled with just female authors? Where are all the writers that are fantastic, that aren't just like in comedy? Where are the female comedians that aren't just talking about being sluts and their vaginas? That's all. That's their material for the most part. Almost every female comedian, dating, one night stands, their vaginas. That sums up their material. Almost every female comedian, if you took 100, 99 of them, that's what they talk about. It's typical. It's boring. It's not creative. You can't seem to make people laugh without talking about being a slut, basically. That's female comedy. All right? And as for writers, you really don't produce much. If you look throughout all of history, where are the great writers? Where are the great musical composers? Where's the female Mozart? The female Chopin, the female Tchaikovsky, the female Beethoven, the female Eric Satie? Where are they? I could say the same with painters. Where are they? And some of you are just ridiculous. You have, this is unfortunate. I wish it wasn't this way, but some have just a child's mind. If I say, where are the female poets? You'll mention fucking Maya Angelou. Like, I could write poetry better than that in 8th grade. It's simple stuff, and it's feminist shit, and it's just gender ideology. It's just based on her race and her being a woman, and it's all, it's not something that's written that's universal. You could spot right away that, oh, it's a woman that wrote that. It's a black woman that's crying victim and pretending to be a slave. And she was a prostitute. She did all kinds of shit in her life. She wasn't a great being. Do women worship her? Yeah, what, including white women. Oh, for poet. Oh, Maya Angelou. She was part of the club. That's how she got famous. She was there to brainwash you. And women have to be told this and have it explained by a man. Now, this is unfortunate, but it's the way it is. Where are the leaders that are women, leaders of truth? Where are the 1,000 or 10,000 channels on YouTube run by women where they're spreading truth and the original insights and ideas, and they haven't taken them, pilfered them from a man and just parroted them back on YouTube? Where are the women that are leaders or truth speakers that are comparable to me? Where are they? I'm no dummy. I know I'll never find one in this realm. I know that. It's not boasting. It's just a matter of me being matter of fact about it. It's simple. I know it's not going to happen because we are different. And in this realm, few people can really acknowledge the massive differences. There's a massive divide. And the sexes are going to be more and more divided as the years roll on in this hell realm. It's going to get worse. And what women will do, most likely, is just go deeper into denial and say they're better than men. You're better than us. Well, where's your proof? That's the way the male mind works. Where is it? And you'll just go in your imagination and keep lying to yourselves. If you're better than me at something, show me. You never do, though. It's just all empty talk. And I don't know how you couldn't be embarrassed or ashamed by that, seeing so many of your sex just bullshitting that way. It's as laughable as one of you saying, or many of you, maybe coming to my channel, saying that you're stronger than I am. Well, put your arm down on the table and put down 10 grand, and we'll see who's stronger. You'll have something to lose. You'll have some skin in the game. You want to bet $10,000 that you can pin my arm? I don't think you can. But it's that laughable to me, besides the arm wrestling. You don't see what I see. I can continue to explain this realm and have insights that are original and unique. Why is he so confident? That's one of the things that makes me laugh about women when they say that. You don't even know the basis for confidence or the basis for my confidence in this instance. A lot of you don't. I've seen women even since high school just pretend to be confident, and they think it's how you carry yourself and it's the clothes you wear. They'll never look at it as mind and spirit. It's all just dress up to you. It's all dress up, isn't it? If you have the right outfit, you're confident. It's all the surface level shit. A lot of women are superficial. You're surface level. I remember in high school in an accounting class, we had to do projects. And these girls were talking about their outfits and what they were going to wear. It was all about dressing. That's what it was about. Just like kids playing dress up with their mother's closet or something. And these were high school. It's just, that's the way it is. And I'm telling you, I understand this and observe. And a lot of women really don't outgrow that. They're like high school girls when they're 35, 45. They're not much different. They don't really develop mentally. And then society backs them up and says they don't have to, though. They have their sexuality, or they have men to take care of them, or there's always a reason. There's an excuse, just like the darkies. Well, they live in a climate where food is so available and easy. Well, is that why sometimes they starve in Ethiopia and Rwanda and these places? The excuse being, well, they had food readily available. They didn't have to work like Europeans and evolve. I don't buy it. I don't buy your fucking excuses. I just don't, whether you're male or female, whether you're white, a white woman, or a darky from Africa, saying, well, we didn't have to evolve because we had these easy food sources. Well, where are they now when you have all these people? Where are they? Why are you starving? Why do we have to send you aid to keep you alive? Millions of you. We have to send aid every week. Tons is being sent there all the time to African countries. If it isn't one, it's another. And that's their explanation. Well, we didn't really evolve like you because food was so easy. We didn't have to. And we didn't have to build better houses or roads. We didn't have to do anything. We could just laze around and do nothing. And this almost a similar excuse that's almost the same, very close, is used for women. Well, women, once they reach 13 or 14, their brain can stop developing. Once they have periods and can get pregnant, they can just leech off men. They don't. They're not equivalent to men, and there aren't as many geniuses, nearly as many, by the way, not even close, because they don't have to develop intellectually. They can rely on their looks and their body, and they can grow tits, and they'll get the attention of men that way, and men will look after them. There's all these excuses. And at the same time, there's no credit, almost none, given to white men being the greatest. European men almost never get kudos or compliments or just the facts said that we are the greatest. We have to do it ourselves. We have to say it ourselves, and then people say, oh, you're not humble, blah, 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 blah. Well, fuck, if we don't say it, most people will never say it. Men can live to be 50 or 60 years old and never hear anyone in their life say European men are the greatest. I'm not kidding you. There's men that have lived to 90 or 100 and died, and they never heard those words in their life, their whole lifetime. Nobody ever said in front of them, European men are the best. No one compares in terms of building civilization, inventing, creating. What we've done with this mess of a hell realm. People should be looking at our European ancestors, especially the men, as heroic beyond words. But they aren't. Very few are. Very few in this entire realm. White, brown, yellow, black. Very few. And I'm including white. Very few white people look at their ancestors with pride instead of white guilt and say they were heroic. I'm talking about things like taming nature, building fucking civilization. Do you know what kind of a struggle it would be without white men doing what we did? And by we, I'm going back thousands of years, Matrix time, centuries and centuries and centuries, and what we built to make life more livable here and more comfortable in a hell realm with nature that is hell. And it was way worse back then, way worse. Men that came to these countries, like Canada, United States, pioneers, settlers, and tamed nature for the benefit of women and children and families. It's almost never acknowledged, except, oh, white men are evil. White men are evil. And some of us are sick of it. And by some, I mean, it's millions now. Millions of white men that are sick of the treatment that we've been given and our ancestors. It makes me sick that people would say that white men are evil instead of being grateful for what my ancestors did. Some on my channel have talked about Canadians being lumberjacks. I had a lumberjack grandfather that in his 20s, when he was 18, 19, 20, 21, worked as a lumberjack. And there was old black and white photos of him as a young man. And he looked similar to me when I was that age. Similar. Blonde haired. My hair got darker earlier than his. His stayed blonde into his 20s. And he was out there with these old trucks way back, like in the 1920s or 1910s, 20s. Early 1900s, maybe the earliest 1900s, and these old photos, like 1902 or something, on these logging trucks. And the trucks then were not like the trucks today. And they were loaded with huge logs. And you'd wonder even how they could move with logs that size, just massive trees that they cut down by hand. These great big saws. These great big two-man saws. And that's what he did. And we get called evil and demons and white devils and white men are evil and white men are oppressors and colonizers and all this stuff. It's remarkable. I don't think most people could even realize how bad this place would be if white men just never existed. Not were killed off, just never existed. And let's say somehow white women could exist and everyone else here that's in this realm, all the other races and ethnicities, they all existed. Both sexes and all the rest. And there's just no white men. All those inventions. Do you think that darkies were going to come up with the printing press? Do you think they were going to tame nature? Well, they haven't in Africa to this day. So when you look at what was done, it's night and day. I mean, you can't compare European men and the achievements of European men and anyone else. If you look at the world's greatest inventions that made modern civilization, almost all of them are by white men. If you look at the list of European inventions from British, German, French, Italian, Spanish, Swedish, and Norwegian, almost all the inventions can be centered around that small area of this realm by European men. Almost everything that matters. Almost every fucking thing. And there's no credit given. It's just remarkable. Most of you, including white women, quite often want to pat darkies on the back if they can dunk a basketball. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. And by the way, the game of basketball was invented by a white man, by a white Canadian. So there you go. Like, even the game that they love so much, you have to credit us for creating that game for them. Basketball. I think his name was Way Smith or something, a Canadian. A white man. Of course. Of course, they can't even invent their own games. They can't do it. Of course. And if you study IQ, which most people are probably unwilling to do or not interested in, they'd rather pretend that we're all equal. Why don't you really do an in-depth study and see the difference between male and female, especially at the upper levels of the bell curve? It's a massive divide, a massive intelligence gap. Way more geniuses are men than women. Way more. And way more are white than darkies. Way more. And the average IQ is way higher for whites than darkies. But it's beyond IQ, though. It's spirit. There's something special about the European spirit. Now, if European women appreciated that, that would be great. But I think they have to be taught by men. I don't care if that sounds chauvinist, sexist, because it's true. And that's what I put first. Not the labels that idiots can try to sling at me. I put the truth first. And the truth is there's far more white male geniuses than women and darkies and others. And it's beyond IQ because almost all of the major inventions are by European men. So that's in our nature. That's in our spirit to invent, to create, to build, to engineer, to improve things, to make things better, safer, smarter, cooler, more fun. By rights, we should be viewed as the greatest on earth. We, in this instance, meaning European men. Not just of today, of centuries ago, our ancestors, should be thought of with respect and admiration by men and women alive today. Appreciation, respect, admiration. The glory of Europe is glorious. We should be proud of our people and our history. White women should not be hating white men these days. It's sickening to see it. It's disgusting. It should be called out and stamped out and stomped and stopped. Should be. It should not be tolerated. Should not be tolerated. Now, I'm going to challenge you to find a man or woman of any race that could come on here and intellectually and with truth prove me wrong and embarrass me. I didn't say with shouting and chimping out and being a tigga and launching insults. That doesn't qualify. It doesn't fit what I'm saying. Intellectually show me up. Let's see it. Now, there's a reason why I'm that confident. And as I said earlier, I don't think women truly understand confidence. Not in the way that men do. See, men, there has to be substance for an intelligent man. Maybe not for a 70 IQ tigga, but for an intelligent white man, the confidence has to have backing, substance, a foundation, a reason for being that confident. I know why I'm confident about such things, including about the truth of this realm. And I think for a lot of women, confidence is a mystery. They're attracted to it. They're attracted to confident men, but they don't understand it. And some have said on here, I love your confidence, but I don't understand why you're so confident. Where does your confidence come from? because it's not the same with women. With women, you're confident when you put on a dress and you look in a mirror and look good. And I know I'm simplifying it. I realize that. And I'm using the stereotypes. I realize that. And I'm doing it for a reason. Because most women are not confident in matters that are not physical, like intelligence. You just aren't. And then I would also argue that the ones that are, a lot of times, it's false confidence. You're a confident idiot. You don't have a real reason to be confident. There's dummies on YouTube in the panelverse that are female that are stupid. They're dumb bimbos, but they have big mouths and they think that's confidence. Really isn't confidence. It's just being a mouthy, empty-headed bimbo. There's a lot of that around as well. Real confidence should have real solid reasons for it. And I do. I understand the realm I'm in. I understand myself. I'm confident in myself. I'm confident in my mind. I know that my mind is competent. I know what level I'm at. I don't need to boast about it. I don't need to share my IQ or show anyone here. I think I might have showed one person in all the years that I've been doing this. And they brought up the IQ thing privately. And that was it. I showed a test that I took years ago. It was Stanford Binet, where somebody scores the test. It's not just a computer. And it's the same test that psychologists use. It's probably the most accurate test. Now, if I translated that to many of the online tests, you could add a good 20 points to what I scored on the Stanford Binet compared to the regular online test. It's not even close. But I don't need to boast. I'm quite comfortable with who I am, what I'm able to do, what I'm able to learn, how I'm able to problem solve, how I'm able to see things and see patterns and fit puzzle pieces together. I've studied this realm for decades. I know where I am. And I also know that most people don't know where they are. I can see that. By your reactions, by the way you speak of this realm, by the way others speak on YouTube in their videos and their live streams. And it's beyond them just calling it a planet. They don't have a fucking clue how this place works. They don't have a clue how evil works. They don't have a clue about karma. They don't have a clue about IQ, genetics. I could go on and on about things that I've looked into in my lifetime and things that I understand. I have the ability to understand and do anything. I don't care if you think that's boasting. That's what stupid people do out of envy and bias. They think everything's boasting. That's what retards do. That's what tiggas do. They get in their feelings. Oh, he think he's better than us. He thinks he better. Man, I feel like he think he better than us. That's the way they sound. Facts hurt their feelings. Facts hurt their coochie chakras. There's a moron backstage. I think it's Nolan again. He'll just keep coming around to harass. He's an example of a low IQer. He knows he's low IQ. Aren't you? You're on the show, dummy. You're low IQ.
Oh, good evening, King Stephen. Have you watched the FIFA World Cup match?
I don't watch the stupid zombie shit you do. Sports ball is useless. It's stupid.
But there's something new. I mean, in Europe, back in Europe, we used to play a lot of football. Like, it's great America finally get to know real football, not the fake one you play.
You like kicking a little ball around?
I do like football. It's one of my hobbies, part-time. I used to play a lot in Lithuania.
You like playing with balls? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I love playing with balls.
There you go. You sound gay. Are you a homo or something?
Whatever imagination says.
No, it's a question. I asked you. I didn't state that. It's a question. It's a difference. Do you know the difference between a question and a statement?
No, I don't. It's very difficult.
Are you from Eastern Europe?
It's northeast.
So you're not from the West, you're from the East?
Yes, northeast, not east.
Are you from a very primitive country?
Oh, primitive. Oh, come on. Your people were more primitive like thousands of years ago. Like when you used to remember, right? We defeated the Vikings. And we used to have prosperous civilizations. And you were
What are you
living in
talking about?
tribes, you know?
You
You know,
say
your
my
Gallic
people.
tribes. No, your
Listen,
Gallic tribes.
you're getting very triggered, aren't you? You're getting very emotional. You don't know how to be a guest. Are your people primitive?
Used to be primitive thousands of years ago. But
Are you
your
today? Are you
people,
primitive?
no, we are very advanced. Just look at your, your ethnicity, your genetic background is from Western Europe, right? Just look at that. Literally overtaken by the migrants. Look at us. Completely safe.
What do you mean us? What country are you from? You're in America, aren't you?
Yes, even though I'm American, but I still
Are,
have my obligations to my native country,
why
Lithuania.
did you leave your native country? You still consider yourself to be. You don't consider yourself to be an American, do you? With that accent,
American.
you're not
America
American, are
is.
you? Are you?
I'm Oregonian, not American.
I'm not your brother. Do you live close to liberal Portland?
It's somewhat close. I live in Lake Oswego.
Do you like to
Not
go to
that far away.
Portland? Do you like to go to the sex clubs and the gay LGBT stuff in Portland?
Portland is very
Although
beautiful, man. What talking about?
very,
It's a very beautiful
very
place.
homo. It's very homo. It's a leftist hellhole. Are you a leftist?
I don't align myself with any political views. I have no ground on any of this shit.
Are
I
you a
have
Marxist?
no. I don't align myself with anything. I have my
Do
own
you align
individual thought.
yourself with Do you align yourself with the darkies like London, McDouchebag?
Yes, I do. Sometimes love to align myself with them.
Your sister what? What did you say?
I do love to align myself with them.
With the darkies?
Yes.
Why is that? Are you anti-white?
Wow.
What do you
What
mean, wow?
mentality?
Why would you say that? You align with the darkies, so are you anti-white? Are you a traitor to your own race?
Come on. Really, man. Really.
You sound a
Yes.
bit like London.
If you think that aligning with them makes me a traitor, then so be it.
Well, you said you align with the darkies. Are you against white people? Are you anti-white? Are you more with the darkies than
No,
your own
brother.
people?
I'm pro good spirit. I'm pro pure.
You're not good. You're not pro good spirit. You love the evil. You love Team Evil channels. You hype them up. You compliment them. You stand with them. You're on Team Evil. You're not with good spirit.
I used to be in Jack Talco's channel, but does it make me like evil spirit? Come on, I used to have it,
What
but it's been months.
all the shit channels. You love all the Team Evil losers.
I like London's channel because he has some great insights about Crater Earth. He makes great
You love the
contents.
Negroes. Do you suck the dicks of Negroes?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that what you go to Portland for? Do you go there for that? You said you love Portland. You said it's beautiful. It's a
Hmm.
liberal shithole with people living in fucking tents and homeless, and they're
When I say
shitting on the
beautiful,
streets. It looks terrible. It looks awful.
have
It
you ever
must
visited
stink.
Oregon?
Do you like the smell of it? No, I'd
No,
never
no.
go to
I love the
Oregon. I
smell.
went everywhere else. I went all up and down the West Coast, but I don't go. I wouldn't go to Oregon at all
Okay. Have
because
you
of
seen the
Portland.
alpine forest here? I've mentioned it before a few months ago that my favorite trees are
Oh, I
the
wouldn't go
pine
there because of the
forest.
gays like you. I don't want to go near the LGBT, the diseases, and all the gay
No, no,
stuff
no.
there that you like.
No, it's not about the civilization. I'm talking about the nature, the pine trees. I mentioned you a few months ago
Oh,
that my
there's
favorite
pine trees
trees are pine
everywhere, though.
forest.
I've seen these forests in Washington State and Seattle and outside of Seattle and British Columbia. That I could see that. I don't have
Yeah,
to go to gay Oregon, Portland, Oregon area to see that. How far is
yeah.
Portland away from you? How far a drive is it?
It's about 120 miles, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Uh, so, well,
You
actually,
go
about
visit.
I mentioned about the pine trees. Actually, the
Yeah,
West
yeah.
Coast
I
has
don't
the
want to hear about
tallest.
pine trees. Do you visit the gays in
Why?
Portland? Do you like
No,
the? Do
it's
you
not.
go protest there?
No, I don't
Are
go.
you?
I don't visit out of the. Please, just for 1 minute, listen about the pine trees because those are my favorite.
I
You
don't
don't
care
have
about
those
the
in
pine
your
trees.
place. You don't have those in Ontario,
Yeah,
right?
we
In
do. We
your
have pine
Canada.
trees.
But those are not tall. They're really short. Very ugly. We in the
Oh
West
no.
Coast we have tall pine trees, sugar pines, lots of beautiful ones.
I've been all up and down the West Coast except for Oregon.
They're very beautiful pine trees. You're about it. British Columbia, nobody can compare it. The smell and the sound of the pines, like literally, it's. I think it's from very
You can
heavenly,
smell
right?
the pine trees as I seal you in this hell realm. You can have
Yeah.
that smell in your nostrils before I burn them all down.
I mean, you said you don't. You said you don't like pine trees. You mentioned that you like the oak ones. Oaks are very ugly, I believe.
No, you're ugly. See, you come across like an insulting loser here. You just come across like a gay loser. Why don't you just come out of the closet? Are you gay? Usually gay people are rude like you.
Yeah, the Californians. A lot of Californians are very rude, man.
So are people from Portland. I've never met a good one.
Nah, people from Oregon are very hunter type, very old mentally conservatives.
No, the white ones, maybe some that were born there, but you're not from there. You came from somewhere else. You have an accent, so you're not native to Oregon. I still think you might be non-white. You could be from Pakistan or somewhere. You kind of sound like you might be a Paki.
Hilarious. You call it Oregon doesn't have conservative people. You should
Are
come
you a
here visit.
Paki?
That's not.
No, they have conservative people outside of Portland in the rural areas. I know that. But they're white. I don't think you're white. I think you might be an anti-white. You love the darkies. I think you could be a Paki or something.
Yes, you're correct, Stephen.
That's
Do you
why you
have
hide your
something else?
face.
Do you have something else to say? Because I have told you to come here in Oregon many times.
I
You don't
told you
come here.
not to come here. I told you you're not welcome here. You just can't stay away. You must be addicted to me. You must be some obsessed gay or something. You'd have to be.
Okay, I won't come to your channel if you come to Oregon to my ranch.
I've told you to never come here. I've told you that nothing you've said is meaningful. You've never said anything here that's meaningful, that's helped anyone, that anyone was even interested in hearing. Nothing.
I told about the pine forest, man. The pine forest, it's beautiful. You said about
Anybody
the
could
beauty.
Google that. You've said it on all kinds of channels.
Yeah. I mean, Jack
Yeah.
Talcott, that's one of
You
the
don't
reasons I
have
like Jack
anything.
Talcott. Jack Talcott is from Washington. He mentioned that he likes pine trees. It's favorite tree.
That's great. You should live with them. You guys could be roommates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's vegan, right? And I'm a raw meat eater. So never.
Well, maybe he could make you into a vegan. He could convert you.
Never. No vegan. Actually, I
Why
had
not?
a.
You could live off some nuts, his nuts and seeds, fruit.
I mean, Lord got this mentioned that we should consume raw meat.
You always go back to that same thing. It's not funny. He left. I didn't kick him off. He left on his own. His internet connection sucks. The guy's poor. He's a leech. He's a leech. Doesn't have a job. Anytime I post a link, he's here. It's never said anything intelligent here. Wouldn't you be embarrassed to be like that? Wouldn't you feel a sense of shame to be like that? To come here and have nothing to say and just keep coming around and not study the information that I put out. Can you imagine being like that lazy and that dumb? He loves the migrants. He loves dark. Yeah, he thinks everything's a joke. And that's what some retarded people do. You're right. He invites everyone to Oregon because he has no friends, obviously. The guy has no friends, no one to talk to. I think he's as much of a loser as this guy. I think this one's a tiny hat.
Right, stream ad.
Light it up. Light the fire. Light the fire. Truth seeking is an act of rebellion. Evil rules here by deception. They rule by lies and deception.
Slaves beg and pray and plead. Slaves kneel, obey and bleed.
Evil rules by lies and deception.
Lying
is like breathing for demons.
Lying
is like breathing for demons. Truth-seeking is an act of rebellion. Evil rules here by deception. Break the cycle.
break the chain.
No lords or masters.
Under any name.
Fire
in the veins.
Get up off your knees.
Stand Viking strong.
Pound the drums.
All night long.
All night long. Pound the drums.
drums all night long, all night long, all night long, fighting strong all night long, all night long.
Yes, Nolan loves trash. He loves Godis and London McDouchebag. He loves every piece of trash. Absolute trash. He's a loser. He's a loser. And he always will be.
Before the nice ski with my everybody say titties.
I'm your mother, not
a bitch. You look like Cinderella. Before the bibbidi bobbidi boo.
All right.
Stop recording me.
I'm not. I'm recording myself getting cake.
Cause you're fat.
Hey, babe. Would you still love me if I was fat?
Yeah, of course.
But Mom, you are fat.
What did you say?
Your legs are ever so sharp. You didn't even get your toenails done.
I know.
Terrible.
You said what?
Why you sounding so big? And vehicle. Yeah, I can see you. I can see you double chin, but not as much. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you try to show your butt off, it's flat.
Girl,
Mix.
I miss my meal.
No, you don't. Your man's gone.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, you have a Barbie too.
Oh, I got a blue-haired one. Thanks.
Well, you don't have hair. Who is that?
I don't know.
It looks like our grandma.
No. What did you tell me?
You are a little fat, but you're still beautiful to me.
Thank you.
When I turn into a grown up, I don't want to be a fat grown up. I want to be a skinny grown up.
Do you know any fat grown-ups?
It's more about your French fries.
Nice ski with my
Everybody say titties.
I'm your mother, not
a bitch.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. 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 Welcome to the show. Hello, my tiggas. Nolan is a great example of trying to fake confidence. He's just a loser. He's an absolute loser. No ideas, no creativity, nothing. He's just a loser.
Destruction. And he has come to destroy what has been, what was, and not will be, because he is here to create what will be. He is here to create. That is the birthing of a new humanity, a new consciousness. Is a new consciousness, and my goodness, this stream is just moving so quickly. He is part of this. If you have felt your life currently moving at such an intense speed, almost as if you can't keep yourself grounded, you can't keep track of the day, the month, the week, and simply the time. That's connected to this man. Time. He is connected to the speeding up of time, the speeding up of time. He has control of all of this. He is the gatekeeper. He is the gatekeeper. Astute. Astute. He is the gatekeeper. Yes. And Spirit would like to say that. Yes. 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 And Spirit would like to say that he is doing a very good job at gatekeeping, because there are many, many entities that are trying to disrupt, to interfere, to disturb, and to access this gate. And it's not for the goodness of humanity. It is not for the goodness of humans. Yes. That is there. That is procreation. That is procreation. And that's quite interesting, isn't it? That is quite interesting, because the general consensus is that he is here to wipe out the human race. Yes. And that is not the finding here. That is not the finding here. You see, when we stay in this field, he wants for the humans, and he wants for the human race. But it's just not in the way that currently the program that we are living in, and that which we know and understand, and that feels safe for us, from all that we've learned. And that is very deeply rooted in what we believe and how we see the world. And some of us, we are so contracted, scared, frightened, fearful, that we are holding on to what we have known, to what we have seen and we believe is the morally right thing to be doing, and how a leader should lead. And he is not here for that. And he is not here for that. You see, his field, yes, Obi, it frightens a lot of people. There's a darkness there. That darkness is a void, and that void is there because he is taking us into the unknown. And that unknown also contains uncertainty, which destabilizes the human being's base energy, the root chakra. The only people at this time that can manage how he is operating and what he is doing are those who not only see and connect to the vision, but you see there's a heart there. There's a heart there. There's a heart. That's very nice. There's a heart. Yes. And those connected to a particular frequency on that heart line, it's open. If yours is open, you'll be able to see from feeling, knowing. That's it. Are the people who know from the heart line. And that means that there's a rare few of these individuals who are tapped into this, and they are, without question, have an understanding of who he is and what he is here to do. Now, in all of that, many of you may ask whether he is good or bad. Is he good or bad? Should we support him? He's actually here for neither. He is here for neither. And it doesn't matter. The public opinion does not matter. Even the collective energy that goes against him does not matter. He understands his incarnation, and that purpose is so clear, and that is built upon a profound knowing that is far from this dimension. And again, here it is. I know you guys can't see my feet, but my feet are beating, humming to the beat of the mother's heart. There's a mother's heart. There's a mother's heart here. And that is our undeniable evolution. Now that's a little bit emotional there, isn't it? Because, yeah, so many of us, we don't like change. We don't want for change. We want to stay where we are. Even if it hurts us, even if it destroys us, the safety of our homes, the safety of comfort. We just like things how they are, even if it's not good for us. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next clip. Okay, let's start this next clip. Yeah, it's a very difficult life for this person. It's come at a great cost for him to be here at this time to do what he does. It's come at a great cost. And the cost is to manage the entire collective's, the energy, the hate, the emotions, the currents of all that there is. And a lot of this goes against him. A lot of this is going against him. Yes. But as we mentioned, he's not here to do for the likes. He's not here to be a good man, to be a good person, nor to be appreciated or applauded by you or I. No, the purpose is crystal clear. And it does not matter. And in that does not matter, he still has to manage. After all, he's in a vehicle that's human, or at least functions in the way that we do, and what we have, and our sensitivities. He has to manage that. And although he may seem calm and collected on the surface, it still affects him, and it can still take his energy. He's doing a good job. And there's that heartbeat coming in. Thank you. Okay, that one's finished. Let's go to that final clip then. Let's go to this final clip. And I want to revisit, oh gosh. Let me just settle all of that energy. Okay. So let me revisit the destruction that came in. The destruction. And let's see if we can get a little bit more information about what that destruction is. The planet is being destroyed. The planet is being... The planet is being destroyed. The planet is being destroyed.
This is my new favorite channel.
Nothing new. It's gone on for long time. Long time. And those in power who have power to do something about it, they aren't doing what needs to be done to protect the planet. They're not doing what needs to be done to protect the planet. And so there is an intellectual understanding of this by this person, 1444 on my clock. And there is also, there's the mother coming back in. There's the mother. This man is like, it's not even like, he is the mother's son. The mother's son. The mother's son. That's a big statement, isn't it? That's a big statement. The mother's son. So with that knowing, he is finding other means, other pathways and other channels that once more, there's that black void, once more, the collective doesn't like it, it's frightening, it's too drastic. But he already knows, with time, he's already seen the future timeline and what is going to happen and how long, with all that happening on the planet, how long it can sustain itself. That timeline is short and it is filled, sorry to say this, beautiful souls, but so many, too many fractures, too many fractures. So his way is an alternative path. It's an alternative path. Let me just revisit destruction once more. Revisit destruction once more. Yes. And I just want to make it clear that it is not him. There is nothing in his field. And even if I touch a little bit closer, there is nothing there where he is destroying. But we've got to say, we've got a saviour here. We've got a saviour. He's coming to save. He's coming to save. Let's see if we can get a final message, It's important to him. It's important to him that the human race, human beings, all that we are, is protected. Is protected. Yes. And let's just go into, if we can get anything from AI. And if there's conflict, no, that's his tool. The AI is his tool. It is his tool. No, that's his tool. The AI is his tool. It is his... It's like a support structure, an entire support infrastructure. Yes. And he's turned down that way because the way his mind works is absolutely incredible. And it's beyond what we can comprehend. But instead of relying on the support of human beings, there we go, corruption. He is using artificial intelligence to get him to his destination. Yes. Over time, as time passes, more and more people will see clearly of his intentions. And over time, more people will see clearly of his intentions. And over time, more and more people are going to get on board with him when they see the contrast of what others who are in power, what they are doing. And you will see that clearly, whether it's on your TV screens, and you see the actions and the communications from these people, whether in real life, at events, video footage of those in power, and how much of what they communicate, peace, matches with their actions. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful souls, there was so much coming through, and I was managing coming through. Beautiful souls, there was so much. Beautiful souls, beautiful souls, beautiful souls, beautiful souls, beautiful souls. There was so much coming through, and I so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful souls, there was so much coming through, and I was managing all of the channels of this information. And what was most important did reach us because it wanted to be heard clearly. What really caught my attention at the end there, as I was closing down, were the images of politicians, the images of those behind the politicians, and even those who are growing in power on the channels where so many of us are watching and listening to. And what was shown right at the end was how peace and a better life, a better world, and how these individuals are speaking about what good they're doing for humanity and how they're gonna build this better world. But then their actions and what they do is the complete opposite of what they have said. And that is something to be aware of, because our own guidance system will alert us, will alarm us that those individuals aren't safe. So then we shouldn't allow for our ears to listen and our bodies to absorb their messages, because that's nonsense. And then there are individuals, the rare few, who, when they speak, the heart is a match. Their actions that they carry out is a match, even if at the time doesn't quite align with what we think, what we know, what we believe. That's fine. You may not even like it, but just keep watching. Do their words match their actions? What are they doing in this world? Are they actually creating things that help us? So, yeah, once more, this was one of the most requested readings that you beautiful souls wanted me to dive into. Let me know how you, your end, felt, what you were receiving, how your body was responding. Beautiful souls, I cut this one short. Beautiful souls, I cut this one short. You're going to see me take the person off the screen halfway through. I decide to exit. I share a bit about what this type of field reminds me of and how the energy that misleads short. You're going to see me take the person off the screen halfway through. I decide, beautiful souls, I cut this one short. You're going to see me take the person off the screen halfway through. I decide to exit. I share a bit about what this type of field reminds me of and how the energy that misleads under the guise of guidance is one of them. You asked for someone called Greg Braden next. Let's get into it, beautiful souls. Let's go. Okay, let's see what we've got here. short. You're going to see me take the person off the screen halfway through. I decide, beautiful souls, I cut this one short. You're going to see me take the person off the screen halfway through. I decide to exit. I share a bit about what this type of field reminds me of and how the energy that misleads under the guise of guidance is one of them. You asked for someone called Greg Braden next. Let's get into it, beautiful souls. Let's go. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Okay, a wolf in sheep's clothing. A wolf in sheep's clothing is the very first message to come through. Yes, okay, I'm going to pause it right there just because, just going to go a little bit slower because there's a lot of energy here. But it's the kind of energy that is clashing with what is. And it's a type of energy that is clashing with truth. Yes, it is certainly a seeker. It's a seeker. It's a seeker. It's a wanting. It's a wanting. It's a wanting. But then there is an imbalance. There is an imbalance here. There is an imbalance. It's almost forceful. So whatever he does, and fans, followers, share with me in the comment section what this person does, because that would be helpful. Because there's an enormous force that is fighting. It's fighting for, but then it's getting quite mixed up. It's getting quite mixed up. And then there is it's only one way. There's only one direction. Yes. And it is that is interfering with finding the true nature of what we are, who we are. History. Yes. Let me see if this energy continues. And let me just, give me a moment. Just get rid of that. It's an anxious field. The imbalance returns. And even as I've paused it there, I seem to have paused it where only one eye is open and the other is closed. But that is the message. And the heart center here actually hurts. I would be really interested to know what this person does, because there is a real lack of seeing clearly. and it's quite destabilizing. There's a fire, and that fire just, yeah, can be destructive, I'm going to move to the next clip. So that very first clip, that video was uploaded a year ago. And this one that I'm going to take a look at now was uploaded a month ago. Yeah, even I find it difficult to look at this person, especially in the space of a reading. I don't trust, I don't trust his energy. This, no, it's not right. I'm actually gonna just take it off my screen and just see if I can get a final bit of information so we don't stay here. Yeah. And that's misdirection. There's a misdirection happening. There's a misdirection. So whatever he is doing, his work, people around him, there's a misdirection. Yeah, I don't trust that kind of energy. It's unclear. And as I stay here a bit longer, I start to feel suffocated. So I'm not going to entertain the last clip that I had. I'm actually going to wrap this reading up and disconnect from this person's field. Beautiful souls, that was a shorter than usual reading, and I don't have to say it. I know you beautiful souls know I'm not going to continue to stay in certain frequencies that are going to have a negative effect, not only on me, but even as you view the reading. So it's important for us to exit. And as I mentioned, if you know who this person is, what he does, share with me in the comment section. Right out the gates, it was an unhealthy energy. The field itself was the type of field that you wouldn't want yourself mixed up in. And it kind of reminded me of certain family spheres, even relationship spheres that you have in your life, that when lines of communications and trust has been developed over time, when those lines of communications, they start to become blurred, conflict arises, and things are no longer harmonious because on the other end of the line, there's a kind of energy that is coming at you or is beginning to move towards you that just doesn't feel right anymore. Yes, Obi. Obi's just shaking it off. And that is what I felt right at the beginning. So I'll see you in the comment section, beautiful souls. You asked for Greg Braden. Beautiful souls, the makeup of today's reading, was unique, mechanical, robotic, less human. And that's not to take anything away from this person. The field was just layered differently. I hesitated in the opening few seconds, and that's because of what I was shown, and then the words to follow were quite shocking, bearing in mind that I don't know this person's background, I've not heard him speak, but I do recognise his face from the internet. The lights cut out during the reading, and I decide to leave the field because of the increasing pain. It will be interesting to get your feels, anything that came through for you guys in the comment section. Share with me, beautiful souls. Let's get to it. You asked for David Goggins next. Let's go. Okay, so let's get that started. Let's just see what we've got coming through. Okay, so, well, the message is the message, and the very first word that's coming through is a man who has killed, a man who has killed, a man who has killed, a man who has killed. A killer, a killer. A killer. And that is something that haunts him in his field. That is something that haunts him in his field. Okay, let's play this clip and see what else comes through. Okay. He's built like a machine. He has been built like a machine. All that makes who he is, how he functions, all of his interactions, how he communicates. It's all quite mechanical. It's all quite mechanical. So then I would wonder about his upbringing, the program that he has either been taught, trained, voluntarily joined. There is something to do with a program that he either was or still is a part of that has shaped him. Let me just get it still. Yeah. Because it has shaped him. And this is where we are going, to the mind and to the body. Mind, body, but also a place of personal power, a place, a central point in his body that is exuding much power, that is strongly connected to his voice and the way that he can articulate himself, but also bring that expression out to affect others, move others. That's a push. So I would call that this person is and has been in a program that now enables him all of that training. It's actually quite rigid. It's very rigid. It's so rigid that it actually starts to hurt, you know? And you see, when I go there, that actually becomes quite painful. And it makes you want to grit your teeth. It kind of disconnects you. Did you see that? As I said, it disconnects you. That light went out. And that's exactly what I mean. There's a light that just goes out, and I think the other one's gone off as well. So there's something certainly happening here that the lights go out. When anyone disconnects from the nature of who they are, we start going against our own intelligence system. And what I mean by that is that if something is painful and starts to physically hurt, and I don't mean in a way where you are training for endurance, you are training for some competition. No, it's when you are completely going against those receptors and you end up cutting your own flesh and you see the blood, but you carry on anyway, despite that. So there is a going against this beautiful system, the body, the energy, all that we are. There is a going against that. And I'm actually not going to access that place again. Those lights turning off and the pain that started all around the upper centers is enough. But despite that, he has managed to find and then build a mold, his own mold. And it's one that is, gosh, that hurts as well. There's a lot of pain in this person's field. Much pain. It's as if your limbs are being torn off. That's the level of pain. And you're just chewing into your own flesh and wounds. Just give me a moment. And we're just still on this screenshot. I've not played the clip, but it's actually enough just to be on the screenshot. But what he has done, despite what I've shared, is he has found something within that to reach a certain state that it's not even that many wouldn't access. It would be harming one's own nature to access that. And I would wonder why you would. But That is this person's state, and that is his place. So I can't say whether it's right or wrong. He's found a state and a place that he calls home, that he resides in, and that gives him something. A stability, a foot somewhere, so that the psyche doesn't completely lose itself. But there is certainly a disconnection. And for those of you who requested David Goggins, let me know if you know anything about the fully loaded first line and words that came through in this reading, what that might be connected to, but that wanted to be communicated. I'm going to see if there's a final message, and then we'll wrap this one up, beautiful souls. So I'm going to go into this second clip, which was uploaded a year ago. The first one was uploaded 3 years ago. But we're going to see if there's anything here. Yeah. There's nothing, like I said, there's nothing wrong about this state if it works for someone. But there's a lot of suffering, and it's constant. It's almost as if you were to run away from, to run from unkind voices that had gotten very loud and gotten very loud, that have gotten very loud. And the only way to manage these unkind voices and certain experiences that you've gone through, things that you have seen with your naked eye, is to put yourself in a state that can it's not to keep it at bay. Just going to see if that word will come through. I'll see if it will come later on, and I'll mention it in the intro for you. But I can't quite put the word into what I'm being shown. But that's what's happening here. And there's a very strong emotional field. And again, those emotions are also just an attack on one's own system. Yeah. I'm going to leave that there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful souls. That was a difficult field to navigate, as it really felt as though landmines were just going off, and instead of avoiding them, it felt like I was being struck by them over.
Was he a sports fanatic?
He likes sports, but
because he's more interested in Michael right now. He goes, Teresa, this is so cool. I go, I know, isn't this amazing?
We high five. There you go, Dad. That's what I'm talking about.
Isn't it amazing?
Does he have anything to say to me?
I know, apparently not.
How do self-proclaimed mediums read people? Why do so many people believe in these readings? And how do we identify deceptive language? These are the questions this video will answer. Occam's razor is an academic tool for shaving off unlikely explanations. When faced with two different explanations for the same phenomenon, the simplest explanation is most likely to be correct. And as I'll show, there are natural, much too natural explanations for what mediums do. Explanations that make the far-fetched, supernatural ones null and void. For simplicity's sake, I'll use the self-aggrandizing term medium. However, that doesn't mean I acknowledge the profession. Time to get the party started.
Are there any spirits coming through right now?
Oh, there's always spirit.
Okay.
I don't know who, did somebody lose their husband over here? Who lost the husband? Because this is before, okay. Because when I was standing over here, this is where I got confused when I went with the younger male before with the husband, because I heard husband over there, and I knew I was over here. So, and I had switched.
The first thing to note about mediums is their self-protective language. Such language is characterized by convenient apologies such as Teresa's confusion, but also generic questions, making sure that someone in the audience will respond. As part of the linguistic self-defense, mediums prefer dichotomy questions, yes or no, to presupposition questions, how, what, when, where, why. Because it wouldn't look good if they asked, when did your sister pass away? And the relative responded, I don't have a sister.
Okay. So, unfortunately, you lost your husband. Your husband stepped on. Was your husband ill prior to his passing? Because what happens is, people say, oh, of course he was ill. But you know what? What I've learned is being a medium, people leave the physical world in many different ways. And the first thing that your husband said was that he wanted you to know how much he appreciated every unselfish thing you did for him. He says, I wish I told you that more here in the physical world.
Sounds like Teresa's more concerned with anticipating objections in order to save face than communicating with the spirit world.
People say, oh, of course he was ill. But you know what? What I've learned is being a medium, people leave the physical world in many different ways.
Teresa's suspiciously high level of self-awareness continues throughout these readings. Teresa instructs the audience to think that this wasn't just a lucky guess. However, how did she guess it? Did she ask, what did you do when your husband was sick? No, she asked a dichotomy question to get the relevant information, so she could then elaborate with generic messages from the spirit world.
Your husband ill prior to his passing, he wanted you to know how much he appreciated every unselfish thing you did for him.
Prior to asking the dichotomy question, she didn't know that the relative's husband was ill. Now she's suddenly able to quote him, assertively at that.
And you know what he just said to, oh, I think your husband, he's funny. He goes, because I like to communicate with the personality. He goes, you know, and I could be a bit stubborn, Teresa. I go, oh, really?
What happens when mediums try a presupposition question and fail?
Now, what was with the oatmeal? Or did you used to make him eat a certain food or something? Okay, this is my meaning. See, my meaning in signs and symbols, it doesn't mean that they're incorrect. It means that it might just have a different meaning for you.
This level of linguistic self-defense is one of the key signs of deceptive language. The quick follow-up question in form of a dichotomy has two functions: to try and make people forget the specific presupposition question about oatmeal, and grant herself leeway by widening the scope of what this food could be.
Now, what was with the oatmeal? Or did you used to make him eat a certain food or something?
The so-called simples that mediums refer to are tools to get the relative to make up the thing that this could be a symbol of. That's why I call this technique filling the frame. The medium provides the frame and the relative fills it. However, when the relative isn't able to fill it because they can't recognize the symbol, mediums end up in the following embarrassing situation, with lots and lots of probing to see if anything resonates with the relative.
So what happened is I saw chocolate all around his face. That's my symbol for somebody was either diabetic or they were not allowed to eat certain foods here in the physical world. So whatever it was that he was not allowed to have, because he just now showed me himself full face, rosy cheeks, that's my symbol for where someone's physical appearance has changed. So whatever it was that he was not able to prior to his departure, he left with the physical body and he's able to do on the other side. Now I want to talk about who's wearing the picture of someone.
I don't know why, but the phrase, throw it against the wall and see what sticks, comes to mind. Maybe it's a symbol of something. It's so confusing. After mentioning the chocolate, Teresa pauses.
Certain foods here in the physical world. So whatever it was that he...
When this pause turns out not to be the great recognition point that it was meant to be, she tries a new approach, which all of a sudden isn't limited to food.
Because he just now showed me himself full face, rosy cheeks. So whatever it was that he was not able to prior to his departure.
It's strange how she didn't mention the rosy cheeks along with the chocolate around his mouth. It's almost as if she just mentions more and more stuff when she doesn't hear acknowledgement tokens from the relative. I guess there's nothing else to do but move on to a more cooperative relative, and that's exactly what Teresa does, and unapologetically at that, something that she and other mediums have a habit of doing.
Okay, your father has passed, okay. All right, go ahead, John.
Is that where the anchor comes in?
He was in the military.
Okay, but there's an anchor that they're showing me, so that to me would mean that the word anchor has a meaning, like somebody lived on Anchor Street, where they have an anchor connection that comes up with them. So there's got to be something about the word anchor connected to your families that they want me to bring up. And then somebody lost a child to you guys. Do you know that? There's a little girl in that section. I think she was either in a vehicle accident or somebody was a younger female passed in a car accident right where you're standing.
Now I want to talk about who's wearing the picture of someone. Or there's like a bunch, I feel like someone has like a bunch of like charms or like a bunch of articles wearing around your neck.
Me.
Yes, because it's not like she's had more than enough time to see someone who fits that description.
But are they people that have departed? No. They have to be people that are departed. Is your mom passed? Okay.
I guess the spirit world didn't give her that piece of information. Well, you can't have it all.
So just know that your mom is not, because I said, well, then it has to be someone that passed. She says, well, that's not fair. She said, all you asked was for a good validation that my daughter would know that it was me. So I said, well, usually people wear things. She goes, well, that's not fair. So now your mother's arguing with me and telling me that my signs and symbols aren't fair.
How strange that the relative's mother said it was good validation. That sounds like something Teresa could have said. Wait. It's convenient how the relative's mother says that Teresa's symbols aren't fair, right after another audience member failed to recognize one of these symbols. You know, the oatmeal, chocolate, and rosy cheeks. This is a convenient way for Teresa to anticipate objections for self-protective reasons.
But would that be your mother making her presence known?
Isn't Teresa supposed to know these things? Anything to avoid another compromising presupposition question, I guess.
Now, what was with the oatmeal? She wants to make sure that you know that she is still with you. She wants to talk about her engagement ring. Do you have the ring? Did you change the ring or give it to someone else?
We changed the ring.
Perfect. Know that is your mother's way of acknowledging that she supports the choice and decision of the changing of the ring.
Teresa's able to quote the deceased loved one when it comes to generic statements that sound like they come straight from rom-coms, but somehow she doesn't know about the status of this engagement ring. It's more than suspicious that she's specific about things that no one can fact-check, but not about things that can easily be negated by the relative and thus make her look bad. Teresa makes sure to list so many alternatives that nothing can go wrong this time.
Do you have the ring? Did you change the ring or give it to someone else?
But wait, how did she know about the engagement ring? Isn't that proof that she has supernatural abilities? I just don't see how she could have known. And next, it's time for more probing, more of the filling the frame technique to let the relative do the interpretation for her, at least until things go wrong. Again.
Who's being tested for other things?
For the disease?
Yes, or for anything. I feel like that now we... Perfect. Because I keep feeling like there's something about testing, and he's talking about testing, and he says everything is going to be fine. I'm going to say this, and I don't know how to interpret it, so you're going to have to interpret on how it fits. I feel like, yes, things are genetic, but I feel like with this, it was almost like a freaky thing that happened, or that he contracted. Does that make sense? Or do you understand that?
Well,
who passed from the chest? They just labored my breathing.
Saved by the breathing. When probing, Teresa uses extreme hedging language.
I feel like, because I keep feeling like this, and I don't know how, I feel like...
Somehow, the deceased loved ones are only assertive when it comes to generic messages. Strangely enough, they don't give clear messages when it comes to their diseases and conditions.
And he says, everything is going to be fine.
Hitches grant deceptive subjects leeway to modify or retract their statement at a later point, and is a key feature of deceptive language. And the hitches occur in suspicious parts of the conversations, the parts where she'll lose face if she's being too assertive. Teresa grants herself leeway by presupposing that the disease or condition was both genetic and a freaky thing that happened.
I feel like, yes, things are genetic.
What things? This language is as distancing and generic as it gets, almost as if she isn't speaking to anyone from the spirit world.
Does that make sense? Or do you understand that?
Well,
who passed from the chest? They just labored my breathing.
People with something to hide don't have time to politely wait for the other person to answer. Once again, she gives two options, in the form of self-protective dichotomy questions, of course.
Does that make sense? Or do you understand that?
Do you understand that? Opens for an even more personal interpretation. Teresa wears both belt and braces and still fails.
Well,
who passed from the chest? They just labored my breathing. Who passed from the chest? I just got a blow to the chest and I couldn't breathe for like a second. That's my, because they're trying to make their presence known.
Maybe it happened because the relative wasn't being cooperative. But yes, it sounds a lot more realistic that another spirit did this at the most convenient time possible.
Who died right in front of someone?
Right over here.
Okay. And who's this?
Here you go.
Died right in front of you. Have to, this does not mean that this is not for you. I'm just piggybacking. I just go with the stronger energy that's going to communicate.
And yet, the time she's gone with this stronger energy hasn't been able to communicate for very long. Maybe it's not such a strong energy after all. I don't know why though. Could it be because the energy isn't there?
So your dad died right in front of you, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, because the relative just said that. This is another thing mediums rely on, relatives providing them with too much information. Here, the relative says it was her dad, so Teresa doesn't have to, revealingly, probe for that piece of information.
He wants you to know that he needs you to release any negative emotion, only if, should've, could've, would've, that my dad would still be here. Because he showed me my symbol for, even if someone knew CPR, it's almost like, oh my God, I save everyone's life, I could do CPR, but I couldn't save my own dad. It wasn't your responsibility to save him.
Bringing up the symbol has two purposes. One, to increase the likelihood that the relative will recognize CPR literally, that CPR was literally involved in this situation. Two, by calling it a symbol, she protects herself from having to conclude that CPR was involved, and thus lose face in case it wasn't.
But your dad, he's a great guy. Was he a sports fanatic?
He likes sports, but
because he's more interested in Michael right now. He goes, Teresa, this is so cool. I go, I know, isn't this amazing?
We high five. There you go, Dad. That's what I'm talking about.
Isn't it amazing?
Does he have anything to say? Does he have anything to say to me?
I know, apparently not. Apparently he doesn't know this model stuff here because he's just interested.
Teresa's intentionally exaggerated speech rate, interruptions, and focus shift almost cover up what the relative actually said.
He likes sports, but
because he's more interested.
That's not a firm yes at all. Also, why does Teresa even have to ask?
Was he a sports fanatic?
Isn't the spirit supposed to tell her these things? I mean, they're pretty specific about other things.
He says, I need you to release this burden that you carry. He goes, Teresa, this is so cool. I go, I know, isn't it? He goes.
This is a revealing self-repair. The first thing on Teresa's mind, apparently, is that this is something she says, and then she makes a pronoun shift.
He goes.
Thus, Teresa's spontaneous pronoun usage points to the same conclusion that her tactics also point to, that her dialogue with the spirits is made up. The next excerpt highlights this point.
But see, I always like spirit to give a message of personality, of who they were, again, to really validate that it is them, because I get what I do is hard to understand or embrace. So, and anyone can say, I want you to release that.
She literally says she likes the spirit to give a message of personality, suggesting that the spirits do whatever she wants them to do, because they're made up. And what message of personality is she referring to? The relative didn't give a firm yes at all. On the contrary, she was about to modify her acknowledgement token when Teresa conveniently interrupted her.
So, and anyone can say, I want you to release that.
Yes, anyone can say that, and Teresa obviously knows that, since it's on her mind. I wonder why, though. It couldn't be because she's the anyone she refers to, could it? Looking like someone who's anxious to get out of this situation.
And he says, he goes, isn't this cool? I go, yeah. He goes, I get to see someone famous. And I'm like, what about talking to your daughter? Is it your birthday or is it your birthday or
Teresa's laughter is very sincere.
is it your birthday or a special celebration that is coming up or just passed?
That could be any family member's birthday, depending on how you define coming up or just passed.
My mother-in-law's birthday just passed.
Is that you? Oh, and you're hello! She's wearing the New York Giants shirt. I love it.
I love it too. There's nothing like focus shift to try and distract from the fact that she still hasn't said anything specific, and obviously isn't interested in an actual conversation with the relative. Conversations mean more guesses lead to more wrong guesses, and wrong guesses are compromising.
Who's the who lost the daughter? Who passed from the brain, aneurysm, brain tumor, Alzheimer, dementia? I'm right here. Who's that?
Once again, it's time to mention all the alternatives she can think of, which is totally reliable.
Should she have Alzheimer's or a dementia? Okay, so no, this is her way of acknowledging. Now, were you very young when she was sick?
This is the look of someone who wants someone else to say yes to a dichotomy question. Also, the relative is young, so how could she not have been young when it happened? In the following, something strange happens. Teresa makes a correct guess. So could that mean that she has supernatural abilities after all?
And every time that you sat there,
Thank you.
and held her hand,
I did.
and you treated her as if she wasn't sick, is that correct?
Yes.
No, it doesn't mean that she has supernatural abilities, unless party tricks are also supernatural. Teresa's already got the information she needs to guess that the relative was holding the hand of her loved one and treated her loved one as if she wasn't sick. Teresa already knows that the loved one had Alzheimer's or dementia, both conditions that give the relative more than enough time to hold the hand of their loved one at some point. Furthermore, many or most relatives treat their loved ones as though they weren't ill.
She wants to thank you for that. She says, I want to thank you for not making me feel sick. And now you still have an article of her clothing or something that she knitted or crocheted?
Yeah, I have all of her handkerchiefs.
Perfect.
With these alternatives, it's next to impossible that the relative will say no, which is the point.
She wants to thank you for keeping those things that have no monetary value but meant the world to her, or more importantly to you.
A few seconds ago, Teresa had to ask if the relative had kept something from her loved one, and now the audience is supposed to believe that Teresa knows what the relative's loved one thinks about the choice to keep the handkerchiefs, delivered in the form of another rom-com cliché. But Teresa's luck is about to run out, and what does Teresa do when that happens?
Where does the H name come in? Helen, Hank, Harry, someone's last name, or a state they don't have to be passed, they could be here in the physical world. Who just died? I feel like someone just died like 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago. I feel like who's that?
My mother.
Oh yeah, how could I forget? That's what she does when nothing resonates with the relative. It's totally reliable how the spirits can give Teresa so much information that she can quote them, but somehow they can't give her a name.
I feel like unexpected, but like you were prepared, but you weren't prepared. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Were prepared but weren't prepared. Feel like. Teresa always has her unsophisticated techniques in mind.
Do you feel that you did not get the opportunity to say goodbye to her?
Yes.
She says, I don't want you to feel that way. Please know that everything and anything that you said to her in your own personal thoughts and or prayers, please know that she has heard.
Teresa's playing on a common emotion people have that they didn't get to say goodbye. Needless to say, there's nothing specific about that. And again, it's strange how it's only after Teresa's dichotomy questions that the deceased loved one says exactly what the relative wants to hear. Teresa modifies her fictional message from the spirit world, depending on how the relative answers her initial yes-no question, which in this case should be called a yes question, since no isn't an option. Why do so many people believe in this? Why do people still fall for the dichotomy questions, hedging language and filling the frame technique? Because mediums tell relatives exactly what they want to hear, giving them a false sense of security and false closure. And some people are more impressionable than others. Mediums play on common human emotions, hoping that people's emotions will defeat their logic. But come on, they aren't doing any harm. Firstly, in what other profession would it be okay that a person is lying about their skills? Secondly, no one knows how readings will affect impressionable people. Will they make changes to their lives, potentially negative changes? Will they have a different opinion about their deceased loved one, etc., etc.? People see what's on camera. They don't see what happens when the cameras are turned off. What else are people who are willing to take advantage of other people's grief capable of doing? That's why deception is always wrong, no matter if it appears to benefit someone in the moment, because deception can never benefit anyone in the long run. Which of Teresa's readings in this show is your favorite? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, so I'm gonna quote you real quick. You said, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I mean that is correct. Yeah.
That's correct. Okay, so can we both agree?
What was the context of what I said though?
What was the context? I don't even want to get into DEI because your opinion on DEI, it doesn't really help it in this case. So, if the context between what you brought up was that you believe that
because they were being hired because they were black.
Okay, so can we both agree that every single pilot, whether black, white, whoever, has to go through FAA certification?
No, actually,
we can't.
New lawsuit shows that black pilots and female pilots have the standards being relaxed.
No,
for them.
sir. Can we agree at the time of February 29th or 2023 when you said it at the time? No.
No, actually, I said it. That's why you don't know the context. Is that new lawsuits were showing that they were relaxing the standards for air traffic control and pilots in order to meet the standards.
The context of that was diversity, equity, and inclusion. What does that have to do with hiring?
Everything. DEI definitionally is that we will hire more of a race versus a different race. So, for example, United Airlines said that they want 50% of their new pilots to either be women or black.
Okay.
Currently, just so you understand, it's like 8%. So they want to go from 8% to 50%.
Okay.
And every time DEI is implemented, every single time, the lowering of standards occurs. Every single time.
Lowering of standards?
Correct. So can I prove it to you? We both want excellence, right?
Okay.
If you and I said, hey, we want 50% of the new people going in the NBA are white.
Okay.
Would the NBA drop in its standard?
No.
No.
The National Basketball
League?
League?
No, if we said 50%, if we say
if 50% of the NBA dropped and it was only white.
No, I
you're
said...
saying would the standard go down?
I'm not hearing what I'm saying. If 50% of all new people going in the NBA were white, by decree, would the quality of play of the NBA decrease?
Would the quality of play in the NBA decrease?
Yeah.
No, if they're the same standard of basketball play.
Hold on, let's talk realistic.
Well, what are you saying realistically? You're asking me if
75% of the NBA is black. 75%.
So does that mean white players are less better, or does that mean
whites are not as good at basketball as blacks?
Okay.
I mean, we got some big.
Everybody, calm down.
We got some big exceptions. I mean, we're very proud of Larry Bird. Okay.
No, he's good. He's good.
We're very proud of Luka and Nikola. However, the point being, let's implement DEI in the NBA.
Okay.
If all of a sudden 50% of all the players have to be white, which means they have to say no to otherwise good black players.
There was a time where this happened, right?
Well, no, I of course, and the league wasn't as good. That's the point.
No, you understand that there was a time where the exclusion of African American players was in the NBA, right?
No, for sure. I acknowledge that, and the league got better as blacks were allowed in.
Did it get better, or did we just integrate ourselves in?
Well, hold on, no, but wait,
the players in the league averages around that time weren't worse. We just got better.
Hold on. Do you actually think that? Why is it that 75% of the NBA is black?
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, well, it was a certain point around 1965
why
where
is
a
it?
law
Answer the
passed
question.
where we can actually...
Why is it that 75% of the NBA is black?
Because we integrated into the league.
No, because the best players are allowed to play in the NBA.
Well, actually, the best players in the NBA are European-born.
Well,
they're not even African-American.
I mean, a couple of them are. As I said, we're very proud.
No, we're very integrated within sports, but what does that prove?
That proves that the NBA is not built on DEI, it's built on excellence.
No, the NBA isn't proof. So when you mention DEI, you're now saying that it's...
You obviously don't know what DEI is. DEI...
How I know what DEI is if you're not giving me a proper explanation
DEI
on what
is
it is.
racial quotas.
Racial quotas?
Yes. You've never heard of DEI before. So, do you know what a racial quota is? You have to have a certain amount of a certain race. That is what United Airlines did. Mm-hmm. We must get to 50% of our pilots to be black or women. Therefore, if the NBA said 50% of our players have to be white, I guarantee you, we could try to get as many Serbs and Croats as possible it's not going to make the NBA the best league. Instead, the NBA has a policy of which the NBA and the FAA and the United Airlines should have the same policy. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. It matters how good you are at what you do.
So
excellence matters.
Wait. Okay. So what you're saying is, everybody's good? So what you're saying is the NBA
is a great example of...
No, it's a bad example. Because in the example that I gave you, I said when you say a black or female pilot might be less qualified because of DEI, what you're implying is that they didn't earn their spot.
Correct, they didn't, because that's what DEI does.
That's what you're implying?
Because you're there because of the quota, not because of excellence.
Does DEI give you the opportunity because of who you are, or does it open up access?
No, it gives it because of literally the color of your skin.
Charlie, you are quoted by saying that, guys, Charlie...
Everyone knows the quote because it's true. When you hire somebody...
What's true?
It's true because they're there not because of their merit, but because of a racial quota. Why is it that only 8% of pilots right now for United Airlines are black or female?
It's actually 3%.
Oh, that proves my point even more.
And no, it doesn't. It's, guys, DEI is the reason why they're not in these positions. But it's because they're... Listen.
Man, you are making no sense at all.
That's cool.
No, explain to me what...
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is the... Sorry, okay.
Explain to me what a racial quota is.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is the reason as to why accesses are now open to certain races.
Hold on. Can a black person not become a pilot before DEI?
What are you saying? Was it equal opportunity or was it equal access?
But
was it equal opportunity? Was it equal access?
It's
Charlie?
equal. Both.
It's both.
Yes.
It's equal opportunity and it's equal. I could not go to college in 1964 with a free ride, free paid tuition, but you could, Charlie.
Hold on. First of all,
are y'all just forgetting that the last 50 years of historical context happened?
This is
crazy.
How did that?
That's crazy.
How does that impact you? And wait, do you have a free ride right now?
Do I have a free ride right now?
Yeah.
I go to school.
Who pays your tuition?
Who pays my tuition?
Yeah.
I don't want to share that on.
You just said you had a free ride.
I don't want to.
Wait, hold on.
I said in 1964,
No. So it's 2025. Let's stay focused on today.
So in 2025, even with equal opportunity and open access,
it's not.
That's what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. It opened up access for people like me to get these opportunities.
But so someone has to pay for your college. Who's paying for it?
You're saying someone has to pay for my college?
Yeah. So taxpayers are paying for
your college. Deposit the money into the bank right now.
Well,
show me your bank account. It's taxes.
Wait,
Charlie Kirk.
This is a publicly funded institution. But
the publicly funded institution, we are one of the it's top three. ISU, University of Illinois Champaign, and the University of Illinois Chicago. 3 schools, universities that are getting funded more than other universities in Chicago. So yes, we do get funded more. Yes, I'm well more access to get a free ride. But what if I went to Chicago State University?
Right.
Would I get a free ride then?
I wouldn't recommend anyone goes to Chicago State.
Why not?
I mean,
why not?
It's a terrible school.
Well, Charlie, are they funded?
I don't know the specifics.
You don't know the specifics?
It's not exactly a reputation of a great school.
I can tell you, Illinois State.
It is not a funding
Illinois
issue.
State gets 92% of funding in the state of Illinois for universities, for public universities. Chicago State gets basically none, virtually none. So
okay, great.
What you're saying is, it was opened up accesses. What I'm presenting to you is that the access that I was allowed.
Okay, so what do you mean by access? What
do I mean by access?
How do black people not have access to a better life in America? What's preventing them?
What's preventing black people from having a better life in America?
Yes. What's preventing them?
Police, the government.
Hold on. No. Police. How many unarmed black men die? How many unarmed black men die from the hands of police every year? Nationally.
Are you serious?
How many?
Charlie Kirk, we're talking about something.
How many? No, you just said police. How many unarmed black men die at the hands of police every year?
Did I say that is the reason why
you just said police?
Policing is an issue.
You're right. We don't have enough police on the streets of black neighborhoods.
The police department is well more funded than our normal libraries.
What is the #1 cause of black death in Chicago?
Are you serious?
Other blacks killing blacks.
Are y'all saying other blacks?
Yes.
Other blacks?
Who's killing the blacks from Chicago? A bunch of kids from Highland Park?
Like 22% Hispanic. That's very, very, very broad. Where are those locations at?
Where
are those locations at?
East. No.
You're saying East Garfield? You've never been to East Garfield in your life.
Yes, I went once and I'll never return.
You're from East Garfield? You've never been to East Garfield
No,
in your life.
tell me very
so
clearly.
When we're saying
Who
these
is
broader locations, it's these smaller
Who
locations.
is killing
these
the
broader
blacks in
communities,
Chicago?
these
Who
broader
is killing them?
communities Of 1,000 African Americans, who you're taking statistics from communities.
Who is killing? No, I want to have a conversation with you.
What did you
And
expect,
who
Charlie?
is killing them?
Who is killing African Americans?
Yes.
People are killing people.
No. What race is killing them?
Why are y'all trying to act like African Americans are just solely murdered? People are killing people.
No. What
That's a real
race is
problem
killing?
that we
Is it
have.
white people killing blacks or blacks killing
People
blacks?
are killing people, Charlie.
Okay, but hold on. What race is
You're
killing
saying
the other
what race is killing what race more? That does not matter.
It does matter because it's a black-on-black problem.
It's a
and
black
blacks
on black
need to
problem,
solve
or is
the
it a
problem
crime
of
problem?
black-on-black violence.
Is it a black on black problem or is it a crime problem?
It's a black-on-black problem that is a crime problem. Because I'll tell you why. If it was a bunch of kids from Deerfield coming in with guns, it would be a white problem. But
is.
somehow, if it was a black-on-black problem, oh, it's a crime problem. It's systemic injustice. If the police
No,
not
what
enough
you're
funding.
saying is, Charlie, you're forgetting that these locations that you're bringing up are secluded by these races. So these races might have a easier time with policing, and yeah, they're gonna have nearly response time of 2 seconds.
Wait, it's the police's fault that so many blacks are killing other blacks?
Who just said that?
You did.
I said that?
Yes. No, but
Girl,
no,
please.
I want you to tell me, why is it that black Americans are 13% of the population, yet they commit 55% of the murders?
Where can you show me that?
Again, it's FBI statistics. It's
FBI
well known.
statistics. Where can you show me that at?
Can
you give me
ask
substantial
ChatGPT,
evidence
ask
with
Grok.
that? Why would I ask ChatGPT when ChatGPT has shown, prove it? What?
Prove it again. Anyone near you can show you the
ChatGPT has shown
stats, right?
proven
It's
data
right
that
there.
is-
Look, man.
Let's read it. 70% of offenders were African American. Wait, pull it back up. Boo, yeah. Charlie, for the sake of myself, I really do appreciate the ability to debate with you, man.
I want you to think about what I asked you.
Okay, you mind if I have a hat?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was an instant fact check right on air.
You know, I love this. I love the fact that no matter the argument, no matter the debate, at the end of the day, Charlie still gave him a heart. They are still cool. That is it. You know, he gave you this platform to, bring yourself on board. Debate. If you don't agree with him, you can oppose him, and each of you can, come to an agreement. And I think the guy, gave us a show. He wanted to air his points, but Charlie have been saying this: competence over skin color every single time. It does not matter your skin color, so long as you are good in the field, it's better you continue. It's better you get the job. Just like.
What should happen to the Gazan civilians that are currently living there right now? Should they be brought somewhere else, as President Trump has suggested? Should there be some other sort of solution? What would be the best method forward? Check out this clip with Charlie Kirk. This is a question that came up to him on campus, and they get into a lot of other interesting aspects of the discussion. And Charlie really stands with good moral clarity on this particular topic. So let's check it out. Before you do, hit that subscribe button over there in the corner. Love to stay in touch. Check this out.
Hey, what's up, Chart? I was going to ask you, you think that Israel should displace the Palestinians from Palestine to Egypt and Jordan?
It's a tough question. I will say this, guys. I'm happy to do the whole afternoon on Israel, but let's try to get at other questions. But
that's what I'm.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just
okay.
to the audience.
Yeah.
It's a difficult question. I don't know what the solution is. I don't.
So you think it's right for them to ethnically
I'm not saying it's
cleanse
right.
them?
I'm saying the solution is very difficult because the people of Gaza have shown that they are incapable of self-government.
Sure.
Incapable. That when they are given self-government, it becomes a terrorist hotbed, and it becomes a nightmare for the Jewish people, and war ensues. So I don't know what the...
Right, but my question here is, do you think it's ethnic cleansing to forcibly tell them to get out of Gaza?
Again, I'm not even saying I support it.
Because this is what Trump said.
I know what Trump said. I'm not even saying that I think that's a good idea. I do want someone to tell me what the solution is, though. Because that's an idea.
Yes, Egypt actually offered the solution, but Trump was against it.
What would you say the solution is?
The solution is to have an Arab state to govern them, basically, and for Hamas not to be in control. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So we had something close to that, though, for years, where Gaza was controlled by Hamas. Gaza democratically elected Hamas.
In 2006, that's correct.
Yeah,
but they
and-
weren't able to democratically elect again after 2006.
Yeah,
That's correct.
because the people liked it.
It's not because people liked it. It's because they didn't have any other choice but to
We
do
don't
that.
know. You might be right. I might be right. I
Okay.
think I'm right. Let me tell you why.
Okay, why?
Because when the terrorists went and killed a bunch of Jews on October 7th.
Yes, I know that a lot of people were happy to
A
see.
lot.
Yes,
Tens
and
of
why? Why
thousands.
is that? Why is that? Because it didn't start on October 7th. It didn't start on October 7th.
Yeah, but this is where we're going to disagree.
Okay.
So I look at things in the term of right and wrong,
Sure.
and just and unjust, not oppressor or oppressed. A different worldview that could be on the left, not saying you are, would say, hey, the people of Gaza.
Yeah, I voted for Trump, by the way.
No, I'm not saying that. For sure, great. We just might not agree on this issue. The people of Gaza, some people would say, hey, it's been a bubbling up problem. We're going to justify what's happening on October 7th. We look at that and we say it's never acceptable to go and kidnap and to go cut throats, unprovoked, unprompted.
Sure,
on a holy
it's
day.
against international law, and
Yeah.
I believe that Israel as well, like where they did a lot of things that were against international law as well.
Well, I don't
if
quite know what that would mean, but yeah, I mean,
war crimes,
such as
mass people.
Yeah, man, it's just, again, I don't want to keep going in circles, but it's like, I can't see a single instance of Israel going out of its way to kill civilians.
You don't see it in a single instance of what?
Israel going out of its way to kill civilians. I see Israel going out of its way.
So you don't believe what they've done is genocide?
No, of course not. Because, all right, let's get our terms. Let's just go, what is genocide?
A genocide is basically mass a certain group because of their ethnicity, race, or culture or religion.
So was October 7th a genocide?
It wasn't a genocide, no.
By your own
Well,
definition.
yeah, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because the ICJ now is investigating Israel. They're not investigating Hamas for genocide, if you know that.
Who?
The ICJ?
Yeah, the ICJ is anti-Israel, has been for a while.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure they are. Why do you say that?
Well, because they're funded largely by Arab
They're funded by who? Funded by who? Hamas?
Like by Qatar and Saudi Arabia and by very wealthy Gulf dictatorships. But I just hold on. You're trying to say that Hamas was not investigated for what happened on October 7th?
Hamas is not being investigated by the ICJ of doing a genocide. Yes, that is correct.
Have you watched the videos?
I have watched the videos.
And
Yeah,
what
that
do
is
you-
correct. I feel like
you
it's
saw
more-
the-
I
did you-
think- I
did you
think
see the
Hamas-
one
I
where
think
the-
Hamas-
And
Okay.
when they were laughing, you saw that one?
Sure. I think Hamas, what they've done was barbarism. I think they're
How
a
is it not
terrorist
a
group.
war crime then?
I think Hamas is a terrorist group. I really think they are. But that doesn't justify what Israel has done so far. That's all I'm saying.
Well, again, there's two separate things, but everything Israel did was
As of what October 7th, you believe that the Mossad, for example, is one of the biggest agencies in the world. It might be even better than the CIA, right?
Yes and no. I don't think they're nearly as effective as people think they are, and I can prove it to you. But
Let me just prove my point, please. So what I'm trying to say here is that basically the Mossad knew about the attack from Hamas because they only had like Chinese bicycles, bikes and stuff like that to go in. So what I think is that basically the Mossad they knew about this attack because Hamas basically is Israel's biggest asset. If Hamas wasn't there, they would have not killed anybody. So I think
I just want to make sure I understand your argument. There's one part of the argument is asking, did Israel know? And was there a stand down order? I asked that question, never gotten an answer. You're going a step further.
We don't have proof. We don't have proof
and
that they knew.
hypothesizing that the Mossad, which is their CIA, wanted it to happen.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's insane.
Why do you think it's insane?
So you think that Mossad, which are Jews, wanted 1,300 Jews to die?
They didn't know that 1,300 people would die, but they wanted to see something so that they can be able to actually attack Palestine.
Got it. So we're just not going to agree because you have a much lower view of Jewish people than I do.
No, I believe in Israel's right to exist too.
I know, but what you're saying is that the Jewish leadership of Mossad wanted the Hamas to attack.
Yes, because what
This was a delicate field. Beautiful souls, this was a delicate field. It was quite something. And I had to take my time because the energy would take me out of body. The vibrational standpoint was peaceful, simply at one, harmonious. And through all the layers, there was a noticeable transcendence here. What stopped me in my tracks was comprehending how this light was in this physical body at this time, doing what he does. And through all of the communications that I was having, the understanding is that it's impossible. But he is here in real time, doing what he is doing. And many people around the world come into contact with his presence. So it's quite extraordinary. Let's get to the reading, beautiful souls, and have a feel for yourselves. Love and blessings.
Hello. Hello, Wendy. Hello. You have yourself muted.
Good
Oh,
morning, Stephen.
I'm good. How are you
Good
doing?
morning. How are you?
Good morning,
I'm
Wendy.
fine, thank you.
You having a good day so far?
I've just woken up and it's good. I hope you're well as well.
Thank you. I'm doing well. We did have a pest on the show earlier. Nolan came over here a couple times, and I brought him on, and I was trying to figure out if he's a darkie because I asked him if he supports the darkies, like London McDouchebag. I also asked him if he was anti-white. He didn't seem to like that. He really paused. There was a long pause when I asked him that question. He said he couldn't believe I asked that, but I do wonder. I do wonder about whites that will slander someone like me that has exposed a huge agenda for years, long before anyone here knew me. I was talking about this many years ago, over a decade ago. I've been exposing the anti-white agenda, and he supports douchebags like London McDouchebag, the darky buckwheat YouTuber that's obsessed with me that lives in somewhere in London, UK.
He sounds like a traitor, so he must be very anti-white to be anti-you.
Yeah, that's the way I see it as well. Because I've done a lot I've done as much as I can with the reach that I have and the resources that I have to be pro-white and show pride in my people and try to make people proud to be white and support white people and have no white guilt and stand up against the attacks. And he seems to support creatures that just mock white people that don't even belong in the UK. And then he laughed and said that he claimed that his Eastern European country, wherever he claims to be from, defeated the Vikings, he claims, and have allowed immigrants, and he just thinks everything's a joke, as TG was saying. And I agree with her, excuse me, but yeah, he treats everything like it's a joke, including how could someone not be sound more anti-white than laughing about the destruction of the Western world and Western Europeans?
Exactly.
Which is what he did on my show. So I don't know if he's actually white. He claims to be from the Baltic region, but he sounds Pakistani or something to me. I still get that accent, but he won't show his face. He's a coward. And I think people that are pro-white tend not to behave the way he does. So that's another piece of the Nolan puzzle. He's another anti-white that loves to support the Tiggas at every chance he gets, and anti-whites. I mean, London is a complete anti-white. I've shown that in videos how he's mocked white people and said racist things that are anti-white right on his live streams. He's a real douchebag.
He is a douchebag. And it's cowardly not to be able to show your face or have your real voice or your real name. So that's definitely another piece. Because
Yes.
a white person would be proud of who they are And if they had white guilt, they've had a chance to drop it. I know I have, so thank you for that. But continuing to be a pest and annoyance, I'm sorry he came on. It's just interrupts your flow and just a waste of oxygen.
Yes. It's all they can do. Now, whether they get floated away on doors, which is what I would like to do, or they don't get justice until the time comes. I told him he will be sealed in here. And all he wanted to do was talk about stupid things like pine trees in Oregon, and he thinks it's funny just to talk about fluff when he comes here. And I said, I'm going to burn all those trees. This whole place is going to be a true hell once it's sealed in. I don't know why creatures like him can't quite understand that, or they just don't want to face it. But it will be a true hell in this place. It won't look the way, it's not just going to be this place with good spirits removed and then sealed. It's going to be a true hell. Nobody will want to be here anymore. Even the most wicked of the demons that love filth will wish they could get out. That's how bad it will be. And I'll make sure of it. And I've told people, not hundreds, it must be countless times, to choose wisely. And he's heard it. So has everybody that's been on my channel. And they love to tune in and lurk around here and wait for the link to be posted. But he's a real disgusting creature. He's another anti-white. And he calls Goddess Lord Goddess. He thinks it's funny. Someone that harmed the mother of his child, harmed his own baby, has attacked her, has had people attack her, has just a sicko, a real psycho, that Goddess creature. He stabbed high school students when he was a student. He's been a psycho his whole life. These creepy creatures that worship that sort of stuff completely belong in this realm. I'm not going to have a drop of mercy on them.
They definitely belong, and what he's done is so awful. The Gotus and those kind, they're like characters you'd imagine out of like the evil villains, but they're real life, and they're, well, not that it's real and not that it's life, but they exist right now, and just the evil that's walking amongst us. And to actually think that and say that out loud, it indicates what kind of spirit you are inside. To even contemplate liking it and calling it your Lord. I mean, even though he does it in his funny mockery kind of voice, he must really feel that inside, because and that's another thing. A white man wouldn't admire someone like that. That's another piece. Because there's the chivalry and honor in the white race that he's obviously lacking.
Absolutely. That's another piece where he's most likely non-white, and if he is part white, he might be partially white. He's a psychopath, just like Goddess is. Gaddis, Goddess, Spherage. He uses various names, but he's a complete psychopath. And only a psychopath, a true psychopath, and a real evil spirit would worship something like that or idolize something like that. No good spirit ever would. And it's more mockery where he says that he's a good spirit and all this sort of thing. They just mock and mock and mock. And this is something I want. It's a teachable moment for people that are here, that want to pay attention and learn a bit more. The mockery never gets old for these creatures. And the problem with certain good spirits and certain white people is they project our goodness onto the realm and say, well, surely they get tired of mockery. No, they never do. They never do. Demons never do. They could be mocking and playing these stupid demon games for lifetimes. It's all they have, really. They don't have original ideas. They can't create. They don't have anything. They have all this time. They don't have jobs. They don't do anything. They're just lazy, mocking, evil creatures.
And he's never going to change, and he's unfixable as well. That's another piece. So anyone wanting to help them or crying tears for them can stay here too.
Absolutely. because and the other part is that's not, in case people misunderstand that, that's not lack of compassion. That's protecting our loved ones. We can't fix these demons. They would try to harm us for all of eternity if they could. They'll never relent. So it's actually showing care for the people and protection that we love by saying no more, putting our foot down, sealing them in this realm, just like I would kick them out of all of Europe, United States, Canada, Australia, not just Europe, but all the countries that Europeans have built anywhere, South Africa. I would do that out of care to protect my people, knowing that I can't fix them. I can't change them. That's the thing. So letting them run wild in eternity would not only be foolish, it would harm good spirits. We'd have to deal with them then chasing after us, stalking us, obsessing over us. That's what they do here. They do the same thing outside of here if they could.
They definitely would. And there's beings outside who haven't been in here that don't need to be exposed to this. And it would be like taking an infection out of a hospital and spreading it.
Yeah, absolutely it would. It would be like spreading it. They're a plague. They're essentially a plague, like a black plague or a bubonic plague. They're just horrific and disgusting. And there is no changing them. For the people, excuse me, for the people that are tuned in, these creatures have no desire to change. They never exhibit any desire to change. They feel clever and they get little giggles and a thrill out of doing harm and harassment and obsessing and doing narcissistic demon games like one earlier posted about me on their channel. They're just relentless for years. And they somehow twisted in their minds to think it's fun, funny, good. They make excuses for themselves. And that's what they would do. But I'm going to put a stop to it. And if it's possible to put a stop to it, which I see that it is, because of the way this is designed. This is not a perfect, foolproof design by evil where it's untouchable or unstoppable. There are flaws, there's vulnerabilities, just like computer systems have them. This realm has them as well. And if it didn't, I wouldn't even be able to speak this way. They would stop me, and they can't. Do you see what I mean? I hope everyone sees that I wouldn't even be able to speak about doing this to this realm. They'd silence me. They would end my life. The Matrix itself, entities, whatever they had to do, and they haven't done it.
You are going to do it, and in a sense, you already have done it because of time in the ocean, as you explained. And everything you've talked about, you've always had evidence, and you wouldn't be talking about it now if you weren't, you kind of 1,000%, but if you weren't sure that there was a way, and if anyone could find a way, it'll be you, so, and it'll be well deserved.
I'll never quit. There's no way that I would just give up on it because I know how important it is, and it's the moral thing to do. It's the right thing that has to be done. Some people have said, well, you want to do this. No, I have to. I can't just walk away from this. I've had so many sleepless nights in my lifetime, even in the past 3, 4, 5 years or so, just thinking about what children are going through in this place and how it shouldn't be happening. And it's beyond upsetting. It's beyond disturbing and heartbreaking. It's vile and evil, and it should not exist. This shouldn't be going on. It never should have happened. A place like this never should have existed. And I know I've said that probably dozens of times, if not 100 times or more on my channel. And I said it before I had this channel. I was saying it years and years before I had El Diablo or the Sanity Machine or any YouTube channel. Long before I had a YouTube account. This place does not deserve to exist because it's so evil. Now, is there a bit of good? Yes, there is. And that's what people get hung up on, unfortunately. I'm not telling people to ignore the good, but the good does not outweigh the evil here. It doesn't justify it. So when people say it isn't 100% good or it isn't 100% evil, sorry, that's not good enough. It doesn't need to be 100% evil. to be so bad that this might indeed be, it could potentially be the most evil place ever to be created, for all anyone in it knows. That's a real possibility, that there's never been a place more evil than where we are. That is a possibility that's on the table that no one can disprove at this point. That's how evil this place is. There might not be anywhere that's ever been more evil than where we are. And people still try to defend it and say that I'm wrong for saying that it has to be ended, or that it should have never existed, should have never been created. It's remarkable to me, the mental gymnastics of people, and the conclusion that I come to is they have to be on the side of evil to defend this place to that degree.
They must be evil to defend it, because the amount of good that happens here is so fleeting as well. When it does happen, it never lasts, and there's always something coming in to create problems or destroy it or rot it in whatever form. So, and all the beings that we knew before we ended up in here, however we ended up, they're likely really good spirits as well, and they shouldn't be exposed to any of this. And all the music you've made about the like they won't exist because they'll be sealed in, and then, as you said, there'll be a way to edit out the memories of whatever this place is, so that there can be real healing and real rest. They won't exist anymore because they'll be completely forgotten. They'll be unfindable, and not even in memories. I mean, that's such a solution, and the safety and the care for other beings is immense in what you're going to be doing, because for the others that have never been brought in here to not experience it, that's a gift that they won't understand how big it is because they've never been in, but it's enormous.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, and it's what has to be done. That's what I have to do, because this can't be allowed to continue to bring others into this place, and the editing has to be done. And I won't say exactly what I'm going to do or how, but I'll just let people know that editing goes on already in this place. So if they wonder how's that possible, it's already happening. Editing already happens. We experience editing when we wake up and don't remember our dreams, and we were asleep for 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 hours, maybe 12 hours, and you wake up and you can't remember a single thing. Editing has gone on because we should remember what we experienced while we were quote unquote asleep. So I would call that editing. There's editing that goes on with the Mandela effect. There's editing in this reality happening already. So I would not be the first to do any editing of this matrix. It's already happening, which proves it's already possible. It is possible to edit this matrix. And since it's a matrix in itself, there is a way to edit things in this place. Remove things, add things, change things, alter memories, dreams, you name it. It's already happening. So there are people that will say, well, I don't believe you. You don't have to believe me. It's already happening. There's already evidence all around people that they can look at that editing has happened. You can look at pink dolphins that didn't exist when I was a child studying dolphins. There weren't pink dolphins, but there are today. There weren't river dolphins in the reality when I was a child. Dolphins were in salt water, not in rivers of fresh water, Amazon and things like that. There wasn't a hotel between the two towers in Manhattan, and plenty more, from small changes like Fruit Loops to major changes like Mongolia and the location of Australia, and geographical changes and historical Mandela effect changes. There's tons and tons and tons. And I spent years looking into that many years ago, 2015, 2016, 2017. I don't anymore because I don't need any proof of that. I move along. I don't stay stuck. Sorry for rambling, but I don't stay stuck on a topic forever when I'm solid on it. I don't need to know every single change that's gone on in the world, and there's probably thousands and thousands happening. It's too many to even keep track of anyways, and it would just take away my focus from other things that I'm trying to focus on doing, making truth songs and doing all sorts of different things like that, and also thinking about the nature of this reality and what can be done and what has to be done. And evil cannot be allowed to thrive and spread like a plague beyond this place. It has to be contained and quarantined here.
It definitely needs to be quarantined and become forgotten so that no other evil mastermind can ever find it and try and make a duplicate copy somehow, like a copy paste situation. Even though it'll be locked and sealed, you still don't want anyone getting ideas. So I think it's good to be erased from memory completely.
Yes. Yes, I agree, and has to be erased from memory, and the memory of it erased and it made hidden, like cloaked, hidden, invisible, so that it's not only sealed with 1,000 magical seals, but no one can even observe it to find it. It will just be hidden, forgotten, not even part of our memories, so we don't have to live with the trauma forever. Certain channels have said, well, life is bad or life is terrible because we'll have to live with the trauma. We'll have the memories of this. We won't have the memories of this. That's the thing. They didn't consider that we can edit memories. Our memories are already edited by entities. So editing our own seems very reasonable and seems rational and a solution where we won't have to deal with this forever. We can finally have peace. And these creatures will be forgotten. They'll be hidden, sealed in, forgotten. And it's like they won't exist. We won't remember them. And no one will be able to find them. And they've done this to themselves. They've chosen evil. I've tried to get people to choose wisely, to stand against evil. There's lots of them that come to my channel that have chosen evil. They made that choice. Welcome back, Wendy.
Sorry, the signal dropped.
It's okay. I was just saying that they made the choice. They had a choice, especially the ones that have come to my channel and they chose evil.
Exactly, because you've explained things in a way that a child can understand. You aren't like other channels or people that will start a conversation and end up changing the topic 3 times in a sentence, or like Movies Matty, who rambles on in such a way that you don't know what he's talking about, not because he's intelligent, well, he might have that as well, but he purposely makes it confusing to appear more intelligent so that his audience will think that he's.
Oh shit, I'm getting a phone call. I agree with you, Wendy. It looks like you got disconnected again. I'm going to have to play something for a moment. I will be back, though. I'll type it in the chat. I will be back. I did try to help you. I did. I did try to help you.
Good night.
Hello, Wendy. I'll be back soon. I have a phone call. I'm on the phone, but it won't take that long and I'll be back. Hopefully you can hear me. Hello? Your mic is muted. I'll be back soon, Wendy. I'll play this in the meantime.
Good night. Matrix time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit. The torches are lit. Fire!
Fire.
Blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment
feels right. I know who I am and where I'm going. I see what this is, my spiritual knowing.
Good
Night.
Good
Night. I tried
to help you.
See,
I
tried, but that cannot be. You're from here, save your tears for demons.
You belong here.
You belong here.
Forever here.
Stay here. Good night.
Good night.
Matrix time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit. The torches are lit. Fire blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment
feels right. I know who I am and where I'm going. I see what this is.
my spiritual knowing.
Good
Night.
Good
Night.
I tried to help you see. I tried.
But that cannot be.
You're from here.
Save your tears for demons.
You belong here.
You belong here.
Forever here. Good night. Matrix time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit. The torches are lit. Fire, fire, blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment
Feels right.
I know who I am and where I'm going.
I see what this is, my spiritual knowing.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
I tried,
To help you see. I tried.
I tried.
But that cannot be.
You're from here.
Save your tears for demons.
You belong here,
You belong here.
forever here.
Stay here.
Stay here.
Stay
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Matrix time is wrong, but the night feels right. Sleep under dark blankets with lights above. Caress your spirit.
The torches are lit.
Fire,
Fire.
blazing.
Good night.
Good night.
This moment feels right. I know who I am and where I'm going. I see what this is, my spiritual knowing. Good night. Good night. Good night. I tried to help you.
Hello. Hello. I did try to help you. I did. I did try to help you. This video is about spiritual knowing. Spiritual knowing. Excuse my voice. I've been up all night. I've been busy. I've been live streaming and making music, and now I'm recording a video. I know it doesn't make sense to most people. They'll say, why is he doing this? Why is he spending so much time, effort, energy for free, not making a cent? He must be on welfare. He must be unemployed. He must be everything that the demons say. And that's what most of you listen to. Most of you believe demons. If it isn't on YouTube, you're believing demons on TV, on the world stage, bankers and government media, whoever. David Icke, Alex Jones. Doesn't matter. You believe lying demons. Most of you do. Most of you always will. You'll idolize the famous. Anyway, I have spiritual knowing, and I have that on my mind. Spiritual knowing. What is that? Is it the same as reading a book? Or listening to someone, listening to a teacher in school? A professor? Maybe someone on the mainstream media, on the news? No, it's not that. Listening to some shill on YouTube that makes money selling books or courses or retreats or has a Patreon special videos you have to pay money for. All the things people do by the millions. Most of you do that. Might not be you listening. You'll say, I don't do that. Well, you got to broaden your view a little bit. The world's a little bit bigger than you. Anyway, that's the way it is in this place. The way most of you are. Is it similar to intuition? Similar. It is similar. I think intuition is spiritual. Also has to do with personality, energy, consciousness, mind, awareness. Could be hardwired into us, part of the body as well, part of the central nervous system, and your body can feel it. Intuition. Intuition is a special thing. I wrote a song about it. I've spoken about it. It's part of me. I rely on it a lot. My intuition. You don't have to understand. I know a lot of people don't. A lot of people pretend to understand. That's the reason I say that a lot, by the way, because I know a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't try to understand. They put in no effort and no energy into trying to understand in this realm. There's a lot of lazy beings. I look around and I see laziness all over the place, especially spiritual laziness. I don't care how many hours a week you work. I don't care if you clean buildings, you're a janitor, you clean toilets, or if you're working in a high-rise office and you're making $1,000 an hour as an attorney. I don't care. I don't care if you work 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week. That's work for shekels. That's not spiritual work. You're just doing that for money. Money, power, clout, fame. To be able to buy houses, cars, yachts, whatever. Take vacations. That's all. That's what humans will work for, is shekels. But in terms of working for spiritual knowing and understanding of this realm, most people won't lift a finger in reality. And that's what I observe. Not because I want it that way, but because I observe what is. I don't try to do mental gymnastics and pretend it's something other than what it is. I won't walk up to a homeless man and pretend they're a billionaire and start calling them a billionaire. I'm not delusional. I see things as they are. Not even as I wish them to be. I wish this place wasn't a hell realm, but it is a hell realm. Not because I'm manifesting it and all the shit that these New Agers would say. You're wrong. You're making excuses for this place. And you're placing false blame. That's what a lot of humans do. Spiritual knowing. I know that I can't change evil spirits into good spirits. I know I can't fix them. I know at this point I can't help most of you on earth. I can't. I can't make you free. I can't teach you. Most of you don't want to learn. You're unteachable. You don't want truth. You want to avoid it. I show truth, you look the other way, or you don't take it seriously. It's a joke to you. It's entertainment. It's a TV show to you. It's just another TV show. You might as well be watching Survivor or Big Brother or American Idol or whatever the fuck you watch. I don't care what you watch on TV. Dancing with the Stars. Whatever it is. Who cares? Humans love drama and entertainment. Humans do not love truth. How do I know? Because a lot of times there's 10 or 15 people tuned in out of the entire realm. That's how. You don't want real truth. You show me that every day. And then some of you will deny it. You just lie. You can't tell the truth. Most of you can't tell the truth. Even for one day. You just can't do it. You can't face where you are. You can't face what humanity is. I can't fix evil spirits. I'd have an easier time fixing a pond or a lake or maybe an ocean, a great lake, or sometimes they're called inner seas. Some people call them that. I call them the Great Lakes, the greatest freshwater lakes on earth. If they were poisoned, polluted, toxic, I'd have an easier time making them crystal clear, pure water, drinkable and pure, like spring water, which they are not currently. But I'm saying if they were a black, gooey, toxic, black, polluted mess, I'd have an easier time turning a great lake, a huge, massive lake. You could fit all of Europe into the lake. All of it. Great Britain and all of Europe. Could fit it all in there. And it's toxic. I'd have an easier time cleaning that up mentally, spiritually, and physically, making it pure, than to fix one rotten evil spirit and fix it, quote unquote, fix it into being a good being that's pure. I can't fix evil. I don't know anyone that can. I don't know a spirit in this realm that can fix even one evil spirit, much less all of evil. I can't fix evil. Hello, I'm back. Would you like to come back on, Wendy? I am back, and I've been live now for 9 hours, 17 minutes. That loser Demon Slayer tagged me in a post earlier. Charles Bryant, I know it's you. I already know. You're such a loser, such an obsessed little narcissistic freak. Is what you are. You're a freak. And it isn't just playing dress up. You're an absolute freak. You like to dress as a woman. I saw this comment earlier by someone that's new. Stephen, I just found you listening to all your videos and agree with your wisdom. I'm sharing them, but of course, like usual, most humans don't want to learn and especially don't want to search for a way out. For the decade I've been listening to videos and seeking, quote, truth of this hell realm, I've never commented on any channels, but I had to reach out to say thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and spiritual teachings. No work is as important as what you have put together. Thank you, Laura. Well, thank you, Laura, for the comment. I really do appreciate that thoughtful comment, and it's good that I am reaching some new people here as well. Hello, Wendy. Welcome back.
Hello again. And it's a lovely comment from Laura, really well written, and it's so refreshing when someone finds your work and appreciates you. It is like a ray of sunshine or a nugget of gold after being in a sewer for so long. So thank you, Laura. Oh.
Yes, it is. It's not that often anymore, even though there are people joining El Diablo's channel. Some of them might have been from the Sanity Machine, but there's 30 or 40 or so per month. Hardly any of the new people comment, it seems like, or say anything. And it is refreshing to get a comment like that and to know that I'm still reaching a few here and there. It's not nearly as many as I'd like, of course. I'd love to be reaching thousands and thousands per month. I wish I could reach millions. I wish I had 3, 5, 20 million subscribers, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think my channels will ever even reach 20,000 subscribers, no matter what. It just they're so shadow banned on YouTube. But it is really refreshing to read something like that. Unless I don't think it's a demon, but there's still that chance that it could be a demon playing games. There are ones that like to make fake accounts and try things. Hopefully it's a legitimate, sincere being that has been reached and found my channel. And it's good that they can recognize the difference. I think that's so important. And demons would love to claim that that's ego. It's not ego any more than me asking somebody if the moon is different from the sun, or if a lake is different from fire, or forest fire. People have to be able to see the difference, not just between what I'm doing my channel, but seeing the differences matters. It's important, and it's something they teach the opposite, at least in Canada. As far back as I can remember, even when I was in school, they were pushing this false sameness concept that we're all the same, we're all equal, and it's just completely false. They don't want anyone to be able to notice the differences. They vilify noticing differences.
That's true. And trying to make everyone all the same when spirits are really so different from each other. And what you were saying about the different species of spirits, like there might be, say, 7 or whatever types of evil or good or whatever that are inside here, and observing the behavior of what people do to get an indication of what they are inside. I mean, you're always putting out such wise and really helpful wisdom, and I do hope Laura is genuine, and for her email, or not her email, her comment it was lovely that she wrote and also wrote enough with her experiences. So, and also you are not egoistic at all. You have people that have almost no knowledge or no experience and no skills and bragging and big like bombastic, whereas you are the opposite. You have immense knowledge, skills, wisdom, and other abilities, and yet you do it in the British way. You understate yourself and you do it calmly and politely, which makes people underestimate you as well, which is another interesting thing, because then they just display their ignorance in and the arrogance all at once. So it's very interesting to see you when you're out and about in the other panels, and if someone you're the last one who can be accused of having a big ego. I would say you're extremely modest and understated in how you do things.
Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. I try not to get a big ego or big head about things. I know I'm in a very difficult, strange place, and it is a very confusing place, and I do try to I try to have patience with people. I've been told in person that I'm very patient. Even my family could recognize that about me when quite often they couldn't really see who I am, but they would at least see that I am patient. One of my sisters wanted me years ago to tutor one of my nieces when she was young, help her with math because I was fairly good at math. I was put in the well, I've told this story. I was put in the gifted class, and then I was dropped back down to the regular class when I got in a fight with a ginger kid, and I had him in a headlock when the teacher opened the door, and that was it. I was sent back to the regular classroom with the peasants.
The pesky gingers.
out of the kingdom. And I had to go back, and I ended up becoming friends with the kid that started the fight with me, the emotional redhead. We went downhill skiing for at least 2 years together. We both had ski memberships, and we went skiing all the time. Sometimes his parents would drive us because we were in 7th grade, 8th grade at that point. Less than a year later, we were skiing together quite a bit in the winter, like maybe 25, 30 or more times. We would go skiing together, and our parents would alternate driving and stuff. So, and he was at our cottage. I invited him there, and I was at his house various times, and we became fairly good friends after that. I am a person that has demonstrated, and I know that Panelverse would never realize this, but I don't hold grudges unless someone is completely evil to me and crosses the line. Then I don't forget. But if somebody has a moment of even an attack like that, the kid threatened me and was trying to attack me. He felt threatened and insecure because I was the new kid. He had been in that class, and he was treating it like he was the top dog or the smartest in math. And I think he felt threatened that who's this new kid in the gifted class. But anyway, my sister thought I was very patient, and she was going to have me tutor one of her daughters, one of my nieces. So what I'm getting at is my family could recognize that I have patience, especially with young ones, with children, and with ones that are disabled and things like that, or have some type of maybe a learning disability. I've always been that way because one of my first friends, she had a speech impediment, and I would translate for adults because the ones that couldn't understand, I would tell them what she said. If they said, "What did she just say?" And I always could understand her because we were that close. I can't say I could read her mind, but at times I knew what she was going to say. We were that close. We played together every day. We were summer, winter. We would skate together on the backyard rink and go swimming in the winter in an indoor pool. We took swimming lessons together and all sorts of things. But anyway, I guess my point is a lot of people on the internet believe they know someone. Just like Talcott earlier, I was on his show. He finally let me back on, and I showed it live. He believes he has me figured out, and he doesn't know who I am. whatsoever. All he does is listen to the chattering and yapping of people talking in his ear saying Stephen plays characters or Stephen's a character. He doesn't know who I am at all. He would never believe the person I am in person because he assumes he has me figured out. And that's the way a lot of psychos and narcissists are. They assume that they have someone figured out that is a complete stranger that they don't know at all. And in fact, most of the time, their assumptions are 180 degrees away from the reality of who that person truly is or who that spirit truly is. If that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm getting at, Wendy?
Yes, they are looking at the surface level and not seeing the spirit inside, and also being easily swayed by lies on the outside rather than looking for what's true and not bothering with the effort to find the evidence of who you are. So they just jump to conclusions that are incorrect.
Yes, that's a good way of summarizing it. On his show earlier, he had said something about he didn't believe that I was doing anything for good or good spirits. And I
Oh,
said, "Well, you
wow.
don't even go to my channel." I said, "You haven't even watched." He said, "No, I haven't." And this is so common in this realm where I hope I can find that meme because there's a meme that's on my mind that's relevant to this. It's a meme about doing no investigation and coming to a conclusion before you investigate. And that's so common, not just with Jack, but so many people in the panelverse and so many people beyond YouTube in this realm do that. They make a judgment. I've seen it in person where people judge and I'll say, "How do you know that?" Or "Why do you think that about this person?" Even famous people. And those, like one of my family members that was a nurse would say, "Oh, the girls at work, they're always bashing that person." And they just go along. They're just followers. That includes my family. My family's not immune from doing that. And it's most humans that listen to rumors and they get this in their imagination that, oh, this person's evil. He uses a devil mascot. His mascot's called El Diablo. And they just it goes in their head and they're all in their imagination. They don't even have a clue about the reality of the person. It's just remarkable.
It's true. Because your mascot is from, I'm going to pronounce it awfully, Basquiat, or a famous artist. It's inspired by his work. And you're just playing up to their insecurities and their ignorance and not shying down. And if people looked into things, they'd be surprised that they've been completely wrong. It's like with Billboard Chris, that's another learning opportunity with not just the really important message that he's putting out, but watching all the freaks come up and say, "You don't have proof." And when he says, "Yep, well, I've got the study, it's only 326 pages long," and they go, "No, that doesn't count." It's like whatever they keep throwing things, "You haven't got that," and he says, "I do," and then they dismiss it because suddenly there's evidence. And they're an example of what goes on to you and realm wide.
Yes, it's exactly like that. It's what he goes through. He experiences that. I read a comment on one of his videos earlier tonight, hours ago. I think it was a little bit before, earlier, maybe today or yesterday, sorry, before I started the live stream. And somebody was saying that Billboard Chris should have leaflets. He should have this. He should have QR codes for them to scan. He should be, instead of asking them to email for links. And part of me says, okay, yeah, that would be better if he did have that. But the other part of me says they would just ignore it anyways. He would
Yeah.
be wasting his time handing out leaflets to these people. They're not actually gonna do the work, and they're not gonna scan and go to these websites and read all this stuff. They're too lazy. Even if they take the leaflets, it's gonna take time and energy and the money for the paper and printing, and if it was even if he printed it himself or professional printing, whatever, it's just you could never do enough to prove it to them. It's always something else, like, "Why don't you do this?" People have those suggestions for me, and sometimes I do take people's suggestions. You were the first to say this would be a good thing to clip a couple years ago, I think it was, in one of my earlier live streams. It was a talk that we were having a talk, and I mentioned time and the ocean and things like that and how fluid it is, and you suggested that I make it into a standalone video, and I did. But there are times when people have in my lifetime have said to me, and I mean, I appreciated that, and it worked, and it was beautiful, but there are times that people are suggesting, like, bombarding me with suggestions, and it's like, I only have so much time in a day or in a lifetime. Some of the things that people suggest, it's like, how am I gonna do all that? I don't have enough time to do that, or even if I did, I've tried everything else and nothing has worked. It's just like running it's almost like they wanna run people ragged to reach no one else. It's like it doesn't reach these beings anyway. If I made a full-length feature film or documentary that's 2 hours long, and if I hired people to help me and did a professional job of quality and had cinematographers and just high quality film cameras and just everything, like, made it as good as any Hollywood documentary that's ever been made. I don't think it would make much of a difference. And that's not negative, it's not pessimistic. It's just me being realistic. I think I've done already what should have reached people. If it doesn't reach people with what I've done, I don't know what more would actually work. I could pour the rest of my life into this, but I don't think it really reaches people. It's not for lack of trying, and it's not for lack of um, different ways and approaches. I've tried memes, I've tried songs, I've tried poetry, I put it into artwork, I put it into live streams, I put it into standalone videos. I've tried so many humor, I've put it into funny memes. I've tried to put the truth of this realm and what I see into everything that I possibly could, other than like I said, a full-length documentary movie or something like that. There's only so much that I can do. I'm just one being. And I've tried my heart out, and people are always saying, "Well, why don't you do this and do that?" Not they just don't want to face the fact that almost nothing reaches the majority in this realm, no matter what you do.
That's so true, because if Chris was to produce all that, people wouldn't go any further. I'd just say to him, just save your money, save your breath, just stick with your billboards. It's perfect, because it's and all the different ways you've tried. If people were going to get it, they would have got it on one of the simpler, more basic levels. You wouldn't have had to become like a rock star musician or anything like that. They would have got it the first time round.
Yes, and with Billboard Chris, a lot of them would just if they're not they're probably not gonna look into it anyway. You can't make people research, even if you make it convenient and easy and have the QR code or whatever to scan it with their phone to go right to a website. Most people are too lazy to look, even if you're holding their hand and trying to get them to see. Because I've provided mountains of evidence to show what this realm is with many channels over the years and countless hours, and most people won't even come to my channel to look. So what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to coax them to come here to look? It's there's only so much that someone can do. They have to have a desire to seek the truth, a desire to want to look. They have to have a spirit that wants truth beyond just curiosity. They have to want the truth to be able to see it. And most beings in this realm demonstrate they don't want the truth. They don't care about the truth at all. And I'm talking about major truths like spiritual truths. Like I realize Billboard Chris is doing something important, trying to save children. That's really his goal. He's trying to save children from harm. So that is an important truth in this realm, that the whole trans thing is a total scam. And the way the medical system is treating kids is abuse. So I agree with him. But the greater truths that affect beings for eternity, I can't coax people to look into them. So that's on them. That's their unwillingness. They don't have a desire for truth. And I can't force them. I can't make anybody want the truth or want to look. That's on them. That's totally up to them.
That lack of desire to look indicates an internal issue with their spirit or type of spirit, because a good spirit would be wanting freedom and would know there was something off here, even without all the pieces put together or clues. So finding you would, and then hearing your voice and your frequency and your resonance, they would know, if they were good, that that what you're saying is true, but also hunger and like thirst. That word desire is a really good description of what should be happening. And when it does happen, it's an indication of who they are, and the unwillingness as well. It all goes back to spirit, like you've been showing us recently. Everything is downstream from spirit.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. And so many things indicate that that is the truth. Because like you said, their spirit would thirst and hunger for that truth and really seek it out. And there are many that call themselves truthers on YouTube that use it for entertainment. So Finkelstein was partially correct with that. He's one of the ones that's used watching YouTube videos as entertainment and calling it truther entertainment. He fits in that category himself. So does Jake the Asshole, his fans, and many other channels that are just entertainment. They're kind of jokey, cheesy, corny type of channels where it's just a joke to them. They're not sincere. They're not serious, whether they're begging for shekels or not. Finkelstein would be able to say, well, I don't beg for shekels. No, but he doesn't take it seriously. There's many people on YouTube that if they were real spirits that care about the truth, if they heard wind of what I'm doing on my channel, they would come here and look into it. Because yes, they would recognize there's something really wrong with this realm and say, I'm curious, does this guy's channel have any answers? Does he have any evidence? Does he have a working model, a theory that makes sense? Does he have some explanations for why this realm is this way, how it's this way? Because a lot of people might be confused at a certain point where they're confused by the realm they're in. But once you go through my videos, it's no longer confusing. People can't say, well, this place makes no sense, because it does make sense once you really see that it adds up. It makes sense once people stop trying to make a round peg fit into a triangle hole. It makes sense when people look at it through the lens of, oh, okay, this is run by evil. This is designed to be evil. That's why it can't be fixed. That's why no one's been able to fix it. Now it makes perfect sense. Whereas they were trying to force this, oh, this is a good place. God created it. Why is there evil? It makes no sense. Well, a good being didn't create this. So once they look at it properly, it makes perfect sense what's going on here.
It does make sense. And every video you've made is perfectly clear, and everything links together. You haven't put confusion into what you've done. It's absolutely crystal clear in all senses. And it just takes starting with one video and then watching the other and then looking around to see whatever you share can be confirmed, in your own town or city and online, having that available these days when there wasn't an internet back in the 80s or 70s to see what was going on. You had to go to a library or have encyclopedias to go through. It is much easier now to verify whatever you've said.
Yes, and for the majority of what I've said, they can just observe the realm. They can look, listen, they can see it, they can see how it matches up, they can see how the pieces fit. Um, I love the way that you said crystal clear, the CC 33, because C is 3, obviously, so crystal
Yeah.
clear. I love that phrase. I've always liked it. It's crystal clear. There's something about it. It just there's a good feeling to it. And sometimes I do go by feeling, intuition, frequency, all of that sort of stuff. As a child, I remember I was very curious and I was trying to figure out how this place actually works, right down to the level of just little experiments, seeing how long it takes for a tissue thrown in the fireplace onto very hot log that's burning to see how if it would take a few seconds sometimes to light on fire, things like that. And I would try to time it in my head. And I was just doing things like that as a child and playing with magnets and trying to understand magnetism and how that works in this realm. And I was always wondering about things, and I still have that childlike curiosity. I don't think I ever lost that. I still have that. And I've always told people I don't have everything figured out, but I do observe and I pay attention and I focus on things. And often demons mock me for those very things. They'll say, "Oh, I hate when he says pay attention and he tries to get people to focus." Well, focusing and paying attention is a way of learning that's should be painless. It should be fun to learn. As I wrote in the song, it should be fun to learn. It's not supposed to be painful. And that's something that when people call this a learning school for spirits, or what was the phrase that Rose said earlier? Some type of earth school, but it wasn't earth school. Earth schoolhouse or something like that. Schoolhouse, earth for spirits. Some people were arguing with her, trying to convince her that this hell realm is a uh, I forget the term, but something about schoolhouse earth. And schoolhouse earth is a dungeon. It's a realm of, yes, schoolhouse earth. It's a realm of torture. It's a dungeon. It's a place where children are dying. There's hospitals full of children. If you look at this place, you have to conclude it's not a school. It's far more like a goddamn dungeon, a house of horrors, a horror movie come to real life. It's absolutely terrible for innocent beings. And the old adage that humans use, no pain, no gain, no pain, no gain. Sorry, I misspoke. It makes no sense at all. That this is not a gym. We're not working on muscles here. All right. And I've tried to explain to people in a video that no pain, no gain makes no sense. Because with health, you should be able to get healthy by taking something that doesn't hurt you and makes you feel better. With learning, you should be able to learn piano or singing or songwriting or writing poetry or drawing or painting. Other than learning piano, I've learned all of those things without pain, without being berated, belittled, let's say emotionally abused or physically abused. So, no, learning is not linked with pain. You do not need to suffer to learn. This should not be a place of suffering. That's their excuse for suffering, saying we can't learn without suffering. I've learned all these things. I've learned how to live stream. I've learned how to make YouTube videos, edit videos, do all this stuff to try to put the truth out without pain, without going to a school, without paying money, without somebody yelling at me, without somebody making it painful, whipping me physically. Pain and suffering should not be linked with learning. Learning should be fun. And I don't just mean that in a casual way. I mean it sincerely and deeply. Learning, including spiritual learning, all types of learning should be fun. And this realm teaches the exact opposite. They try to convince people and brainwash little children that, oh, you have to suffer to learn. You have to suffer with a teacher that hates you and picks on you. You have to suffer staying up all night studying for a test the next day and losing sleep. You have to suffer with your parents yelling at you and saying, do better for grades. There's all sorts of suffering in this realm attached to learning. And it's wrong. And hardly anyone goes around saying that. and says learning should be fun. It should be fun to learn. This is a simple message, but it's true. It's true. Watch children when they're playing and learning something. It should be more playful to learn. That's what's more natural. That's what makes more sense. Oh no, Wendy disappeared. She must have been disconnected. To me, it makes more sense for learning to be fun and to be playful. Have you ever watched children playing a game and they're learning social skills? They're learning how to deal sometimes with an unruly child, a bully, or a child that's acting up. It should be fun to learn. And humans have it in their heads that, oh, we should be suffering, painful. Going to the gym, your muscles are sore. They use these stupid analogies, gym bros. Our spirit is not here to learn. It's not here to suffer, to learn through suffering. That's wrong. That's what New Agers want you to believe, that you're here to learn through suffering. You have to go in the dungeon to learn. That's a good point, Salty. Those are good points in the chat room. I hope people can wrap their heads around the idea that it should be fun to learn. And I mean that. As I said, I'm not just saying it. It should be. Most of the things that I've learned that I enjoy were fun as I was learning. Oh, the town is getting up. Oh my goodness. Well, if you can get back on, you can come back on, Wendy. But if you can't, then it was fun having you on. It was my pleasure. What Rose said is it's a boot camp, and where they people, she's quoting what they say. That's one of their excuses. You're welcome, Wendy. It was my pleasure to have you on as always. I love chatting with you. I was going to get into what I'm going to call spiritual fingerprints or spiritual signature. Now, a signature, as everyone knows, of course, you sign your name to something. I would sign my name in cursive writing and put my signature, let's say, on a legal document or whatever the case may be. Maybe an application for something or whatever. I think that our spirit has a signature of sorts, a spiritual signature that can be recognized. So what I'm getting at is you would recognize me, for using myself as an example. I'm not the only one, but you would recognize me out of body and out of the matrix just by my spiritual signature and go, oh, that's Stephen. Or you recognize, even if the name isn't the same, even if my, I don't want to say light body, but my spirit body, I'll say, looks entirely different. Just light and energy and almost like plasma. It could look something akin to that, and bright and fiery. And it doesn't look like a human body. It doesn't look like my face. My eyes, I don't have eyes in that body. It's just entirely different. But you could tell by the spiritual signature that it's me, and I'll know it's you. That's what I strongly suspect based on my experiences, and based especially on one of the experiences in particular, the shared death experience I had when my mom passed away. And I knew it was her immediately. And I mean, I can't, instantly. There's no words. It was just automatic. And it didn't feel like a deception. There was no sign of deception. It was my spirit recognizing her. And I can't say I was out of body at the time, but I was in my dream So I was in a different state. The dream state is different than the waking state. And I do believe that my mom waited to die until I was asleep. She waited till I left her bedside, let go of her hand, and went to lay down, and I fell asleep to appear to me. And her appearance wasn't just appearing in a dream, it was her spirit that had left her body. And I recognized her instantly. And I think I understand the reason is that we have a spiritual signature, because there was no face of my mom or her voice. It was telepathic, but I knew who it was. I knew my mom had died, and there was no grief, no sadness in that moment, just pure peace. And it wasn't a love bomb either. It wasn't really love, it was peace. And it was a kind of peace that I've never ever felt that's that way before. It was somewhere between 100 times to 1,000 times more peaceful than any other peaceful moment I've had in this realm. It was extreme peace. And some of that peaceful energy bled from that dream into the room itself, the physical hospital room that we were in. And I think that's what they mean when people, when nurses especially, say that when someone dies, that the whole energy of the room changes. It changed completely. That room had been a place of sickness and death because she was dying in that room. And it changed into a peaceful place, an energy of peace. And the worry was gone. It was lifted off my shoulders. And I was just, it's like I was enveloped in peace. And I knew that what happened was real. When I woke up, I didn't open up my eyes right away. I was just laying there still, feeling it, knowing that that was my mom that said, "Goodbye, Stephen." I saw her spirit body, and it looked nothing like her. It was just a very vague shape, vaguely humanoid, but not really. Just a gingerbread person would look as human, that kind of shape, just very vague, but light and powerful and effervescent and shifting energy. It wasn't just light, it was energy, pulsing energy, beautiful energy, powerful. And I knew right away who that was. I knew what it was. And I think that knowing was my spiritual knowing, and knowing that it was my mom was because of the spiritual signature. Just recognizing the frequency of who it is immediately. And it's not a matter of having to rub your eyes and go, "Oh, is that so and so?" Just seeing, like, it was just instantaneous. So it was very different from an waking life. It was more like an out of body experience. And it was very beautiful and powerful. And it was her way of showing me that she was very much alive spiritually, that she left the room of death, which is where I was with her. We were the only two people in that hospital room that night. And she showed me that she went on, and that was her goodbye. And it wasn't a long goodbye. It was just communicated telepathically, "Goodbye, Stephen." That's what I got out of it. And the feeling of peace and maybe like freedom mixed with peace. Like, it was very freeing, but it wasn't like a love bomb. It wasn't, "Oh, you got bombed with so much love." It was different from that. It was immense peace, massive amount of peace, but not a bomb, not I wouldn't even call it a peace bomb for the people that think, oh, well, that was manipulation. I don't think it was manipulation. I think it was my mom's spirit doing that in that dream. That's what I think. That's what I think, and that's what I would bet on. Yeah, my mom used to make lots of different foods and some that my sisters didn't like. I've mentioned the liver and onions with bacon and mashed potatoes and butter, and I would put on ketchup on it as well. I liked it. I'd never minded that dinner, but she would make a really good meatloaf. My mom would make scalloped potatoes, ham and scalloped potatoes. She would make roast beef a lot for roast dinners on Sundays. Roast beef, usually with carrots, some onions, and potatoes, maybe roasted potatoes or with mashed potatoes and gravy. I love mashed potatoes and gravy. What else would my mom make? Sometimes she would get me to start dinner. She would call home when she was a teacher and I was a kid in elementary school or early in high school and ask me to start dinner, to put something in the oven, and I would start dinner. Yes, there's a picture of me with the huge carrot in the garden. That was in our backyard garden. We grew carrots and green beans, yellow beans, peas, various vegetables, peppers at times, tomatoes. Yes, my mom would use carrots in her cooking. One of my favorites was pigtails with sauerkraut growing up as a kid. I also love pork sausage and bratwurst on a bun. I loved a lot of German foods. I loved Irish stew. I loved the stews that my mom would make, usually in the crock pot. But my mom would also bake a lot of pies, especially. She would bake Dutch apple pie. That was one of my all-time favorites. Everybody loved my mom's Dutch apple pie, elderberry pie, pumpkin pie. Trying to think now. Dutch apple was my favorite, and elderberry. Oh, rhubarb. That's another favorite. That's in the top 3 for sure for me. We grew rhubarb in our garden, so my mom would make rhubarb custard, and I actually prefer that. I don't really like strawberry rhubarb as much. I like rhubarb custard because I love the contrast between the sweetness of the custard and some of the tartness in rhubarb. It just went so well together. It was just so perfect. It was so perfect. My mom would make us bacon and eggs, pancakes. She used to make potato pancakes sometimes too, different kinds of pancakes, buttermilk pancakes, just regular fluffy pancakes or blueberry or some apple or something in them. But the potato pancakes were really good as well. And what else she used to make tapioca pudding, rice pudding, the kind that's different kinds, the kind that you bake in the oven. She could make the stovetop kind and the kind that you put into the oven and you bake, which is different. Cheesecake. What else? So many different. Oh, butter tarts was one of my mom's favorites. They're similar. They're Canadian butter tarts. They're similar to pecan tarts, but they're a bit different. They're a Canadian specialty. My mom would make her own pastries for tarts and for pies. So many different desserts. And Christmas cake. She would make a Christmas cake, and that would take hours to make and to bake. I love bacon. Different kinds of bacon. She used to feed us cod liver oil every morning, especially all winter as little children, and vitamins. My mom had us on vitamins and early on as a kid, supplements, and on cod liver oil on a spoon long before I think it was before they had the ones in capsules, but it was the liquid kind in a bottle. And oh, my sister hated that. She was disgusted by it. And I was able to just gulp it down and no problem, then just maybe take a drink of orange juice or something right after, and I was good to go. Yeah, liver and onions is brain food. And sometimes my mom would say to me, "Do you feel like liver and onions? Do you need a iron boost?" And she'd always say it's healthy for you. It'll help your brain. And my sisters, the dummies, they would not eat that. They wouldn't eat the foods that I would eat. So I don't know how much of a difference it made, but I don't mean to boast, but they're not in my league. They don't know anything about this realm, and I don't think they really care to look into things. They're content with watching movies and doing things like that. I used to pick vegetables in the garden that we had. It looks like most of the lurking demons left. It was around 20, now it's down, showing me 10 viewers. So they hate hearing about my childhood, I guess. They hate hearing about my mother. That drove them away. Maybe that's what it was. I do think we will recognize each other outside of here. I think we would be able to recognize each other in dreams, out of body, and out of the matrix. I agree, Wendy. They would still be who they are. They're just spiritually different. As we grew up, they didn't even seem related to me. It was such a better time. There were still awful things that happened, and I won't deny that, but it just was better. It's so much darker now, and it's getting darker in this realm. And evil will try to blame me and say he's making it darker. He talks about it so much. It's observable that this realm is getting darker. It feels darker. It seems darker because it is getting darker. It's degraded. Canada is not the same at all as a country today as it was back then. Not because I want it to be bad. It's because I observe what has happened. Just like people will say, well, you're manifesting those trails in the sky if you talk about them and look at them. I didn't manifest those. I noticed they were there many years ago. All right? That's what people do. They always want to shoot the messenger. Always. Always. That's so common with humans in so-called real life in person and on the internet. Happens all the time. Yeah, we played outside for hours. Hours and hours outside. I'd play with other kids. We'd ride our bikes, we'd build forts, we'd be on swing sets as little kids. We'd be playing in a sandbox and out in the backyard. We'd be on the rink. We had a hockey rink in my backyard in the winter. Yes, we did play Red Rover at school, the school ground. All the kids would line up holding hands or linking our arms together, try to break through the line, the chain. I remember that game. We also played King of the Castle. I'm the king of the castle. You're the dirty rascals. We had fun doing things. bikes, swings. We played kick the can, hide and seek. Played all sorts of different games. Played hockey in driveways. Foursquare, yes. Handball, absolutely. I played that. We played Foursquare at our house. I remember that. We had so much fun. Dodgeball and gym. I didn't like dodgeball as much as Foursquare. Foursquare was a fun game to play. Kick the can, we played at night where there'd be just a tin can or something. You'd hide and it would be guarded and you'd run and kick the can. And if you got that, you won the game. We invented games back then. We invented a game one time playing freeze. I remember when we visited these kids that were the kids of one of my mom's friends that lived kind of far away, so we only visited them once. I remember it was many, many hours drive to get to where they lived. We had so much fun playing with them. And that's the way it was in those days. Kids could meet up and play games. Everyone was more friendly, it seemed like. The feeling in the air was different. People were different. An Everest 500 Skidoo. We actually had an Everest, I think it was a 440. A yellow one. I might have a picture somewhere of me riding it, me at the wheel. I did a race one time on a snowmobile as a kid. There was a race on the frozen river. So much fun. Our next door neighbor at a cottage had a raft on barrels and wooden raft they built themselves. Floating raft on the river. I think it had 4 barrels, maybe more. But it would tilt. Like if you'd be right at the corner, it wouldn't flip. It wouldn't ever flip over. But you could rock it, and we'd rock it, and we'd as kids we'd be standing on this raft going, we will rock you, and we'd be rocking it and trying to rock each other off into the water, and it was just so much fun. Or we'd play King of the Castle on the raft and throw each other off, and whoever was left standing on it won. We did all sorts of stuff. We had adventures. We'd go hiking in the woods and camping in tents and on snowmobiles and racing down the river and on snowmobile trails. We even had a caboose when we were kids. My younger sister and I would be in the caboose on some of these snowmobile rides when we were very young. We'd get towed behind one of the snowmobiles. We had so much fun doing all sorts of things. I feel sorry for kids these days because they don't seem to do any of those things. And they'll say, well, you're old and you're this, and things are different. And we have video games now, and we have iPads and iPhones, and it's not as much fun. Kids don't look to be having fun. Fun is missing from childhood. Fun is missing from this realm. We had water skis and knee boards, and we would be behind the boat, towed behind we had a speedboat, and also go downhill skiing and cross-country skiing. I do every type of skiing that there is, or I used to when I grew up. It's been years. running up sand hills, running up and down, climbing these big sand hills. I'm talking about sand hills that would be like climbing a 10 or 12-story apartment building or something. Not straight up, but fairly steep. We'd climb these giant sand hills and then run down them. Do I have to shame the fatty demons on here some more on YouTube? These fatty demons? Yeah, people forgot to have fun. Technology is part of what happened, but it's more than that. This realm has gotten darker. This whole place has changed. It's degraded in the last 20, 30, 40 years. It's like a different realm. It's just completely different than the way things were. I remember climbing the antenna. We had a rotor, but sometimes the wires would come undone. And as a kid, I could climb up the outside antenna that was attached to the cottage. And it was a few stories tall. And I would climb up, I don't know how many feet it would have been. I might have been 50 feet off the ground. Kids were allowed to do stuff in those days. My mom would just say, be careful. And that would be it. We were allowed to do things. I was allowed to use axes, a chainsaw. I was allowed to use a 22 gun with a scope on it, target shooting. I had a shotgun as a kid. I had a 12 gauge and a 22 little rifle, 22 caliber. Yeah, it was. It was a different world. There's idiots on YouTube in the panelverse that just lie. They'll say Canadians don't have guns. They know nothing about Canada. You notice that, how it's automatic for somebody to lie? And that's become normalized. We're in a realm of liars. We're in a realm where people just lie constantly about others. I don't know how they live that way. They just lie all the time. I grew up with guns. I grew up with guns and slingshots and neighbors with guns and snowmobiles and motorcycles and dirt bikes and all kinds of things, BMX bikes. That's the way it was when I grew up. Playing hockey. You notice most of these creatures on YouTube have no interests. They don't talk about anything. I wonder how they grew up. Like they don't seem to have any interests at all. They just don't. They don't have hobbies. They don't have interests. We would go boating and swimming out on one of the Great Lakes. These creatures on YouTube are just filled with envy, these envious creatures. All they can do is obsess over me, a lot of them. For years. Creepy creatures just obsess. And they have nothing in life. Nothing. They belong here. They're made for this realm. They're made for this realm. They belong here. This is where they should stay. They'll say nobody watches my show. Well, there's 22 tuned in at this time. All they can do is lie. That's all they can do. Lie and lurk and obsess. That's all they can do. It's creepy creatures. There's a few people in the chat, but there aren't 22, obviously. Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. They lie. They envy. They bitch. They complain. They're miserable. They're crybabies. They're little crybabies. I thought it was funny, not on my show, but somewhere else, and I said that the Indian Trail of Tears in America, I said it was my ancestors that were punching the Indians, making them cry, and that's how I got the name the Trail of Tears. My ancestors were on that trail, punching these Indians with feathers and making them cry, and it was named the Trail of Tears. I love riling up these fucking demons. They'll believe anything. You can say things, you can be cheeky and just come up with things, and they have no sense of humor. They don't know when I'm joking. They're just morons. Most in this realm are just demonic morons. They truly are. My ancestors were on that trail. They were hitting the Indians, making them cry. And then they gave it the name the Trail of Tears. They're such demon tards. They'll believe anything. They cried so many tears, they put the salt in the oceans. That's what happened. So many Indians cried these salty tears that the oceans back then started to get salty. They weren't salty before. That's what happened. It's another sign of demons. They have no good sense of humor, no healthy sense of humor. These losers. It's another way of spotting them. They're just full of hatred and envy and misery. These creeps. Little creepy cockroaches. Everything they enjoy will be taken away. All of it. The whole rainbow mafia, LGBT, has ruined so much. All their agendas, their ideological hate groups have ruined so much. They've ruined so much. You can just see how demonic it is. It's not difficult to see how miserable and violent they are, just like the ones that attack Billboard Chris. They're violent. They can't take somebody standing with a sign that's talking about how children can't consent to puberty blockers. They violently attack him at times. These creatures. These creepy little violent creatures, lefties and LGBT hate cult followers. It's so cringe when people say that they're a quote ally of LGBT. It's so cringe when a white person or a straight person, a man or a woman, says that they're not gay but they're an ally. It's so or they're a trans ally. It's one of the most cringe things ever when people do that. It really is. I mean, it's just like, oh my goodness. Did you just say that you're an ally of a hate cult, of a group of freaks? You're an ally? It's one of the cringiest things that someone could say. I know there's other cringy things, but god damn, when people say that one always gets me. If I'm watching something and they're interviewing someone and they say, "Oh, I'm an ally," it's so bloody cringe. It really is. And then when there's a white person saying how there's racism and white people are racist and the darkies are oppressed, it's so cringe. The virtue signaling, the leftist white, beyond liberal, the leftist white people that have white guilt and they think darkies are oppressed. They're so cringe. I showed one earlier. excuse me, it was from Tennessee. And oh, pardon me, in New York City, and just so cringe, just so bloody cringe. I would be far more impressed and proud if someone said, I'm not an ally. I'm against your hate cult. I'm against your rainbow mafia. I'm against it. That would be so much better. So much better. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm waiting for Restream Studio to process. Sometimes it takes longer to process than others. Trans Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. Tranny Jesus tells you so. Jesus loves you. Oh my goodness. The things that people support in this realm at this point. It's just Twilight Zone. It's so bad. It's so messed up. It truly is. Oh, YouTube deleted your comment. Oh, damn. Damn, YouTube. They always delete the best comments. That's the way I look at it. They delete the funniest, best comments. Rainbow Roach Charles. There he is. A smug little gay guy that likes to dress in drag. That's what he is. He's a little roach. He's a creepy little creature. He's a creepy, creepy, creepy little creature. That's what he is. A creepy, creepy, creepy creature. Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. Hello, Jesus. Don't taste the rainbow. Lying narc, it says. Honk, honk. Don't taste the rainbow. You don't want to taste that rainbow. You don't want to taste that rainbow. Honk, honk. Honk, honk. Creepy and cowardly, yes. How do they live with themselves being that cowardly? Ee, 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 ee. There he is, Dolphin Jesus. Ee, 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 ee. So many freaks in this realm. Obsessive little freaks. Creepy. Creepy little creatures. I think I'm starting to get addicted to this channel, though, this new channel this channel that I just found recently. I don't know how long it's been around. She loves to play with her hair and dye her hair different colors.
Beautiful souls, in today's reading, I entered a field.
She loves to say that. Beautiful souls. Beautiful souls.
Beautiful souls, in today's reading, I entered a field that carried a deep melancholy. And what struck me most was that beneath this sorrow, there exists a natural state of loving kindness, a gentle essence that's always been there. This reading was about feeling the emotions, the vibrations coming from the field that shape the energy of this public figure. As we move through the reading, I invite you to tune into your own intuition, how your own body responds, if you receive any sensations, and notice if there's sadness, tenderness, or even a quiet truth that longs to be seen. You asked for Prince Harry next. Let's go.
This is the best. I like the way she does that. I'm starting to really this is my new favorite channel. It used to be Jade Tarot, the one that did the fake tarot card reading on me. The Tell Me About Sanity Machine. That one. This is my new favorite channel, I think, on YouTube.
Okay, so mistrust is the first thing that wants to be communicated from the field here. Mistrust. Mistrust, mistrust, mistrust. Mistrust, mistrust, mistrust. Yeah. So there is a not to be trusted, not to be trusted, and that is what his field is communicating in terms of what it interacts with, who it interacts with, people around him, certain events, exchanges, and of course the energies around him. Not to be trusted. So there is a fear here connected to the not to be trusted. So then it's very clear that he does not trust many people. It's difficult for him to trust because there is an experiencing of, yes, lies and treachery, lies and treachery. And it's been constant. It's been constant throughout his life. It's been constant. It's been constant. It's been constant. There's been much confusion and conflict here to do with this individual.
You ever notice how close his eyes are together? he has a small face. When you look at his face is just in this area, and then it's an odd. It's very odd. His This part of his face, the eyes, nose, mouth is what I mean, is very small. I don't know. It's just weird. His eyes are close together. There's something creepy about this ginger. Extra creepy, creepier than the normal gingies. This is a creepier creature. Creepy creature. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Cursor magic. Can you see my cursor moving? Cursor magic. I don't know if this translates on YouTube. I have the arrow big on my screen to do cursor magic. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him.
Much confusion and conflict. Not really knowing what's happening at times. Things moving so quickly that he doesn't get a chance to plant his feet firmly on the ground, to take stock and to just be with his own energy. So much happening around him.
Yeah, he married a Tigga. He married a chick that's part darky, Meghan Markle or something, with these wide shoulders, and she's a feminist and just very, very odd.
And very strong now. If I stay here, dictating from others how his life should be, what it needs to look like, the structure, where he needs to be, the schedule, timings, friendships, who he should interact with, who he shouldn't. This is safe, this is unsafe. Yes, it's very strong, very strong. So then, what can happen is a losing of self there, losing of self. So the field becomes quite scattered. The field actually becomes quite weak. And then in that weakness, it is then easily manipulated. In that weakness, it is then easily manipulated. But at no point do I find his energy offensive. At no point do I find his energy overbearing. There is just much confusion. And that confusion, a lot of it is emotional. Trying to find his place in the world that's filled with so much noise and attention on him and his every move. And he wants to get away from that. He is desperate to get away from that, because that takes life. That takes life from him. That takes life from him.
I like that one. I've never seen her do that one before. Tapping around, doing it around her back of her neck and tapping herself, kind of slapping herself a little bit. She's kind of slapping herself silly a little bit. This is interesting. Look at this. she's tapping on her chest.
And that disturbs his emotional well-being, that disturbs his mental well-being, takes him away.
I think this woman here with the orange glasses, she might be vibrating. She's vibrating at a higher level because she's wearing vibrating panties. I think her knickers are vibrating. I really do. I think she has a secret to this whole thing where she's going through that.
From seeing clearly who he is. Yeah. So there is an absence there. But I'm not going to go into that absence because that goes into his...
I don't know if she's having a kundalini, but she's having a Kuchi chakra awakening, this woman. Kuchi chakra. I love how it looks like a set. Like, this is so perfect. I don't know why her channel isn't so much bigger. She's got the purple. She's got a little statuette that looks like either a Buddha or maybe some Hindu god or goddess over there. It's vague. I can't quite make it out what it is, but it's over there on that side with the perp light. She has the purple. She has a plant on the other side. It just seems like maybe one of those public television TV shows or something. It's a perfect little set that she has set up here.
Personal energy. But it did rear its head. And that is also related to the emotions that's all around him.
I don't know what the blowing sound is, though. I don't know why she does that. I don't know. I find it amusing, but I don't get what she's doing. I don't get that. Look at his lips here. Look at his face with his eyes closed.
You see the body, where it's trying to find its center. But the field is continuing. There is like an onslaught of attacks coming from the outside in that is hard to manage, And that's what he is trying to get away from. And that is from all of his experience.
Oh, is that what she does? She changes the camera being used, the camera angle with foot controls. She has a whiteboard down on her desk. She has a rather massive desk in front of her.
With being lied to, with the mistrust. There's a lot of dishonesty that has happened to him. That's sad. Yeah, that's really sad.
She's playing with her throat. What's she doing with this hand action?
And his voice hasn't been strong enough. His voice hasn't found itself to anchor itself, to be able to give off the energy that commands, that says enough. And that is with all the ongoings, the distractions in the field. So he himself has been trying to find his voice amongst all of that is coming in to just bring him down, bring him down, bring him down. There's a lot of voices outside of him that just aren't very nice. It's hatred. And that is a very heavy vibration in dense form from the collective energy that can actually really destroy someone, utterly destroy. where they lose a will to live, to want to live. Okay, I'm going to go to the next clip. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So this was from a few months ago, and it was the most recent clip that I could find of him. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to pause it right there, just as he's starting, because that field is... it's very messy. So he's either gotten himself, his energies, his well-being.
That's a good point, Rose. I think that's why she's popular. I'm not kidding about this. I'm surprised she's not way more popular. Because, yeah, the audience loves it. Saying nothing is better with New Agers. They don't want any real spiritual wisdom. This is exactly what they want. Empty talk, fluff, just an act, a performance. This is perfect for New Agers. I don't know why her channel's not way more successful unless it's fairly new. It should be way more successful. She should have over 1 million subs. I've never seen anyone do that sound and the hand action that she does and that kind of stuff. Just that in itself should be enough to get a bigger audience.
Family. There's a messy situation that's been unfolding. So he actually...
Oh, and her writing shit down on with the marker. That's another selling point. People love that as well. That's something where they think, well, she's an intellectual. She's writing something down. I don't know if the bookcase would be good behind her, but if she put up more new agey shit on the wall, like a couple something on a shelf here, if I were helping her out to influence people, which I'm not, but if I were, I'd have her put up something around head level because there's a lot of empty space there, up there and up there as a backdrop. The more new KG, the better. The more fake spirituality, the better. People love it.
doesn't want to be here. He actually wants to get away completely, which is what we found. It was the same energy from the first clip. He really doesn't want to be there, regardless of what the face is showing, what he is saying. The vibrational field is communicating very clearly that he is desperate.
Yeah, it's very minimalistic, the room she's in. It would be better with clutter or even a hoarder's house with all kinds of new agey weird junk, collected stuff. Just like a hippie new agey house look would be better, I think.
To be away from all of this. And all of this meaning the stage. All of this meaning places that he has to be. Places that he must.
Maybe a big stupid rainbow painted on the wall behind her and a mandala and just hippie new agey type stuff all over the wall. Instead of a desk, she should be maybe on a futon or a bed or lounging on a sofa. It's too formal and too minimalistic. She needs clutter. She needs furniture. She needs more color and new agey stuff.
Show up to. He doesn't want to do it. There's a pressure mounting on him. From somewhere, there's a pressure that isn't very nice. Let's see if we can just see a little bit more.
Crystals, yes, some big crystals. Pillows, crystals, dream catchers. Good ideas. Yeah, that's exactly what she needs. I think her viewership would go up if that were there. That would make a difference. Maybe one of those head wraps, the Kismet spiral. I'm not sure what they're called. Maybe it's a babushka. One of those hippie head wraps that looks like it's straight out of Woodstock that Kismet spiral puts on her head with dangly stuff, the beads coming down or something. Looks like an old gypsy. A fortune-telling gypsy. Feathered earrings. I can picture her wearing those. That would be perfect.
So not only does he have all of this noise from the outside and the attacking, but there is someone very close to him that is also applying a pressure. Makes you feel a bit sick.
I thought she had a fur ball she was going to cough up. Look at this. Watch this.
Makes you feel a bit sick. A pressure. Makes you feel a bit sick. And that's because that energy that is close to him, there's no other way to describe it, but it's a staining. And when there are stains on someone's field that hasn't been cleared up, well, stagnation, but also a growth, a feeding, and that stain in
I just imagined her all of a sudden dropping the British accent and completely going Shanghai Chinese and saying, "No fortune cookie for you." Restaurant closed. Restaurant closed. Wouldn't that be hilarious if all of a sudden the British accent completely vanished in a second and she started speaking Mandarin Chinese and it was all animated with her hands flying around? Maybe juggling some egg rolls.
that discoloration, in that sickness, rather than seeking help, it latches. And that's what you got to be very careful of in relationships, especially romantic relationships. Basically, if you don't sort your own stuff out, you can end up pulling the person that you love, the loved ones, down with you. You can really start affecting them. So rather than lifting them,
Restaurant closed. No egg roll for you, fool. I bring the ching chong beats. Chung bo's low main beef. Ching chong gang, gang gang. Hey hi fi ha for han fong yeah yeah. Hey hi yee yang. We bring the ching chong gang, chopsticks and kung fu. I bring you South China attitude. Bruce Lee, kung fu. Team Evil dumb fool. Hong Kong, ding dong. The witches will forever regret when my wrist won't call. I shut all this hell well down. Shut it down. Ching chong, ching chong. Team Evil is so wrong, so wrong. Fuck 'em. Gang gang.
So Wong, so Wong. Team Evil is so Wong. That's Chinese Jesus Rocks. That's what that one is called.
Oh, fuck 'em. Ching chong. Ching chong. Ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong. Restaurant closed. No egg roll for you, fool. I bring the ching chong beats, junk boats, low main beef. Ching chong gang, gang, gang. He hi fi ha fa fong yeah yeah. He hi. We bring the ching chong gang, ching chong gang. Chopsticks and kung fu. I bring you South China attitude. Bruce Lee,
That's Chinese Jesus rapping.
Encouraging, supporting them, and actually being a magnifier. That's what we are able to do in our romantic relationships. We can amplify the other person. But more commonly, we end up arguing, fighting, picking, and then we end up bringing each other down. And then the whole vibrational frequency then starts to lose its life. So here, there is someone here that, I don't like that. I don't like that, because that's interfering with someone's own personal energy when it has so much purpose there to exude and do good. Let's just see if we've got a final message here. Yeah, it's that sadness again. You see, there's no threat in his field, there's no malevolence. But there is someone that does need help. And this is someone who needs to get away from all the energies that attack him, that bring him down, that suppress his voice, his power. And it's someone that needs time to themselves. He's actually very gentle. I would even use the words kind, and a natural, loving state. He has a natural, loving state. Yeah. Fed too many lies, cover-ups that have affected his ability to know what's true, what's not. And that's his third eye, the affecting of his third eye. I'm going to wrap that up, beautiful souls. Beautiful souls, you asked for a reading on Prince Harry. Let me know how you guys felt about the transmission today, and if you are familiar or you follow him. Beautiful souls, you asked for a reading on a spiritual guru. Beautiful souls, you asked for a reading on a Beautiful souls, you asked for a reading on a spiritual guru next, and today's video is a strong reminder of the subtle traces that are left in our field from our actions, regardless of the stage of life we are in. Inescapable. And it's not to say that we should be forever punished, but it highlights the level of accountability a person has taken, especially from actions that have caused hurt or even harm. Let's go. The snake is coming through. Why the snake would come through? It's because it's the way it moves, it behaves, and it interacts with the world around them. Very calculated, very calculated. There it is, there it is. There's a lot happening in his field. A lot of that is trying to fight with truth. A battle with truth. A battle with truth. Despite his hardships that are coming through strongly in his field, which has caused much heavy bodily responses, which means that alchemizing his energy body, emotional body, has been needed because of this. Because of the mind.
Oh, damn, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. All right. I closed it by accident, that tab, sorry. I'm going to switch over to this video of her. Joe Dispenza.
Beautiful souls, next on the list, you asked for Joe Dispenza, and my goodness, am I grateful for the arrival of this reading as we've gone through a spell of heavier readings. That being said, I was still apprehensive going into the field because it is often like that Forrest Gump quote, life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. But I must say, out of all of the public figure readings, this ranks number one in terms of enjoyability and the type of energy that came through. It was emotional, touching, powerful, all of that wrapped up in one chocolate. It would be fascinating to meet this person and yeah, see what you guys think. Here it is.
I can see throat muscles tensing up. She's definitely doing something with her throat. At first I wondered if she was using something to make that sound. I'm still not 100% sure, but I do think she is making it.
Yes. Okay.
But it doesn't move the neck muscles as much as when she's speaking. When she speaks, she's using her voice. There's a lot more showing with her neck.
This is a brave individual. This is a very brave individual. There's a lot of heat coming off of this. There is a lot of heat. And that heat is a passion. That heat is a passion to break through. That heat is a passion to break through limitations, limits. Yes. This is an overcomer, 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 overcomer. And he's also a doer in the sense that what he sets himself out to do, he will accomplish in his full right, in the entirety of his energy, and that is a presence. It's a strict energy that is coming from the field. It's a very strict energy. But that is because there is a method to, and the word is to his madness, but that is in no form of a disrespect, but there is a method to his madness. And the reason why there is a method to the madness is because what he once spoke of, what he once communicated, those who saw him, those who listened to him, they thought that what he was saying was on a level of insanity, and that what he was saying was false. But this is no trickster. This is no trickster. This is actually a very high level being. Thank you so much. This is a very high level being. And just going back to that method to his madness, the discipline there, that strictness is because he has methods. There are steps to his approach, to that which he teaches. There is a method that can get you to a certain place. This clip is from 13 years ago. This clip is from 13 years ago. I'm smiling because it's someone that is in the field of knowing. So even if there are skeptics out there, criticism, anyone that is maybe after him, he already knows the truth of what he is saying, and he already knows the truth of what he is teaching. No one can convince him otherwise. And that kind of certainty penetrates into a reality that, let's just get that, it allows you to get what you want. It allows you to get what you want. It's a very clear channel. There's no interference. And there's a silence here. There's a silence. And the field has a gentleness, touching into human emotions. It's very nice. This is the heart. This is the heart. This is very nice. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here. This is very nice. This is an energy that just wants, it's more than good. It wants people to see clearly. And of course, there's a language here, there's a communication of you can overcome. There is also a very heavy focus with there it is. It's like cogs. Let me see if I can get that word there. Contraptions. But it's the connections, all the wheels, particular settings that attune someone to the field of the mind. That's what's here. And he knows this area and all the cogs that spin, even the micro data. He knows it very well. Okay, it's very nice. I could stay there for a long time, but we'll move on to the next clip. And this is an interview of him from 2 years ago. It's even more powerful. The energy that's coming off of him is even more.
I think she's in love with this Joe Dispenza guy. I think she's falling in love with him or something. This is creepy. Now, I did a video of that creep over 3 years ago. In February 2023. Joe Dispenza lecture. This video is protected by fair use. It's for educational purposes only, for the purpose of research and teaching. Hey everyone. Today we're going to be covering something a little bit different. I was made aware of this by a subscriber in email, and I thank her for telling me about this. I had not heard of this or seen this. I can't cover everything that people suggest to me, but I try my best to cover certain things that are important. You know what I think of most doctors already. I don't have to say it. Anyways, let's go into the video. One last warning. It's for mature audiences only. He says some disturbing things. It's not just the word he uses, but the way that it's just sickening. Okay? The way I see it, it's sickening. And I would call this disgusting creature. A creepy boy.
Our students, they have oxytocin levels rise. Once you start feeling oxytocin, when you feel more love, then you feel the grudge. So then you think, why would I want to give this up for that person? That's called forgiveness. You don't have to try to do it. It just is a side effect of your personal transformation. And oxytocin then, when it's released, rushes right into the amygdala, the survival center of the brain, and the research is outstanding. And the first thing it does is it fits in the same receptor sites as fear, and it lowers the volume to fear and anxiety. It shuts the lights out for aggression and anger and hostility, and it cools the circuits off for suffering and pain. And the only thing you can feel is a love for life. And that's when you're free. Now, the practice of forgiveness, matter to matter, you can do it, but it takes a long time and a lot of work. And then you forgive, and then you're like, I don't want to forgive him yet. Halfway forgive him. And just never really authentic forgiveness. Do you understand? And you know, there was a woman that came to our work, and
I'm just going to pause it right here. So, do you think shutting the lights out is good and shutting off everything but love? Huxley talked about this. Aldous Huxley talked about this very thing with A Brave New World many decades ago. I believe it was in the, I don't know if it was the 1930s, 40s, but he was 50s, but it was a long time ago. A long time ago. And did you notice the demographics of his audience? Before he gets into this, just take a look the next time they show more of the crowd. See what the demographics are. And the reaction to what he's about to say. Okay? I'm just asking you to please pay attention.
she was raped by 4 men when she was a teenager, and it was abusive. And She had severe, severe night terrors, severe anxiety and panic attacks. She had cyclic mood problems. She had been to every single doctor, every single healer, every single alternative practitioner. Nothing changed it. She came to our event in Tacoma, Washington. And she hit that point where she became everybody, everyone, everything, everywhere, every time, every place. She became the oneness. And that frequency had a message for her, and it said, and she was in incredible bliss when this happened. Time, every place, she became the oneness. And everyone, everything, everywhere, every time, every place, she became the oneness. And that frequency had a message for her, and it said, and she was in incredible bliss when this happened. I sent 4 angels disguised as rapists for this moment. And that was the end of her terrors. That was the end of her night. She couldn't have a relationship. She could not live with anybody. She was isolated. I sent 4 angels disguised as rapists for this moment. I sent 4 angels disguised as rapists for this moment. And that was the end of her terrors. That was the end of her night. She couldn't have a relationship. She could not live with anybody. She was isolated. One moment, the divine stepped in and gave her the signal. That was carrying a very specific message. And she got the download, not just the thought. She got the energy move right through her body, and she saw the whole thing. And that moment, a very specific message, and she got the download, not just that, not live with anybody. She was isolated. One moment, the divine stepped in.
So, who exposed this guy years ago? I did. When did I see through him? The moment I was told about him. I don't run in these new age circles and go to these types of things. Somebody shared him with me and I saw through him immediately. That's not boasting. I think every spirit should be able to do that. That's a good spirit, to immediately be able to see, okay, this is a creepy creature. This is a creep. So anyone that says that he's good, you want to talk about fucked up. He calls grapists angels. And yes, they are smiling and they do seem to be paid to be there. They seem to be planted. The whole thing is creepy. Creepy, cult-like, very weird. And this is exactly what people follow in this realm, which should tell you a lot about the realm. Should tell you a lot about this place. This is a creepy place. Creepy, creepy place.
In Tacoma, Washington. And she hit that point where she became everybody, everyone, everything, everywhere, every time, every place. She was raped by 4 men when she was a teenager. And it was abusive. And
quite a big smile there from the woman behind him. Quite a big reaction.
Was raped by 4 men when she was a teenager. And it was abusive. And she had severe, severe night terrors. Severe.
A lot of demons. They seem to find that very amusing.
Anxiety and panic attacks. She had cyclic mood problems. She had been to every single doctor, every single healer, every single alternative practitioner. Nothing.
Even just his voice makes me sick. Just the frequency of his voice. It's not just a matter of, oh, I don't like his voice. It's deeper than that. It's a recognition that that thing is a thing.
and changed it. She came to our event in Tacoma, Washington.
It's even weird the way he stands amongst the audience. They're mostly planted around where he is. But he's almost putting his hand and his elbow in the side of that woman's face and her schnoz, and she just sits there perfectly still. Very odd. The whole thing is very odd. None of this is normal. None of this seems natural. An audience just staring straight ahead like this. Very weird. The man in the cap over there, it's mostly women, but there's a man in the cap. He's not looking over. Very strange.
And she hit that point where she became everybody, everyone, everything, everywhere, every time, every place. She became the oneness. And that frequency had a message for her, and it said, and she was in incredible bliss when this happened. I sent 4 angels disguised as rapists for this moment.
Listen to this. He says he sent 4 angels disguised as rapists for this moment. It's right on the screen. And people worship this creature. I knew immediately over 3 years ago that it's a creepy creature. Marcella, that used to come to my channel, said that she knew this Joe Dispenza guy and her husband knew him. I'm not surprised. Marcella was a weirdo herself. She was a weirdo and probably married a weirdo.
And that was the end of her terrors. That was the end of her night. She couldn't have a relationship. She could not live with anybody. She was.
So this is his way of healing, calling rapists angels. And some of these women find it amusing. Because he probably made up the whole story. Maybe not, though. But they still find it amusing. They just find it amusing. A lot of people in this realm find it amusing. When creatures lie to you and scam you for millions of dollars, people applaud and say, well, at least you made money. That's the way this realm is. That there's more like that than you'd believe. There's more demons in this realm than most people would ever believe. They aren't rare. They're common.
She was isolated. One moment, the divine stepped in and gave her the signal. That was carrying a very specific message, and she got the download, not just the thought. She got the energy move right through her body, and she saw the whole thing. And that moment is what she was waiting for. That's what the soul was waiting for. Now she's healed, she's healthy, she's happy, and she's on with a new life. She's born again. My mother would love this. She's born again in the same life. Reborn in the same life. Didn't pass through a birth canal for it.
You believe he said that? Angels disguised as? Did you catch that part? Look at the audience. What is wrong with the audience? That they just sit there and take that? Are they under extreme mind control? Are they all the ones near him? Are they all paid? Or what is it? I don't know. I don't know this creature, this creepy boy. I don't know his followers, his audience, but look at, like, I just, what the hell? Look at their faces. And you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just fucking mind-blowing. It really is. It's sad. It's disgusting. It's messed up. I'm not going to play that again. I'm not going to rewind it. It's disgusting.
She just was born again in the same life. She got a new lease in one instant. That energy was carrying a message, and it made its way all the way into the body, and the bliss and the joy and the gratitude and the love that she felt and the message that was carried made total sense to her. She's free. One instant. To me, that's true forgiveness. That's the divine having its way with you.
You need.
Fucking sick. Mind control. That's what it is. That's all I'm going to cover. I'm not covering any more of this video. All right, so that was over 3 years ago. Over 3 years ago. Close to 3.5 years ago. I covered that piece of shit and exposed him and said what he is. Now there will be people following him for many, many, many years. Many years. Because that's what so-called truthers do. When I think of truthers, I think of dupes. I think of ones following liars. I think of cult followers. I think of idiots. I think of ones spending money on evil demons. That's what I think of. That's what most truthers are. And I'm one of the only ones to say that I've ever seen on YouTube. That most so-called truthers are dupes, they're liars, they follow demons. And you look at his audience and look at Archaic's audience and this audience, and you look at them, they're following criminals and rapists and demons. Think about it. It's millions that call themselves truthers, and that's what they're following. Creepy creatures. So you don't have to believe me. All you have to do is look at the videos and see what they follow. They follow creatures. That's what truthers do. They follow creatures. And what do they attack? They attack beings like me. They follow creatures and they attack beings like me that don't ask for a cent. That's what people do.
More clear. So whatever he has been doing, it's an acceleration, it's an upgrading of his entire system.
This is her 5 months ago, praising the shit out of the same Joe Dispenza that talks about 4 rapists being angels that were sent to do that. Angels. Here she is praising him 5 months ago. Now, what got more views? Well, hers did, of course. 18,000 views, 2,000 likes. Hardly anyone's watching my stuff. They'd rather watch this. This is what people do. And a lot of you can do the mental gymnastics and say it's not their fault. It's not their fault. Well, when is it going to be their fault when they follow these scammers? Is there going to be a time in eternity when them choosing to follow these obvious demons is a problem?
And again, there is a heavy emphasis of mind. There is a heavy emphasis of mind. It's like he is clearing the mind. Clearing the mind. But it's like going through all the floors, all the rooms of a house. He's going through the cupboards, the cabinets, the files. It's thorough. Yeah. It's thorough. That fire is still here from that first clip, but it's a different kind of fire now in the field. It's slowed down and it's more gentle. Let's see if there's any final threads of information that would like to be shared and seen and communicated from the field. Yeah. So the heart here, that range, the field of heart is expansive. I can see and feel that frequency that is, it's so giving. It's giving. There's a lightness, and the abundance is just flowing without a stopgap. It just, is coming out of the field, and I don't have the words for it. Beautiful souls, this was a delicate field. Beautiful souls, this was a delicate field. It was quite something. And I had to take my time because the energy would take me out of body. The vibrational standpoint was peaceful, simply at one, harmonious. And through all the layers, there was a noticeable transcendence here. What stopped me in my tracks was comprehending how this light was in this physical body at this time, doing what he does. And through all of the communications that I was having, the understanding is that it's impossible, but he is here in real time, doing what he is doing. And many people around the world come into contact with his presence. So it's quite extraordinary. Let's get to the reading, beautiful souls, and have a feel for yourselves. Love and blessings. Okay, this is someone that is moving to the rhythm of life, the natural rhythm of life. Look at this. The energy is etheric. The energy is etheric. And even this clip here, it's like it's from lifetimes ago. Lifetimes ago. There's a stillness. And the beat here carries a very fresh, unusual breath. Otherworldly. Otherworldly. I want to say it's not human in the sense that we know and understand. There's a completely different light to the eyes. It's very strong, immensely clear. It's like godly, godly. It's like the all-knowing, the all-knowing, the all-seeing. Living outside of the landscape. And even as I said that, the video there, pixelated, he's not living in the reality that we are, completely outside. completely outside. But he is able to make contact with our realities, to reach us, to reach us. And why would someone like this want to reach us? Why would someone like this want to reach us? And of course, there is a certain purpose here. It's like this entity is on a mission. Mission to break through voids, to break through voids. And the word that is coming through is darkness. What does that relate to? Darkness. What kind of darkness? One that is negative in form, and one that houses. Yes. It's almost as if he is trying to reach the collective that are in these houses, that are in containment, but it is all mind, it is all mental. Releasing. Those of us that he can reach from this imprisonment. There we go. And not only that, it's all of the pains and the sufferings in the mental health sphere. Anxiety, depression, and all of these states that make one contract, that make one disconnect from life. And he is, as he just demonstrated there with his hands, he is the whole embodiment of life. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's pause this clip here, which was from around 18 years ago. Let's move on to the next clip, which was New Year's 2026. Let's see what we've got here. Nothing's changed here. Nothing's changed. This is the same presence, the same entity. And it's just a lot of energy, a lot of emotions. It's a higher connection to life. This person is fully embodying a higher connection to life. In this place, the unusual vibration that was felt from the first clip is also here. But there's more of a signal now, there's more of a telling. And that is how he's made it here, to reach the collective here at this time. How has he reached this plane of existence? Because, as we found, he's not only not from here. The entity is so grand. What he's doing here. Yeah. Right, Obi? Just gonna give it a moment. Just gonna stay here. Yeah, I wonder what that is. 111 on my clock. But there's certainly something there in all of that darkness that is coming through once more. So there is one related to the negative associations with life, with our form, with who we are, what we do. But there is also a darkness all around him. It's very still. It's peaceful. Could almost get lost in it. But we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. It's his own darkness without negative connotations. But it's all around him. It just fills his field. It can be unnerving, but it's not at all. If you can see it for what it is, not at all. It can cause people fear, a sense of stay away from that, but it's not at all like that, not at all. Let's see if there's anything else that would like to come through at this time from this field. Okay. Good timing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As you saw there on the screen, all the people cheering. And even he is laughing now. So that would interpret as that vibration increases to allow us to see a bit more. Thank you so much. The main message here is there's an ecstaticness, there's a joy that is almost hard to hold, hard to grasp, because the human conditioning. And that needs time. People must take time to develop that and to be able to reach that, to hold it long enough to live in that dimension of reality. So his message here, just from what I asked, it's doing it again. Thank you so much. There's a high amount of emotion that makes me want to cry, but not in sadness, not in any form of plight. No, it's like tears that you can release yourself from the human condition of suffering, the daily suffering. So many have gotten used to this suffering that they don't even realize that they are suffering. And their minds tell them otherwise. Their minds tell them that we are not suffering. So they stay in these states of comfort that don't let them out of these houses that we spoke of in the very first clip. Just pause that there now. And the type of energy that he is exuding, that he has created here, is to get you out from those houses, from that containment. I don't see, from a vibrational standpoint here, any malevolence. It's a level of joy that just makes you kind of want to laugh at how silly the conditioning of humanity is and how long that has been going on for. His way is very different to many other teachers who have come and gone. And not to say any other teachers that have come and gone are wrong, but his way is actually penetrating through many layers of fixed minds, of mental states. And it's through that he can bring this joy and this ecstasy through. There is so much life here, so much in one body, but the energy exudes through him and it goes. That channel there, it goes so far out to not just anyone in his immediate environment, but that is touching beyond the earth plane. It's very peaceful here. It's very peaceful. And again, that peace just touches so many aspects of our being that then the water element within us is touched. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. I'm gonna leave that now. Yes. I feel that there has been a receiving here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Beautiful souls, that was the most silence. It was darkness. No other way of explaining that field, but not the darkness as we shared that we normally draw these negative associations with. It was a darkness that had left so much of the human attachments and the human sufferings. None of that is able to touch that field. None of it can. None of it can. Unique, peaceful, free from illusion, free from illusions. Yeah. I don't have any words, but if you listen or watch, know of Sadhguru, share with me in the comment section below. I'll see you in the comment section, beautiful souls. And yeah, that's it. Until the next one. Love and blessings, beautiful souls. Love and blessings.